back for another Genshin Sunday. And Kokomi. Let's go and get some Sango pearls. Zane, don't chase the cat. No, 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 no. Zane, I said no, don't chase her. She's not a toy, she's a cat. You don't chase them. Where's the hand gone? Is it hiding? Peekaboo! I see you. I don't know which wings to put on her. Oh, these. They look quite nice as all the PlayStation ones, aren't they? I guess the purple ones are the closest to her colour scheme. None of them really suit her. Oh, there's a world quest here. Yeah, you are, aren't you, baby? Let's try up. I don't think it's Ruku.
It's still a bit sore.
Mm-hmm. We all love Twilight, don't we? Yeah, she's our black cat. Mm. Not our kitty then, it's too short. Put Michael on for him, honey. Oh, watch the tube then, and shut up. No, they're too short, Zane. Hey Robbie, good morning. How's it going? How's your Sunday? Is it even Sunday for you yet? pretty early here. It's like 9 a.m. Shattered. That's just the price you pay when you have a baby. You don't get to lie in on Sunday. I wasn't expecting anyone to tune in. It's totally the wrong time. I guess it's like early for you. Yeah, it must be like normally you're on 3. It must be like what? I don't know, 9 in the evening or something for you. Well, no, I'm alright. That's still not very good. Working out the times. I got Kokomi, by the way. As you can see. I topped up last night. Got her on 77. So... yeah, I couldn't be bothered waiting. I just, it's gonna take... You know when you're just waiting to make the primos, it's so annoying. Now I'm looking for Sango Pearls. Because I can't ascend her any further at the moment. What is she, level 50 or something? 40? 40, yeah, 40 or 40. That's what, I've got no resources to up this anymore. Level 16. Oh, that's good. How far into the game are you? Do you know? Are you 50% of the way in? Or is it just you're like level 50 through quite a lot of grinding? I don't think there's any Sango Pearls here. Okay, so that's good. That means you still got lots and lots to do. Lots of content.
Let's get down to business.
Judgment!
One with nature.
My blade!
Rest and read it! My apologies!
I take you the very
So I guess that's why it costs $100, right? $1 per hour. That's quite good value. $1, like an hour's entertainment for $1. It's good value for money. Sango Pearls here. Moon Shrine. Yeah, I'm one of those people that would do everything. I would like to do all the achievements in this, but it's just a time factor. I don't know, I suppose if there's something really difficult that just gets a bit annoying after a few tries, I probably wouldn't do that. But if it was all quite doable stuff, I'm usually 100% on games. I like to 100% everything. Let's go this direction. Maybe down here, actually. I'm just going to run around this island. That's all I was planning to do today. I didn't think anyone was going to tune in at this early hour. Just run around and get some pearls. I can't seem to find any. Let's get this thing. Oh, this is Kokomi's little cave, isn't it? Anything in here? I have you 500. I don't think I've got 500. Let's have a look. I've got like 300 and something, I think. Oh, 415. Yeah, I haven't, because I don't try and do these in Genshin. They just happen like when I'm, like when I'm playing. If I have time, I would focus on them. When I was playing properly, well, I say properly, before I was taking care of my son all the time, I was actually focusing on doing the achievements. But now I just sort of get them done as I'm playing. What's this? Isn't got many done. No, teapot stuff. I haven't done any of. Oh, yeah. Yeah, a lot of these I ain't done. Some of them are 100% though. All the Mondstadt ones, the leeway ones, the ones when I was playing, like, had more time to play. Yeah, the Dragon Spine one. But the Inazuma ones, they're not done. Teapot one's not done, Co-op one's not done. And a few odd ones here and there not done. I'm surprised these aren't all done. Before May decline alert, defeat 4 opponents with superconduct within 2 seconds. I can do these quite easily. Just defeat 4 opponents with electro charge. Yeah, I just not focusing on doing these.
Don't we have a job to do?
I'm alright, thanks. I'm a bit sleepy. I mean, and the wife both very sleepy. Because we've got a 2-year-old who wakes up at stupidly early times. We don't get to lie in on Sunday. Other than that, I'm doing alright, thank you. I'm quite chuffed. I got Kokomi last night. That's why I logged on early today. I thought, well, I'll go and look for those Sango pearls. There's not much else I can do while I'm waiting for my resin to refill. Yeah, they don't go in the tracks, son. It's too. Do you want some? Wait, let me see. It's too hot. Zane, it's really hot. Let it cool down, I'll give you some, okay? Yeah, it's cooling down, but don't play with your train here, please, because you can knock my tea over. I don't want it falling on the keyboard, okay? Yeah, no, it will spin on my keyboard and I won't be happy. Which event are you talking about, Robbie? The gate, the what's it? Then can you do that over there, Mummy? Don't do that here, please. Thank you. The drinks, right? The drinks. Oh yeah, it got another unlock, didn't it? I forgot about that. I was meant to unlock the next part. I quite like that drinks event. You get to see all the characters sort of chilling out, just hanging out, you know, not doing any serious storyline, all just in the bar. And it doesn't take a long to do. It's alright. I should be looking for Sango pearls really, instead of beating up the flowers and fauna of Tevat. Yeah, she was wasted. Before falling asleep in the bar. Mirai, who are you? What did she give me? 4C Gundam Mirror, whatever they're called. I don't think there's any Sango pearls up here, is there? Let's I don't think there's going to be any over here. Actually, there might be. Twilight. You pack that in. You hear me? The thing in the story quests, though, is that they're busy with the story, do you know what I mean? So you don't really see much of their personalities. That's why I like the story quest. I mean, this drinks quest, because you get to see their personalities a bit more. Yeah, I don't think there's any over here. Dang, that's really loud. Can you stop it? Thank you. And can you skip the TV for him, honey? No wonder he's bored. He's sitting there watching bloody adverts. Well, he's not watching it, whatever it is. Well, he wasn't. Bless you. Thank you. That looks like a sangop. Oh. Yeah, that's a sangop. It's a shame Rosario can't. Oh, it's not sangop. If she can't do her dashing yet. Like.
Judgment.
Zhao can.
The wind knows it. Time to go.
Yep, that's one. That's definitely one. I'm kind of missing using it. Like last night I was playing around with my team setups. This is my like new freeze team now basically. Because I don't need Diona now. But, yeah, I was missing Mona. I don't know. I mean, I could put Kokomi on like with a Thrilling Tales of Dragon Slayers, but it kind of negates having the donut if I make her full support. Well, that's what I did with Mona. I took the Wixith off her and was using Thrilling Tales on her. But with this setup, because of Rosaria's crit buffs and Kazuha's swirling, still get a good damage boost to Ayaka. Like, he's just hitting 7 to 9k on normal attacks. Could get more with Thrilling Tales on her, but I'm not gonna do it just because I want to use the donut. That's the whole reason I've got Kokomi, because I got the donut. Do you use Thrilling Tales on your Mona, or do you use something else? Where's that Tanuki gone? She reminds me a lot of Ganyu, well, her E anyway. It's just the dash that I don't like with her. Same with Ayaka. I don't mind it sometimes, but when you're in the heat of combat and you just want to do a short sprint, like a dash, like to there, sometimes it goes all over the place and totally gets in the wrong position. Use the Black Cliff, is it? Black Cliff? I was using Whitsith, like Whitsith's crit damage. And now I've put Whitsith back on her, because I'm not using her as support. She's got Whitsith back on her now, but... Yeah, I was using Thrilling Tales on her before. Is this what you're using, Whitsith? This is the 4-star, isn't it? This is 4-star. What's the other one? Crit damage is... You're using the Whitsith. Okay, what is the other one though that you can get from the shop? Oh, you can't get a catalyst on the Black Cliff. Oh, you can. This. Oh yeah, this has crit damage on it. Attack is increased. These Black Cliff weapons are cool, right? I don't have any of them. I don't have a single one of these. But where I'm at in the game now, it makes no sense me getting them because I'm trying to get 5-star weapons now more than anything else.
You can't run.
Rosaria. Yeah, the Whitsith is good. I like the buffs it gives, but yeah, my Ayaka was doing more damage when she was using Thrilling Tales, when Mona was using Thrilling Tales. I just thought I saw that there was basically more damage output from amping Ayaka than using Mona for support damage. Oh, I don't think I'm gonna get any of them. I'm just like like I said, where I'm at in the game now. I'm trying to replace 4-stars with 5-stars. So, and crit damage. I mean, you can get quite a lot with the circlet. So, yeah, I don't think I'll be getting any of those.
Lights out. Allow me.
Into the wind.
Any pearls around here? I'm back to my usual state of my account now, where I've just got like characters that aren't leveled, artifacts that aren't leveled, weapons that aren't leveled. Trying to play catch up again now. I'm happy about getting Kokomi though. Obviously because I won a 50-50, but also I wanted her. I wanted Yoimiya more, but you know Yoimiya's not on a banner. So.
Time to go.
But I don't think I'll be able to get Yoimiya. If she's on the next banner, I can't afford to get Ayato and Yoimiya. That'd be too much. Especially if Ayaka's on the banner as well, because then I want to get the Mist Splitter reforged. But that's just too much. Like, the weapon ban is such a scam. And I've still got to win a 50-50 as well to get the Ayato. I think the odds are definitely against me now. I've won... I think I've won 3 or is it 4 50-50s? I need to check my history. I can't remember if I got Ito on 50-50 or... Are you? Okay, you want her as well. Yeah, I want her. But like I said, because of getting Kokomi now, it's just been like too much resources gone out and I haven't got enough coming back in, so I can't really afford to get her if she's on the next banner. Like I said, because I want Ayato and I want 50-50, I'm probably going to lose that. And then I'm definitely going to get the Mist Splitter, and I'm assuming Ayaka will be on the banner with Ayato, so that means the Mist Splitter is definitely going to be there. Let's check, actually. Let me check. my history and see if I got Ito on 50-50 or not. So Garni was on 50-50. It's 2. And then it was Zhao, wasn't it? Yeah, I think I lost the 50-50 on Ito as well. I just want to check because I can't remember it. It's months ago now, isn't it? It's like 4 months ago. So there's Zhao. That was definitely 50-50. I remember Zhao was 50-50. Now the question is there another 5-star in between Ito and Albedo? There's Ito. Because Albedo was my definite pity. That's what I messed up. I thought it was 50-50. Yeah, ka-ching. Yeah, so Ito is definite pity, so I've won 3 50-50s now. So Ayato will be number 4, which the odds are not in my favour of winning 4. Yeah, that's what I remembered. I remembered that as well. And because I remember like messing up thinking Albedo was 50-50 and he was actually guaranteed. Is there a power in that? No, I've got that already. Alright, so yeah, the odds are not in my favour for winning another 50-50.
Time to go.
So yeah, I doubt I'll be able to get Yuemi if they put her on the rerun banner instead of Kazuha. I'll have to skip her again for now, which is a shame as well because I want her bow as well. I want her and I want that bow, but
You can't run.
well, what can you do? Can't have everything. Yeah, I did. I remember now. I did top up twice, didn't I? Well, but on this banner, it's been like 3. But I didn't do a full top up for Kokomi. I did the one. Which one I did? The middle one. Like, how much is this? This one. This is the one I did. So I didn't. It's not that much, really. And I was on, I think, I can't remember what I was on. 40 or something, 45. Well, anyway. I don't remember this stuff. Oh, it looks like there's pearls. I think I picked these ones up. Yeah, we already picked these ones up. Do the full run all the way around.
Breathtaking.
In here. Did you hear him, honey?
Let's move out.
I'm not sure that there are any more pearls for me to be getting. You know, in that cave that unlocks, where you go and do the quest, the Eye of Watasumi. Some Sango pearls inside it. Let's just check this side. It's up here somewhere, wasn't it? The cave. Is it a sparkly finger? Lovely. Did it go down the slide? Alright, little chatterbox. Yeah. He's talking to me, of course I heard it. And who is that? Is that Yoimiya that you want more? Probably. I wanted Yoimiya more than Kokomi. My order would have been Yoimiya, then Kokomi. But, I mean, if I'd gotten, like, Yoimiya's bow, you know, it'd be the same thing as here, where I got Kokomi's weapon, so it's kind of like a no-brainer, really, though, just get the character, because I wanted the character anyway, so... Oh yeah, other than... Let's have a look, see which ones I don't have. I think there's only 5 characters I don't have now. Oh yeah, you wanted Venti, didn't you? Right, so out of the ones I don't have... So, I don't have Chi-Chi, I don't have Klee. I don't really particularly want either of them. So out of the 5 that are here, I'd want Yoimiya first, then I'd want Shenhe next, then I'd want Yuna. I don't care about Yae Miko, I don't care about Klee, and I don't care about Chi-Chi, so those 3 I could happily not have. And the good thing, like with Yoimiya as well, if I was to get where I'm sort of building D-Look, I can just take his gear off him and slap it straight on Yoimiya. I know, like, that Shimenawa's is probably better for her, but it's just no investment whatsoever, you know? And they can just trade the Crimson Witch set between them when whichever one I'm playing. And then that way my Hu Tao doesn't get messed with. She can just keep her gear separate. I'm looking for that cave, aren't I? That's what I'm looking for. Already gone past the entrance. That's there, that's the entrance. You don't have Jean. That's just, I thought, you know, like when, because I've got both accounts and I got it quite early on both. It's a bit foreign to me. It's like, oh, you don't have Jean. It's like, I just kind of have the assumption that everyone's got her, but heck, you don't even have a Pyro Goblet yet, so I guess not everyone gets the things. Jean's alright. I mean, I don't enjoy playing her, if I'm honest, but what she brings to party setup is you know, like for the Zhao party, she's really good. Yeah, I guess that's where it's gone, isn't it? Like, I don't get any Chi-Chi luck, and you don't get any Jean luck. Actually, what was my last 5-star on the standard banner? Let's have a look. It must have been a weapon. I can't really remember. It was a while ago. You know, like on this banner, you wish so infrequently, because I don't buy wishes to use on the standard. I don't convert Primo Gems to Acquainted Feint. Oh, is this weapon? That's why I forgot about it. This is the weapon that is not even leveled yet. I don't know who to use this on, Lost Prayers. It's just another 5-star weapon sitting there doing nothing. What are you doing, Rizzo? Yeah. Oh, up there. Is that who it's for, Clee? That's a shame, because I've got Dodecode tails as well. Then that, and that's leveled up, saying they're not doing anything. I think it's level 80. Where is it? Weapons. Yeah, I've got level 90 Dodecode tails sitting there. And because my Amphay I'm building her as tank bot, I've switched her to use this, the Fav Codex. I think it makes more sense making her be able to generate particles with the rest of the team. I was gonna have her using this one. Well, this when I was building her for DPS for Yenfei, but now there's no point. I don't really want to invest resources taking this up because not without having someone to use it anyway. Yeah, check this. R5 sacrificial fragments, R5 sacrificial fragments, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 R5 sacrificial fragments, 3 R5 sacrificial fragments. Only one song of wine and song. Funny, isn't it? What was I doing? I've totally forgotten. Yeah, weapons wise, who do I want? I want her weapon. I want his weapon. I think that's about it. Oh yeah, I've got C7 Bennett, by the way, now. Because of the wishing yesterday. That's why this notification is going to be permanently there now. To annoy me, look. Yeah, I've got C7 Bennett, basically. Oh, he's C5. I was so gutted when I got him. I wanted Cujo, man. It just doesn't give me Cujo. On this account, it's so difficult for me to get Cujo constellations. If I could have got 4 of those instead of like the 4 Bennetts I got, I was happy with C3 Bennett. I didn't need more. Oh, excuse me. But my Bennett's pretty amped now. I did some jigging with his gear. He's not great, but I mean, he's at 44, 130. Decent.
Assemble!
No way, mate. I'm never C6ing him. I'm just gonna live with this notification up here forever in my game. He's staying C5. I'm not making that mistake. Because I do use him in so many teams. Like I use him in my Geo team, obviously in the Vape team, in the Melt team. I mean, it's just too many teams I use him in. I need to get up there. Oh, I've got Kazar in my group. What am I doing? I'm running around thinking how to get up there, and I've got bloody Kazar in my group. That's how we get up there.
Follow the wind. Time to go.
And yeah, I got one Xin Yang as well, but that was okay because now my Xin Yang is C6 before she was C5. So I don't mind that. I pick those pearls up. So.
Into the wind.
No, I think I've got all of them on this island now. Look, Kokomi. I've got 38 now. Yeah, I started with 10. I had 10 of 10. I need to start doing this boss today. Yeah, I don't have books to level her up though, because I've been leveling up other characters. I don't have any of the resources. It's going to take me a while to get her built to a decent level. But because she's mainly off field, you know, like you just drop her E basically. I'm not using her for burst damage because she does damage when she's in her burst form, which I don't care about. I just need the healing and the Hydra application. My tea has gone cold yet again. Second time. I have to go and put it in the microwave again. Yeah, so I'm not really that bothered about. I think I'm going to build a priority being E and then auto attacks, then burst last. And I know that doesn't make sense because I'm using her weapon, so I should be building her for damage, but it's not a priority at the minute. That can be rejigged later. I've got her in all HP stats. Clam set. I'm gonna run out of bloody stamina. God's sake. Yeah, I've got her in. I was gonna say I've got her in the clam set. Majority of it's HP stuff. So again, I don't have fodder to level any of it up, but HP substat. I mean, I'd rather it have been flat HP, but it's got EM on it. Nice. I can put Kazar. I can get Kazar up to about like just under 1000 EM, but because I've got him C2, he works better for me with a crit build, and with the crit build he has about 450 EM. If I could get 50 more EM on him, that'd be the 2 stacks, because you know it's every 250 EM you get. I think is it 20% more damage or 10%? I forget. This is a good piece for Kokomi, like HP percent. If I could get flat HP on this as well, energy recharge and elemental mastery is great. Yeah, HP percent sands with flat HP on it as well, perfect for it. If I could just get energy recharge on that. Again, here, this is the perfect piece for a Hydro bonus, elemental mastery, HP, flat HP, energy recharge, and I might change this to HP Gobbler. But this has got such good subs. All these subs are perfect for Kokomi. And circlet, yeah, healing bonus with EM on it. It's a shame there's no HP on it, but it's the only one I've got. Only one I've got as part of this set. Yeah, my Kazar's only got 400 and something. Where is he? Oh, 412. I thought it was 450. But yeah, I can get him to 900 and something if I switch him with Venti's gear. But it just doesn't make sense for my Kazar. Things just die quicker. And it's the same argument as with Kokomi, I think. Like, where you could build her for damage, but slightly the opposite way around. You can build her for damage, but it's a lot more investment for very, very little gain in return. Whereas with Kazar, you can build, like, I could build him for EM, but he's doing less damage, and things are taking longer to die for the whole team. So to me, that means for him, for my Kazahar, because again, because he's at C2, so the C1 can go up and down again, and C2 200 EM boost for anyone in his burst bubble. That's more than enough. So he's adding like 200 EM for other characters, which is fine, and his damage he's doing is on par with, or maybe just a bit below the DPS's, because his gear isn't as good now as the other people. I need to get him better crit gear, but you know, I'm so busy with all the other things I have to do in this game that like, he's been put to the sideline. I don't know if there's any more of these things around. Let's check over here.
Time to go.
Run out of stamina. Good boy. This requires a ceiling. I haven't got a ceiling in this. Ben, what are you doing? There's no space on there for that, is there? I'll play with it somewhere else. I need to find a ceiling. That's weird. I haven't got that statue unlocked. I guess it must be up one of these places high up. We'll have a look around here, maybe over here.
Time to go.
That's so weird. I thought I'd done all the puzzles on Tatsumi. Not sure where I'll find the CD though. Doesn't look like it's down there. Can you stop shooting me, please?
Time to go.
That's strange.
The wind knows me.
My tea's bloody cold. Oh, any CDs around here? Who are you?
Should be a bit better bandaged up like this.
Nishikino Rairi. Rairi? I don't say that name. Right, give me your free stuff that you're going to give me when I pick this dialogue option. Oh, got some fodder. I wonder where the CD is that I'm missing. It's really weird. Let's try over here. Alright, where is Kokomi? They must have a bit. Must have a bit of fodder now. What should I take up first? Hopefully you won't have it one of the long courses. That's what I always hate with Escort the Bloom, when it's one of the longer courses. I guess I'll take this up first. Oh, I can get one level. Oh. I don't think there's going to be any more Sango pearls.
Time to go.
Well, I don't really have much appetite, babe. I'll eat if you make breakfast, but I don't have appetite. Have we got crumpets? Are you going to poach or fry them? Oh, if we've got crumpets, I won't have mushrooms. But if you're going to fry it, because the crumpets are quite thick, but if you're going to just fry eggs on bread, I'll have some mushrooms with it, please. I'll be right back, Robbie. I'm just going to microwave my tea.
scenery is wonderful. Surely enough to convince anyone to become a wanderer.
Yeah, I don't. I think that's probably because, like I was saying, I think it's to do with the C2. Mainly, I think it's to do like with C1. I think it's just being able to, you know, like reset this when you do your burst. That adds a lot more damage when you got them built for crit.
Time to go.
But yeah, I mean, I've tested it, so I know it's right.
Time to go.
Judgment.
One with nature.
Hold the line. My apologies. Yeah.
Oh, hey D2. How are you doing? How did you get that account? Did someone give you it? Or did you buy it? You can get like starter accounts quite cheap on eBay. It's like the new form of Chinese gold farming that used to exist in MMOs. I think like just a lot of players. I think a lot of Chinese like gold farmers now just like start starter accounts and just use the free wishes. And if they get decent characters, they stick them on eBay. Yeah, but most of the time they don't level them up, Robbie. They don't level them to like AR35. Most of the time they just like use the starter wishes, you know, re-rolling. Oh, you swapped accounts. Okay. But your account was quite high, wasn't it? Your account was AR45, was it? Or AR50? Something like that? But I mean, AR level doesn't matter. But I mean, I guess you got you know what is on your account. As long as you've got like equal or better, then it works out. Because it's not just about your main characters, you know, your main DPS. It's about the supports as well and how well built they are to let your main characters do their stuff. It was AR51, and you had. Yeah, who was your main DPS? I've totally forgotten. Sorry, it's early in the morning for me. I'm a bit sleepy. Yeah. Well, as long as you've got access to the email address that it was registered to, or the previous owner has changed the email address linked to the account to your email address, it shouldn't get you banned. Because the other guy's not going to want to admit that he's traded accounts either, because he'll get his account banned as well, you know, D2's old account. So it'll be lose-lose if anyone grasses up. It was Zhao, right? Yeah, that was it. Zhao was your hyper carry. Yeah, I think Hu Tao's better than Zhao. I think for me personally, I'm more bored of Hu Tao's playstyle just because I think I've had her longer. But they're about the same in terms of like, you know, like the repetitive nature of their playstyles. Yeah, I think they'll be alright, Robbie. Like I said, like the other guy's got... with a trade, it's much better than buying another account, because if you buy an account, you just don't know, right? Someone might screw you over afterwards. But with a trade, the person who traded accounts would get screwed over as well. Both accounts would get banned, so I think it's pretty safe. Yeah, you're really lucky. And you can dash cancel. And basically means you don't have to jump to cancel the animation. That's all that means, like, which is a lot easier. I love doing dash cancels with Hu Tao, but unfortunately it means no stamina. And jump cancelling, it's just like the timing is so like minuscule to get it right. I just end up messing it up most of the time. Very nice. Oh, as you can see, I got Kokomi D2. I got her on 77 pulls yesterday. So I'm quite happy. That's why I'm running around here trying to find Sangor pearls. So you got, let's see who you got. You've got, on your account, you got Kaching, Hu Tao, and Amos Bow. Amos Bow, it's very good for Ganyu. So next time Ganyu comes along, you've definitely got a pull for her, because you've got her weapon. Who else uses Amos Bow? Someone else can use Amos Bow as well. I forget who. Just look at his stats. So I need to read what the stats are to it. Where's my Ganyu? Yeah, on your account, like on this new account, you definitely go for Shogun. Thank you. Yeah, child. That's who I was thinking, Robbie. But because I've got, I've only got one Amos Bow, so it goes on Ganyu. But yeah, child is who I was thinking. Fish, I think, is better with stringless. That's my opinion. Who's Shingle? Is that a new character coming out that I haven't heard of? Yeah, those are good goals. With Raiden, Klazaha, Ganyu, and I don't know who Shingo is, but if you have those three characters with Hu Tao, and then all you got to do is just build up the 4-star supports to support those 5 stars, and you're laughing basically. I mean, you need for Hu Tao, all right, for the Hu Tao team, you basically need it to be like my team. My team's basically the basic Hu Tao team. This is for any vape team basically, or D-Look, or any one pyro who you want to do vaporize with. This is the team you want ideally. And because the reason you want Zhongli with Hu Tao is because you really want to be running her under 50% HP all the time. And obviously with a weak shield, you might not notice it goes off like Diona's, and then she dies very quickly because she's only running at 50% HP. Ah, Zhongli, okay. Robbie, I bet you wish you had a pyro goblet before getting a pyro DPS. You need that pyro goblet, mate. But yeah, so as long as you got these three characters, I mean, for the interim D2, any shielder will do, and just to give her a shield. But if you don't have a shielder, then take a healer instead of Zhongli. But that way, that's harder to manage her HP being below 50% because you can't obviously always get it to be below 50% with healing. I guess you need both of them, hey, Robbie? You got Diona, right? That works. I mean, it does kind of mess up melt a little bit. I'm sorry, mess up vape a little bit because of the melt. But for the stopgap, you know, just for the time being, it's fine. Another good one would be Yun Fei, but that would require C4 Yun Fei. Because then what you could do is if you've got like a pyro shielder, even Toma could work, but it's so hard to keep his shield up because of the nature of his kit, his playstyle. It's too much effort using Toma, I think. But if you had a pyro shielder, you could get rid of Bennett and you could put Kazaha in his place here, and he'd give you just as much amplification for damage and swirl mixed in, and that team could run as well. So pyro shielder, Kazaha, and then these two could work as well. If Diona, Sayu, Goro, and Bennett, etc. Right, well, as long as you got for Hu Tao, you just need these two to make her do more damage, and then someone to protect her, or you know, because he will do the healing. Someone to protect her with a shield, and then you're golden. and that's a really nice, you know, like that's one of the highest damage scaling teams basically in the game. Why is my ping so high? Jesus. I might be working on the network. It's Sunday today. I don't know what I'm going to do now. Let's check my... Right, we're two away. Right, it's fine for... I mean, if you got, you know, you got no one else to use it on, you might as well use it on Diona, and you probably don't have a better bow for Diona, right? So it's all good. Like, these are just like placeholders, you know, until you get the right character or the right weapon, etc. Yeah, fire away, Robbie. If I can answer it, I will. I'm gonna go and do this boss for Kokomi now. Actually, I think I'll do my... Yeah, I'll do this. But what's your plan, Robbie? Like long-term plan? Are you like you want to get, which character did you want to get that's coming? But it depends how many characters you want to get, doesn't it? I mean, I'm not good to ask for these things because, like, look at what happens with my plans. I wasn't planning to get Kokomi, and now I've got a whole other character I need to build. You know, that messes up my original schedule of building characters. So I'm not really a good person to ask about planning ahead. I'm sure that would give you a better gaming experience, D2, than playing on your phone. But don't you have a lot of books just sitting around, Robbie? Because you haven't been pulling for characters, have you, for a little while? That's why I wasted a lot of the books I had, like building up other characters because I wasn't planning to get Kokomi, and now I don't have the books to level her up. Like, who was I building? I was building... I've forgotten who it was. Oh, it was her. She was level 80. Remember, for ages, like months, she was level 80. I built her, I think. And no, I didn't build her. I can't remember who it was. I need to do register. I think she does. Yeah, you and me. I think she does. Let me have a look. I've got the calculator open on my other window. Character Yoimiya. She needs yeah, transients books. Yeah, we're correct. It is transients. Same thing that Kokomi needs. Luckily, I've got quite a few transient books. I haven't got enough books to get Yoimiya, Kokomi up to 999, but I should be able to get up to like 868 or something like that. Right, you got loads of them as well. Yeah, same here. Like I haven't got another character that used transients book, so I haven't got quite enough, like I said, to 999 Kokomi, but I've got enough to get her talents to a decent level. The things I'm lacking is the Mora, and perhaps, well, definitely the boss drop. So yeah, that's where I'm going now, isn't it? I'm going to the boss. Then don't chase the cats, please. Don't throw things at her, Zane. Don't throw things at the cat. God, these kids. Alright, let's fight this thing. I probably want to go like a vape. Wild freeze. I can't remember this guy's patterns. I only fought this boss once when it came out, just to fight it, you know, like not to get the drops or anything.
Teamwork is
Oh,
dreamwork.
I have to kill that thing, don't I? Yeah.
This is order.
Oh shit!
Benny's adventure team.
I couldn't get
I
up.
have failed you.
God's sake! I'm pressing. Look at that! Look. Oh. That's some bullshit. There, it should just bring you out of the screen
No, my
when you're in the middle
sword.
of the battle. Don't need that shit going on.
Let's
Where is
light
it?
it up. Yeah.
What do I have to do? Prevent the wood drops.
Going in. Let's light it.
I will have order.
Witness the power of good work. See? Go. Higher, higher. Hands on fire.
Solidify.
What were you using before? You weren't.
Outlines your
I'm
fate.
surprised you weren't using Iron Sting before. You're using a crit weapon on him before.
Stabilize.
Let's light it up. This isn't good.
Oh, really? Yeah, it's a crit, isn't it? Scarlet Blade. Got crit. It's energy recharge, but it has crit on it. Yeah, on my second account, when I get Kazuha, he's going to be full EM, because I'm not going to get any constellations on that account. He'll be pure support. Where's Kokomi? So what do you think, then?
A blade embraces its duty, as a jeweler cherishes.
Because remember,
their
like, Iron
gems.
Sting's not going to make him kill things quicker. It's going to, like, benefit your team, basically, adding the EM to make your other characters do more damage. You don't have Sacrificial Sword? Because, like, for ER, Skyward Blade is best in slot for him.
Benny's adventure team, assemble!
Oh, you never got Sack Sword. Damn. Right, so there's a friend who wants to offer me his account. He has wrongly in Kazuha for my account. 34. The thing is, right, Kazuha is probably going to come very soon. It's going to be rerun very soon. Because it's been like around 6 months. Zhongli we're not going to get for a while because, you know, he just went a little while ago. We just had a rerun of him. So that's what you got to think about. Whereas with the account you've got at the minute, you've got a C1 Hu Tao. You've
Benny's
got
adventure team, assemble!
yeah, that's what I was thinking. C1 Hu Tao is quite bloody good. And you've also got like the bow for Ganyu. She's probably going to take another 4 months, 5 months to come back round. But still, you've got the bow already. You've got the weapon for her sitting there. And who else did you have on this account? You've got Kaching. All right, well, that's not very good, but
Wow. Where did that come
it's
from?
just a placeholder damage dealer, you know. So I don't know if I'd get rid of C1 Hu Tao for Kazuha, because like I said, Kazuha's going to be coming around soon. I think next patch. I might be wrong. If it's not next patch, it'll be the one after that, because he hasn't been
Benny's
rerun
adventure
for.
team, assemble!
You know, he's due a rerun, and people want him, so there's a lot of demand for him. So they'll put him because they'll know he'll sell well. The only thing you'll be missing is Zhongli, but you could just wait for him, and there's other people that can do shields, you know. So
that come from?
For who, Robbie? 2.7 or 8? Do you mean for Kazuha? I think we're going to get him in 2.6. I think next patch will get him. That's my prediction, is that we're going to get, with Ayato, we'll get Ayaka and we'll get
Benny's
Kazuha.
adventure team, assemble!
Yeah, it's either going to be 2.6 or 2.7, because I think for the next patch, it's either going to be... it's almost certainly going to be Ayaka with Ayato, right? Because she hasn't been rerun yet. And they're brother and sister. And so then the second rerun character is either going to be Yoimiya or Kazuha. I think it'll be Kazuha first. I only think he's going to come back in 2.6, Robbie, if he's got something to do with the storyline. Because they tend to have, the banners tend to be themed, don't they? To either to do with the storyline or the, like for example, Raiden Shogun's come back and she's had an update to a storyline. Kokomi was part of the going down to the Three Realms Gateway and all that shit. So she's kind of linked to that. So they have if there's a theme that's going on in the game, then they will add a character you didn't actually think they would rerun, like Venti. So if there's something to do with an event or a story quest and Venti's involved, then he'll be rerun. But if not, and then the people that are due, and the people that have got quite high demand, like I said, they think about sales, don't they? And Kazuha's in high demand because so many people skipped him the first time round. And Yoimiya, I think a lot of people are like you and me now, Robbie, where they skipped her the first time round, and yeah, she's not the greatest, but we want her because she adds a certain play style that no one else does. Yeah, D2, that's exactly right. Hu Tao is the best pyro DPS, without question. And C1 makes her DPS even higher, because you can cancel the charge that she does just by pushing shift in a direction, which is, you can do that any time during her spinning forward, and it cancels it. Whereas if you do like the jump at the wrong time, you're just too far away from the other person, and then you have to dash to get to them. So you're using more stamina. Do you know what I mean? You're not saving stamina. That's the whole point of C1 Hu Tao, is to save stamina, which then ends up giving her more DPS. I was trying to do Kokomi, wasn't I? Where are you, Kokomi?
Silly churl, Billy churl.
Yeah, I would agree with Robbie. The only character out of from that other account that might take a while is going to be Zhongli, but you can, like I said, there's other shielders. Like, as long as you got Diona, it's fine. If you don't have Diona, there are other shielders that you can make do with. Alright, let's do this.
I'm just bubbling with
Level this. Let's level her up. I've got a lot of blue books. Oh, I've got no money. Okay, let's go and do dailies. They give some money. What? That is far out. That was just a gentleman strikes in broad daylight. Have you got him in EM VV set? Probably. Yeah, I'd say for a C0 Kazuha, I'd say full EM is the way to go. So that's my plan anyway, like with the second account. I've got the Iron Sting sitting there ready. Do you remember I made it months ago for some event or something? There was a quest or something where I had to craft a 4-star weapon. It might have been the Adventurer's Handbook. Oh crap, I've been seeing. Well, yeah, if you, I mean, what have you got him in? I thought you just had him in V
Order guide you.
in VV EM set. So what have you got him in? Because if you haven't got him in that, I mean,
Solidify.
what are you doing, mate? C0 Kazaha should be in like full EM set. He shouldn't be crit built. You can only, I think it's only worth crit building him when he's C2. You can get away with it at C1 because he'll put more damage output, but he won't be amping your team. Whereas the C2 lets him amp the team via his burst, and he can do individual damage as well with a crit build. Okay. Well, I mean, I think you should farm it just for the to finish it off, to get as much EM as possible. But just remember as well, it goes in stacks of 250. So, like, if your like EM build is, I don't know, say 780, then there's no point in trying to get another 250. You know, because that last bit to try and get to 1,000 is really difficult. So that's what I mean. So don't kill yourself trying to get more EM unless it fits within a 250 bracket. So yeah, you got 250 first. That's great. That's the first bracket. The next bracket will be 500, and then the next bracket will be 750, and the next bracket will be set. Like, it does go up incrementally, but the actual damage boost that you get, I forget if it's 10 or 20% from the swirl, is every 250 EM. Yeah, so that's fine. So basically what I would say is, like, if you've got 500, don't go for more EM unless it hits 750. But then getting 750 to 1,000, I found it difficult. I can't hit 1,000. If I put my Kazaha in all EM gear, like the stuff Venti's got, he hits 900 and something. And it's just like, you know, like, the idea of diminishing returns. Like, are you going to spend so much time in the VV domain to try and just get a bit more EM to make him hit 1,000? Is that worth it to you? And that's what you got to kind of balance, you know, weigh up. Oh, what am I doing? I need to pick up the stuff, don't I?
Huh? Go. Phew.
I haven't picked up the supplies. No, I'm missing a supply. Where is that? Yeah, maybe. Right. And what is that? Is E or just normal attack? It's quite 9k is quite a lot for a normal attack with EM build. Must be his elemental skill, right? But yeah, but remember, like I was saying, like, EM build isn't for Kazaha's damage, it's for everyone else in the team. That's what you've got to measure, not how much damage Kazaha's doing. What you've got to measure is how long it takes you to kill the same enemy. Do you understand what I'm saying? So go and fight a Ruin Guard or something big that's got HP that you can fight another one of easily, and test the team against that enemy with Kazaha in EM or non-EM, because that's what you're doing. Like, that's what basically you're doing. You're testing to see the damage of the team. EM isn't about Kazaha's personal damage. It's about amping everyone else's damage. And then what you're actually testing is Kazaha built for damage in the same team is that team gonna kill the mob faster with him built for damage or with him built for EM? And at C0 it's guaranteed it'll be EM. I love you too, baby. My son is so cute. He's making us breakfast, son.
Everybody stand back. No, my sword.
And that's why I was saying at C2 you can negate that, because at C2 you can still amp the team, but only with his burst. Like with EM build C0, you're amping by just doing E as well, because the swirl is amped. The damage of the swirl is amped by EM. You understand? I mean, it does say this all in the stats. I mean, you can just check. If you just have a look at his talents. Where does it say? I can't read because all the bloody text is here on top of what I need to read. Where does it say? Is it on this one or is it on this? It says it. I can't read it, but yeah, it does actually say it anyway. You can read it on your screen. I can't see shit on mine. Yeah, so that's the way you test that. The EM build versus... It's not about his single target damage. It's about playing the whole team exactly the same rotations on the same mob. And you'll see basically your team will kill the mob faster with him using EM. But, like I said, if he's at C1... If he's at C1, he could potentially kill... Your team could potentially kill the mob faster than non-EM build, like with a crit build. But that all depends on how high the crit stats are. Because then it's Kazuha's own damage that has to do so much more that it fills in for the other characters not having their damage amped by his swirl. Does that make sense? But it's really like annoying to explain this all. Yeah, like that's what I use them in. I use them in freeze team now that my freeze team has changed. Before I was using Venti, but I've switched back to Kazuha now because I'm not using Mona. I actually changed my freeze team actually when I play Kokomi. But and in freeze as well. Freeze, because of like, you know, like some, say you're using Mona and you're putting down her turret to apply a hydro, that stays on field, right, and it keeps proccing. And so if there's a swirl going on around it, that hydro application, its damage is getting increased, and then when it's freezing, the damage is getting increased as well because of the swirl. And the EM is what affects the swirl. And if the swirl's got more EM, then those two procs of Hydro and Cryo will do more damage because of the EM of the swirl. Okay, it's really complicated to explain, like, but yeah, that's how it works. But then, like I was saying, where I'm at, if you've got him C2, you can go full crit build because the C1 will allow you to be doing more damage via crit, and then you still get damage amplification. Sure, not as much because your swirl isn't doing as much as it could with EM, but you're getting 200 EM for anyone who's in his burst in your team. So if you play around that, it about balances it out.
Wanna come over for tea?
Yeah, that's what I know would happen, Robbie. That's what I was trying to explain to you because I did all this testing myself. When I got Kazuha, there was in the summer of last year, there was a lot of debates on the forums about, you know, which is better. And if you go and even search now, you'll see the same results that I came across, where people are saying, yeah, C1 is better to go crit build, and I didn't really believe it because at first I'd been farming for an EM set for him, and then yeah, I just tested it out basically. Once I had two sets, crit and EM, and it was just for my Kazuha being C2, it was much better to go crit, but I could see the validity of why C0 Kazuha would be better at as pure EM build. Oh, you're lucky, D2. My wife is making us breakfast as we speak. I can smell it and it smells delicious. And when it's ready, I'm going to have to take a little break and go and chow down. I don't know what I'm doing. I was doing dailies, wasn't I? Just running around killing mobs. No plan whatsoever. Yeah, so this is my new freeze team now. So Diona's been replaced with Rosaria. I don't need healing and I don't need shields because Kokomi's healing so strong. Took out Venti because Venti was better with Mona because Mona's burst like is at a distance, you know, like freezing far away, and then you can either fire Venti's burst first or second, depending on how you want to play it. Yeah, unless you're going to be able to hit 750, I don't think it's worth it. That's my opinion. Like, you've got other things to spend your resin on. Do you know what I mean? Yeah, and my Kokomi is not strong enough at the minute, but her Hydro application is perfect. What I need. So my freeze team has changed, and it's nice to be playing Rosaria again as well. I've neglected her for a long time because she just wasn't the best for the setup that I had for freeze at the time. But now, I mean, she gets really good bonuses off her. If you look at her, these passives here, I can just about read this. When Rosaria strikes an opponent from behind using Ravaging Confession, her crit rate's increased by 12% for 5 seconds. So you do that, you do her E basically, and then yeah, 1 sec, and then straight away if you do the ultimate, the burst afterwards, so her crit rate's increased by 12% straight away, and then you do the ultimate, so the ultimate has 12% extra crit rate on it. Then this makes everyone in the party, except for Rosaria herself, get 15% extra crit rate. So then you just switch out, and whoever you're switching to for 10 seconds has 15% extra crit rate. That's quite valuable, I think. And I like the fact she's got a dash. I've always liked characters in MMOs that dash behind the opponent and start attacking from behind. Is there? Let's have a look. Oh, I've got a C6, so whichever one it is, I've got it. Guys, I have to take a short break because my wife has just finished making us breakfast and I have to do the family breakfast thing. I'm just going to put be right back on. I'll be about 10 minutes. Sorry, be right back.
Everything is negotiable, except overtime. Don't we have a job to do? Everything is negotiable, except overtime. Don't we have a job to do? Everything is negotiable, except overtime. Work hard and live each day to the fullest. That is what life in Mondstadt is all about, isn't it? Everything is negotiable, except overtime. Work hard and live each day to the fullest. That is what life in Mondstadt is all about, isn't it? Everything is negotiable, except overtime. Work hard and live each day to the fullest. That is what life in Mondstadt is all about, isn't it? Everything is negotiable, except overtime. Work hard and live each day to the fullest. That is what life in Mondstadt is all about, isn't it?
Sorry about that. I am back. Let's get the stream back on. Oh, is there more of the event tomorrow, Robbie? Okay. I don't know if you're still here, Robbie. I just enjoyed a delicious breakfast courtesy of my lovely wife. Now, I don't know what I'm doing now. Where's my Kokomi? Oh, I'm doing dailies, aren't I? I was doing. Totally forgot what I'm doing. Cancel navigation. Teleport, please. Why shouldn't you? If you're enjoying it, I think you should. If it's feeling like a bit of a slog, then don't. There's water here, isn't there? Right, sword. I need this one. Yeah, this one's fodder. No, my fodder. Yeah, I think you should. If you're enjoying it.
Judgment.
If you're not enjoying it, then play something you're gonna enjoy.
Hold the line. Whirling snow.
Yeah, my Ayaka does do more damage with Kazuha. Kazuha's buff than with Kaz's swell than with Mona's Mona using the thrilling tales
The wind
by
knows.
about 1,500 to 2,000. Oh, I can't hit it now. Yeah, she's definitely doing more. Not by much, like between 1 and 2,000 more per attack. So maybe take a break from it then. Don't burn out on it, because you were enjoying it, weren't you? And now maybe it's just, maybe you've just been playing too much of it. Maybe stick on a bit of COD just to mix it up. Alright, let's do this. That's what I said years ago, mate. Years ago. But just something to mix it up. Like, I don't know, it's
Judgment.
Into the wind.
it's just, yeah, just whatever you feel like. Do you want to sort of, you know, have like a gameplay where you've got to think a bit more? Because that's Dark Souls, isn't it, basically? You've got to think before you do anything. Or do you want to just have mindless fun like Genshin, where you just, the game is so easy that it's not really, don't really have to think much, and if you die it doesn't matter. Like, it's not like Dark Souls. Where do I have to go now? Oh shoot. Over here. Oh crap, the agronom ran out. Okay, dang that. Yeah, for me, well, my other game is still Final Fantasy, even though it's been like, I think like 2 weeks since I played it or something. Like, if I have time and I'm bored of Genshin, then I'll be picking up Final Fantasy again. Yeah, Dying Light 2, I've got to wait until the boys' nursery later in the year. It's way too visceral and gory and scary and all that good stuff.
Follow the wind.
And just like the noises, you know, like the zombie noises and things like that. I can't have all that stuff going on with a 2-year-old around. Are you going back to the first one? Okay. I'm probably going to do that. I'm probably going to finish off the first one. The only problem is I don't remember how to play. You know, like, I don't remember the mechanics or the parkour or anything, so I'll be diving in at near the end of the game and not remembering how to play it. So I hate that when you feel like a noob again.
You can't run.
My way!
My apologies.
Now this is the
Yeah. Punishment.
The wind knows it. Clouds high. The birds call. Into the wind.
Oh, this guy. I don't know where the
You
enemies
can't
are.
run.
The only thing with Kazar's burst, I can't see crap when it's going on.
The wind knows it.
Hold the line. Yeah. Shiver.
One with nature. One with wind and cloud.
Yeah, I guess other people could probably, but not people like me who have like goldfish memories. Don't remember anything. Just remember WASD, right? Where's the last one? Oh, it's here. At the boat. That's the good thing with PC gaming. Once you're not scared of the keyboard and you understand it's only your left hand pressing keys. Because you know, like most console gamers, they get intimidated by a keyboard. They're like, oh, there's so many keys, but you use so few when you're gaming. Literally just one hand's worth of keys.
Time to go.
Look at my drop. Oh, that's nice.
Yeah.
Well, I'm not even ready for like 2.5, and I'm in 2.5. I'm not ready at all. Just because of Kokomi, because I've got Kokomi to build now, and I'm still trying to finish building Ganyu as well. Okay. Yeah, that's Mahoya, man. They trap me. They'll give me a weapon that I wasn't intending, and then I have to build someone else around it. I don't know what to do with the what's that weapon called? The new one that we got in the event. What's it called? The catalyst. This. I don't know what to do with this. I feel like I should level it up just because it's, you know, you get the times 1.5 bonus during the event. But I'm not sure. Because I did that with Dodecod Tails and I don't use it. It's just sitting there at level 90. I was like, that was a waste of resources. Oh, I've got some of these. I can get her. Can I get her weapon up? Oh, is it? Okay. Well. Oh yeah, because I did the event late, didn't I? That event's been going on since yay, the last banner. Yeah.
Time to go.
Yeah. I realised that. I think you told me about that, but obviously
Astra Abyssos.
my reasonings for getting
Welcome to the
Kokomi was the
Adventurers
donut, so
Thank you for
that kind of negates itself.
Add Astra.
Yeah, I don't know if it would be good for anyone else, but I don't really use Catalyst characters now, you know. Mona was the main one, and now it's going to be Kokomi instead. Poor Mona, she's been benched through no fault of her own. And I've invested quite highly into her. I think like E and her Q are level 9. She's 80 out of 90. She might be 90. I don't know. Mona. 80, 90. Yeah, 699. When there's level 2 talents, okay. Well, yeah, I don't think you need to take the E to 9. This I think you should take to 8 or 9. This can be 6, I think. I'd go to 8, but I think 9 is a bit of a waste on it. But yeah, take this to 9 if you're going to be using it as your hydro applicator for freeze. It's well worth it, and especially when you got Witsith as well. Like, you know, when she does the burst. Oh no, it's not true. It's when you switch to her with Witsith you get buff, isn't it? It's not when you do the burst. Yeah, I think that's what you need to do. Just give me 1 sec. I just need to get a nappy back.
Wherever in this world I roam, I carry memories of my home. This blade, it is the last link I have to the land of my birth.
It depends on anything irregular now, though. Look how much, like, stress, how much worry we had, you know, when he wasn't doing it for 2 days and stuff. I'd rather you do, like, 2 a day than not anything for 2 days. Anyway, back to my... my mic was open. Sorry. You heard us discussing our son's poo routine.
Time to go.
Alright, did I hand in my dailies? I did, so maybe I've got money now to do something with Kokomi. That thing's my son's just done a poo, that's all. We were just talking about his poo routine. I'm not sure if I should be doing that. Because my money's limited. Maybe I should be doing... Actually, maybe we can get a level on the BP. Money's 2 levels away and we're going to be capped after handing in today's daily stuff. Yeah, once I do the resin. 225. Yeah, that'll cap us. And... Oh no. We're going to cap before I can get the level, I think. It's unfortunate. Oh, it's only weapon upgrade stuff. So... What was I doing? Kokomi. Attributes. Yeah, let's get some level. Oh, no, I don't want to use these yet. Let's get rid of some of these blues. I've got so many of. 50. Yeah, go and fight the boss again. But they're gonna need the money. Damn. Decisions.
You told me.
No, I didn't smell anything either. That's what happened to me over the last few weeks. Remember, like, there was like Tuesday I was meant to go and get some diligence, some books for Ito to crown him, and I just forgot. Just went to do. Did you put it in the bin, baby? Good boy. I just went to do artifacts. You know, you just get into the kind of routine as well. You just log in, you think, oh, I'm just going to do artifacts, just going to do artifacts. You forget to do other things. But I like doing other things. I mean, I prefer, like, building characters, you know, leveling all their stuff up, and I like that part of it more than the artifact grind, because the artifact grind is just... It's monotonous. At least when you're building a character up, you've got to do their level, you've got to do their artifacts, you've got to do their weapon, you've got to do their talents. There's multiple different things you're working on. Whereas with the artifacts, it's just one thing. And in my case, on both accounts, trying to just get one piece of one set, you know, is really, like, it's just jarring. Yeah, well, it's nice to do that sort of things. I think it mixes it up a bit. I'm happy to have a new character dropped in every now and then to break up that monotony. Let mummy drink water, Zane. So, this is the drink thing, okay. I'll do that later. But then there will be days that, like, there'll be nothing else for you to do, you know, like there might be a day where you can't get any of the talent books or the ascension materials or something like that. A weapon ascension materials, so you'll have nothing else to do but artifacts. But I prefer it, like doing artifacts like that, where it's not the fact that I need you know, I've got nothing else to do but artifacts, so I'm doing them, but rather that I have nothing other to do on today with the resin except artifacts, if that makes sense. But unfortunately, you know, when you get to the end game, you're usually doing the former rather than the latter. I still don't know what I'm doing. Oh, I need to go and fight that boss to get Kokomi Ascension materials. Yeah, that's what I was doing as well. You know, during this little lull I was having of not really having new characters. That's changed now because of Kokomi, but yeah, that's what my idea as well was. Finally get the character, like Pu Tao, like she was level 80 since I first got her, basically. I leveled her to 80 and just left her there, and it's just like, this is my main pyro DPS and she's level 80, like, got to fix these little things. But that 80 to 90, it's a lot of Mora. It's a big investment in Mora. I wonder if... I wonder how this team will fare fighting this thing. Let's try.
Looks like overtime today.
Judgment!
Wind Strider.
Take flight! Ha! Ta! Ta! Ya! Ta! Ha! Ha!
That's right, it's Genshin.
Into the wind.
Mm-hmm.
Lights out.
Clouds high. The birds call. One with nature.
Billowing surge! Collapse and judgment.
Oh, she's dead. Damn. Looking at the HP. Let's try and remember she's level 50. With like +0 artifacts.
Wind Strider.
Looks like overtime today.
Let's move out. Rest and rebuild. You can't run. Punishment. My apologies. Embrace the ice.
Damn careful.
Yep. Yep. Ta. Yep.
Um, I had to rejig this team because Diona was my noblesse user and Rosario was in Blizzard Stress, and now I've got her in noblesse, but again it's not enhanced either, so it's all +0. Her attributes are alright for being +0 because she's using deathmatch. She gets crit rate, but yeah, well, I'm not sure as well with Kokomi if I should have her in Millileth. I've been thinking, because this set really is for her to do extra damage. I'm gonna have to build this set up and then compare, you know, like, and then put Zhongli's set on her and do some comparisons and then work out where I stand on that. But yeah, I'm not sure. And this I might change this to HP Goblet as well. Still not sure with Kokomi. I've got to do some testing and stuff. But yeah, I mean, yeah, that's what I think I'm gonna be doing. Just healing. I don't think I'm gonna keep her using a donut, but I don't think I'm gonna be doing damage with her while she's in her burst mode, because it's just not enough damage. You know, I'd rather be on my main DPS doing the damage. Why be on someone who does mediocre damage when I can be on someone doing good damage? You know. I don't need any set then. But Millilith will add off-field damage more than this. Or sorry, on-field. You know, like it'll, because once I leave the you know, like with Zhongli, like you leave the pillar on the field and that's proccing all the time, so he's proccing the Millilith buff. Well, she leaves the jellyfish on the field much the same way. So that could be proccing the Millilith set effect, which when an elemental skill hits an opponent, the attack of all nearby party members is increased by 20%. And their shield strength is increased by 30%. Right, sure, we were not going to have any shields, because that could be remedied by just putting Diona in the group and having her in noblesse, you know, and take out Rosaria. But that's only if I need shields. So this, a 20% extra attack, it seems like I'd rather have that 20% extra attack for everyone else rather than having like just like more, a little bit of damage, you know, like this set gives you, which is maximum the bubble can do is 30k of damage when it's fully charged with this set. So it's, I'm not sure. But 2-piece you don't get the set effect, and that's the whole reason I'd want to put her into Millilith, would be for the 4-piece set effect. Oh, do you mean like if I want to do damage with her, put her in 2-piece Heart of the Depth and 2-piece Ocean Clam? I'm not sure. For me, I think it's going to be either fully Millilith or full Clam, but I want to build the Clam set. I'm going to build it just to see which I prefer, you know, how I prefer playing her. Because you can do all the theory crafting in the world, but unless you actually test it out yourself and, you know, like... Oh, really? But like, you know, like until you test something out, you can't judge according to your own play style, because we all play slightly differently, and what we enjoy is based on that style of play. So I need to do personal tests. Like, it's like when you watch videos or, you know, you read the theory crafting and all that. It's all well and good knowing the numbers and the stats and all that, but until you actually feel how the character plays and synergizes with characters that you like playing, all that other stuff, I don't think really a judgment can be made from a personal perspective. Sure, you can make a judgment about the math, but not about how the character feels. What was I going to do? Oh yeah, I was going to see how many more of these things I need. I need to do one more run, and I can get to 50 to 60. Oh, I don't know if I'll be able to get to 70. It's the money problem. I might just for today. Just do that, because I've got this is leftover primos. That's all I've got left, like 500, and then go and do a ley line. I'll condense one resin. No more as usual. I don't know, that's not true. The last couple of weeks where I was just doing artifact grinds, I had all right more. I had like, usually had like, you know, 1.5 mil. And then it was just the day before yesterday, I started leveling other things and characters, and then bloody Kokomi comes along. Oh no, that was the day before yesterday is when I got Engulfing Lightning, wasn't it, in the donut? So it was the day before yesterday. 2 days before. That's when I was upgrading like D-Look and all that other kind of stuff. And that took a lot of those resources. That's what I wanted. Money. I'm busy. You got 2 hands, you can fix it.
Take flight.
Then take it to mummy. What did you tell him to bring it to me? I'm
As one with wind and cloud.
you're just sitting there doing nothing.
God, that hurts.
You can't run. Lights out. My apologies. Allow me.
Really? I think Rose would be the person to talk to if she comes back. Back Traveller. She mains Traveller, so. And apparently, like, her Traveller's doing fairly big damage nowadays because she's leveled up a lot of the talents. So, she's definitely the Traveller expert. I think he is fun. I think Geo Traveller is fun. I think that's the one Rose has leveled up because he's like a member of her like Geo party. She's got Ito, Zhongli, Geo Traveller, and Goro for her mono Geo. And yeah, I'm pretty sure it's Geo Traveller she's leveled up. But I think she's leveled up other elements as well, but not as high as Geo. Yeah, and she intends to continue maining him as well. She's looking forward to Dendro. So yeah, if she's ever on again, she's the one that knows about Traveller. She tells me stuff about Traveller because I don't use Traveller at all. Okay, cool. Oh yeah, I've got money now. Let's have a look. So we need one more boss run. Be half my money will go. Just gonna check the stuff I need to level, like how much I need to level her from 60 to 70. 60. 60 to 70. 70's there. Okay, let's have a look. So 60 to 70, I need 320k, 30 Sango pearls. Right, we're going to run out of Sango pearls, so we can't get it to 70 today. I need for those to respawn tomorrow to collect more. Oh, actually, I could go into my wife's world and steal her Sango pearls. Did you? Okay, I didn't. Yeah, but I guess it depends, doesn't it? Right, when the way you're playing, because I stopped using Traveller because I got Diluc. Like literally the first week of playing, first few days, you know, first beginner wishes, those 20 wishes you get free. I got Diluc, so there was no synergy with like Animo Traveller whatsoever with Diluc, and so for that reason I didn't use the Traveller, and Diluc was my the main, you know, he was my like main character basically. But if you don't get a 5-star DPS early on, then I guess most people would be maining Traveller. Yeah, we're not going to be able to do get her to 70. I've got everything except the Sango pearls and the money, but doesn't matter. One of the two I don't have, so. But what? I need 8 boss drops though as well. Yeah, it's gonna not. Yeah, that's respectable. I think, like, you know, 50 and anything above 120, 50 and 120 and up is a good kind of baseline, you know, like for a starting point. That's what I like nowadays, like with Dilip, when I just was slotting stuff in and managed to get to wherever he is now. 56 on 57 without any effort. I was like, that to me that's good. When there's minimum effort and you get those sort of entry level stats. Okay, what weapon are you using on a prototype Rancor still? Wouldn't the black sword work well on Traveller? That gives you crit right straight off. Do I need more money? Probably not. Ah, this sword. I think on this account my Traveller's got the Iron Sting. Because when I got Kazuha, I had the Iron Sting already built for him. No, not built, but like crafted for him. And then obviously I got Freedom Sword, and you can see I stopped left. It was at 56 and I got Freedom Sword, and it stayed at 56 ever since then. No effort gone into that weapon. Excuse me.
I'm learning more about you all the time.
Yeah, and the girl's got more attack. I didn't know, like, at first when I started playing the game. Because if I'd known, I would have picked Lamine straight off. But over time, as you know, I started just liking Lamine's design more than Aether anyway. But I think that's to do with, like, you know, like, if you look at how they fought the god at the beginning cutscene, the one that kidnaps the sibling, or sorry, imprisons the sibling, that the way they fight is they fight in tandem, they fight together. So one's the tank and one's the DPS, and they fight like that in that cutscene. So it kind of makes sense that one's going to have more attack and one's going to have more defense, because, well, naturally, like, the way they fight together, if you watch the cutscene, like, one is the tank and one is the deeps. So it kind of works out, but they should tell you that, you know, like at the beginning of the game when you're starting. Or maybe they don't for a reason, actually. Maybe they know everyone will just go attack. There won't be any Aether players. We need the boss, don't we? That's what we need. I don't know why they made Rosario look like a vampire. She really looks like a vampire to me. See those things on her fingers? And the whole, like, colour scheme, the skin tone, the eyes, the hair colour, this weird veil that's on her head that doesn't look nun-like at all. She's meant to be a nun, for God's sake, and she looks like a vampire. No idea why they styled her like that. Yeah, it's probably better that they don't. Because, like I was saying, I think everyone would just play Lamine. Because I would have. If it said that at the beginning, I definitely wouldn't have picked Aether. But then at the same time, it doesn't make that much difference because I mean, in co-op, I mean, who uses the main character? Oh, that hurt. Silly me.
Time to go.
Judgment!
One with nature.
Shiver!
Hold the line.
Take flight!
Where is it?
You can't run!
Fallen leaves, adorn my night.
Allow me.
Whirling snow! Kamisato art! Sumetsu!
That was a waste.
Judgment! Things are getting interesting.
A lot of health. What is that?
Yeah!
Wind strider.
My apologies! Ha! You can't run! Lights out.
Torrent, bring refuge.
Oh, she can even survive.
Embrace the ice! Yeah!
The wind knows me.
You can't run!
No, did he? Yeah, I don't know what happened like yesterday's stream. Just like slowly, everyone just stopped talking, and then I just started talking to myself. I didn't really know what happened. I'm not used to like, you know, when I do a long stream, towards the end of it, I'm a bit like drained, so I don't talk very much. Yeah, capped. Knew couldn't get this level. Unfortunate. Unfortunate. So it's easily going to get done next week when I... Yeah, I'll do this as well. Hopefully get this tomorrow and they'll be capped.
A blade is like a tea leaf.
Um,
Only those who stand
so
with
we
it.
should have enough things to send her. Yeah. Wait. So she scales on hydro damage. Yeah, I'm not going to do any more of this boss today. So I'd need 4 runs, so I could do that tomorrow. But tomorrow's boss Monday, and I need the stuff for Ganyu, so she's going to have to be put on hold for until Tuesday. But then Tuesday, I'm going to need books for Ganyu. Yeah, the drinking event, I guess if you've already done it, it's a bit boring, isn't it? If I can get it to 60. No. Get 5 levels out of that. Money's an issue. No, I know what you mean. Like it is if you've already done it all, it's quite boring, isn't it? The drinking event. Alright, I'm gonna get money and then level her up.
True qualities.
Oh crap, I'll be back 1 sec, sorry.
Beauty, as a jeweler cherishes their gems. So this is a day in the life of the traveler. I'm learning more about you all the time.
Blimey. No, I got you, man. Like I said, I would have found that quite boring if I'd already done it. But because it was my first time seeing all the cutscenes and everything, it was quite interesting for me.
As a jeweler cherishes their gems.
Right. So, get her back on her feet.
Hold the line.
It's nice having a healer now. I'm gonna use less food. Alright, where are we going? How much resin have I got left? 70. Alright, so let's go and condense. And get some more. And the next 2 weeks are going to be annoying because no BP basically means I'm going to be having to do a lot of ley lines to get more instead of just getting the freebies from the BP. So now we got 20 left. After this ley line, I'm not sure what to do the last 20.
Judgment! Into the wind! Clouds high, the birds come! One with nature!
Whirling snow. You can't run.
Yeah, it's nice to just chill. It's really cold.
Into the wind! The wind knows me.
Oh, you bought an Elden Ring though, didn't you? So you got a whole different game. But you didn't need to top up though. No need. What would you have gotten? So you're not going for Kokomi, are you? I don't think Yamiko was really worth pulling for. Okay, you want the weapon. Yeah, that's where I am at now. I want more, I want weapons than characters. Like 5-star weapons. Perhaps constellations, but you know, like, the thing with constellations is the 50-50 side of it. That's the big problem. At least with the weapon banner, alright, you might get 2 weapons that aren't the ones that you're after, but you do still get 2 weapons. And I think, like, other than Kokomi's weapon and Yamiko's, I think every 5-star weapon has got some use, other than with their signature character. Maybe the Unforged doesn't, like Claymore. That's the other one. So there's only like a few 5-star weapons that don't have use. Oh, you did? What did you get? What weapon did you get? Did you get the donut? It's on Netflix. It's on Prime as well. You can probably find it on YouTube as well. Yeah, Netflix is the best place. Oh, Skyward Atlas. It's a shame, isn't it, for players like us who aren't really fans of Catalyst. Zane, stop it. Making so much noise. Zane, stop it. I said stop it, not making more noise.
There are leaves around, and I know just the tune.
Zane, behave!
If you wish to hear it.
Stop it! No, don't let him jump there. There's a get him off the fucking broken floorboard. God's sake. Fuck's sake.
Into the wind.
Rest and rebuild. My apologies.
Looks like I went too far.
Judgment. Punishment.
Wind strike. As one with wind and cloud. The wind knows me.
In this one. Whirling snow. Ice.
We've got 2 condensed. Because the only day we spend together at home, that's why he knows it's laundry day. Yeah, laundry day. That's what you just said to my wife. So let's go upstairs and do the laundry. Oh. Just pick up the toys off the floor. I've told you that so many times, Zane. Look what happens. A pair of them don't listen to me. You can watch it upstairs. Turn this TV off, please. Thank you. Alright. Let's do this. I can get like 2 levels. Lol. This is all. I suppose I'm gonna have to do some mining. Screw it, might as well have 2 levels, better than not having 2 levels. I think Mona can use it, can't she? I don't have it. I think Mona can. It's a crit rate, isn't it, Skyward Atlas? I think it's crit rate. Wait, I can check. I've got that Genshin calculator out that has weapons on it. Catalyst. Weapon. So let's Skyward Atlas. It has... Zane, are you scaring the cats? God, this kid is just acting crazy today. You know what? The calculator doesn't show me the stats on the weapons. It just gives me the ability to calculate for them. Oh, it's attack percent. Mona could use it. She does scale with attack, but it wouldn't be best. Who could use it? Catalyst characters. Let's have a think. Attack percent. So Catalyst characters, we've got a choice of Yae Miko, Kokomi, Mona, Klee. Klee could probably use it. Yanfei, Sucrose, Ningguang, Barbara or Lisa. Lisa could use it, couldn't she? But yeah, like there's no one really good, is there, on Catalyst users? Yeah, that's the thing. I mean, there are, you know, like there's people that love Klee. So there are fans of Klee, but I'm not one myself. I just didn't like the way she played. I wish they'd given like Yan Fei's playstyle to Klee, because Klee's the 5-star, you know, but I just prefer Yan Fei to Klee. Right, what are we doing? Have I wait a sec. Oh, I did take her up. So for Ascension, these we can get today if I go to my wife's world. But I won't, I'm not really in a hurry because we can't get these today. We can probably make that. It depends, doesn't it, dude? Because I kind of regret it in a way because I've got her weapon, but I still don't like have a place for her. You know, like she's not on any permanent team of mine, and I could make a team around her now as main DPS because of the weapon. And she does do a lot more damage with the weapon, but it depends on you know how much you use it, I would say. I'm not regretting it because what made me pull for it was the regret of not pulling for the Jade Cutter, because it's the second time since I've been playing the Jade Cutter has been on a banner. And the first time it was with Kokomi's Donut, so I decided to not try and get it. This last time it was because of Kagura's Verity. And now I just feel like, I don't want to miss out on weapons and from now on just because of the other weapon. Because I know my luck on the weapon banner is that I'm always going to go fully epitomized path. So, you know, get 2 other weapons and then the one I want. So if you factor that in to your decision, then you could go for it, but it means you're going to have to spend money. If you definitely want the weapon, you can, because what if you get another weapon that's not Baal's weapon, or you're just going to leave it and let your epitomized path get wasted for in the next banner? You lose those, you know, those 2 failures. So then it becomes a waste of resources to not go and get the weapon fully. So you have to factor that in, I think. Okay, so she's a permanent member of your main team. Then I would say probably yes, go for it, but be prepared to lose the next 50-50 as well. And because I think that's the best way to do it in Genshin, like prepare for the worst, and then if the worst doesn't happen, you save some resources. But if the worst does happen, you're fully prepared for it. Yeah, exactly. That's the problem. You might get the donut, and then could you put up with having the donut? See, I couldn't put up with having the donut or not having the character. So that's just how I am. So then they get more money out of me because then I top up again because I need to get Kokomi. Do you see what I mean? So it's a bit of a trap for multiple reasons. Not just that since Epitomized Path has existed that I haven't got a weapon early, but also if you get the other weapon and you don't have the character, what's your mind? How does your mind work? Are you like me, where then you're like, well, I need the character now because I've got the weapon, or are you going to be more smart and be like, well, I'll just ignore the fact I've got the weapon? And you'll feed it. No, man, don't feed it. Don't feed a 5-star weapon, man. Just keep it. Just keep at the bottom of your inventory. You know, like don't scroll to the bottom of where the level 1 weapons are. Just ignore that it's there. But are you that personality type? I'm not. 100%. They've got my psychology down. They're like, well, give him the donut. He's definitely going to pull for Kokomi. It's like that. So it all depends on your kind of personality type. And also, like, remember as well, like with like budget for games and stuff, you actually buy other games. I haven't bought another game since December, so for me it's all right to put a bit extra into Genshin because it's the only game I'm putting money into. But if you're buying other games as well, that's when I think getting Genshin becomes costly. Because if you're buying other games as well, and then you're also trying to get a weapon and a character, that's quite a lot of money if you're buying other games as well. I don't think you get enough EXP. I wouldn't feed a 5-star weapon for one, the rarity of getting them, and two, like the amount of EXP you get back for it is just doesn't seem worth it. And also, I mean, because my thinking initially, right, was all right, if I get the donut, I'll get Kokomi on her next rerun, because now I'm not really prepared to put money down for her. But then obviously once I had the donut, things changed in my mind. It was just like I could wait a couple more weeks and see if I win the 50-50 or not. And obviously if I'd lost the 50-50, that was it for me. I wasn't gonna put more real money into trying to get her. I would have waited until the next time she gets rerun and got her then. So that means that you would like to have her. Like, Kokomi isn't a character I don't care to get. There's 2 double negatives right now, exactly. So then it's fine, right? If you get the donut, then you can hold off until she comes back around and get her then. But also remember with me, my position as well, I was on 37 pity yesterday when I topped up, and I didn't even do a full top up. You saw the one I did. I think it was the 45 one I did, where you get 2 pulls, I think it is. 2.5 pulls, something like that. And I burned whatever resources I had, crystals I had, and yeah, and I was left with 500 primos after 70, got Kokomi on 77. And I was really not expecting to get her as well. You know, like I was actually thinking, like, let me just get losing the 50-50 out of the way, and then I've got my guaranteed pity for Ayato. That was what my thinking is. And I thought I was going to get Chi-Chi. I honestly was thinking, right, it's time for me to get Chi-Chi. And yeah, that's the thing. It's you gotta, you know, don't. I wouldn't say like rush things, but also I think it also matters what other characters you've got. You know, like on your roster, like if you were to get Kokomi, then who would you put in team with her? And you know, for a long time I've missed playing Kazuha, and Rosario is another one that early on in the game, when she first got released, I got her and I built her up and I enjoyed playing her, and then just because of the other characters I got, I didn't have a space for her. But then now, because I've got Kokomi, I've got a space for her again. And so, you know, like for that reason, if you've got quite a big roster, I think it's easier to find uses for characters that you normally wouldn't have got. Yeah, so then you don't worry if you get the donut. If you're going for Baal's weapon, just be prepared that you might get it and you might have to, you know, lose two 50-50s basically to get the, that's all in your situation. That's the only thing then you've got to consider. All right, I might lose the next 50-50, which I guess that means that you're going to have to top up to then win the final guaranteed weapon. But it's definitely a good weapon. Like it's like my Baal in her, so with no resolve stacks. Yeah, I did a test. So no resolve stacks on the same enemy type. With the catch, she was doing in burst mode. She was doing between 9 and 14k. You know, like normal attack into charge, normal attack into charge, normal attack into charge. And that's for the charge damage, not the normal attack. 9 to 14k, depending on, you know, on the math. And with the engulfing lightning, that is still only at level 70. She was doing, like, the highest I saw was 22k, so I didn't see the lowest. So the highest on the other one was 14k with the catch. Same, everything else the same, just the weapon changed. And so that was like a 6, 7, 8k increase in charge attack damage. And I just thought, well, that seems like worth it, right? To me, that's worth it. That's a big damage boost. And as well, like it's quite a universal weapon, you know, like it can go on. That's the other reason I wanted the Jade Cutter. Like the weapons that I want, generally speaking, are ones that can be used on multiple characters. Because I see value in those more so than just something like the Kokomi Donut. I don't see value in that because only Kokomi can use it, or get benefit from. Anyone can use it as a catalyst user, but you know what I mean, get actual tangible benefit. So yeah, the Kokomi Donut wouldn't be something that I would roll for. You know, I wouldn't ever set the epitomized path for that. Why is this statue? I must have already done this stuff. Yeah, what I'm doing here. Oh, it all depends, doesn't it? I reckon what it's going to be is on Ayato's banner we'll get like his weapon on the weapon banner, and then just some random other 5-star, might be good, might be bad, and then for the second, I mean, it'll just be like this was, you know, like the first banner we got Yae Miko's weapon and Yae Miko, and a random other weapon happened to be the Jade Cutter. And I think that's how it'll be with Ayato. We'll get his weapon, a random other 5-star weapon, and if we get Kazuha and Ayaka on the rerun banner, then it'll be Freedom Sworn and Mist Splitter. But I think Mist Splitter is like the same level as Engulfing Lightning. I think they're both like basically the same, just one's the sword form, one's the polearm form. Both extremely good weapons for multiple characters.
Clouds high, the birds call into the wind.
Yeah, it's going to be another pricey banner for me because I'm going to have to get Ayaka's weapon. I don't think I'll get Ayato's weapon because we're probably going to get a 4-star that he can use. You know how they do it, like every patch. Oh no, next patch we're going to get a free 4-star character. Because that's the way it works. And one patch you get a free 4-star weapon, the next patch you get a free 4-star character, then you get weapon, then character, then weapon, then character, and so on.
Time to go.
So yeah, we won't.
One with nature.
Yeah, but I don't think that's going to make a difference to the banner, right? It's not gonna. It's just that's not going to be separate. So that means basically, if we're going to get a character next patch for a free 4-star, because we've got the free weapon this patch, that means that Ayato will be able to use a pre-existing 4-star in the
Wherever
game
in this world I roam, I carry
and be
memories of
okay
my
with it.
This blade,
So
it
it'd
is
probably
the
be
last
like
link I have
the
to
weapon,
land.
this the Animo no Kayaguchi or whatever it's called, probably be that. Probably, just because it's in a Zuma, one-hand craftable. But who knows? Maybe it'll be something like Iron Sting, or you know, like we don't really know a lot about him at the minute. Apparently, they changed his kit quite a lot from
The wind knows me.
how he was a few weeks ago.
Yeah! Take flight!
To the ferry. Finally. To the ferry.
Oh, really? That would be cool, wouldn't it? Because if that would be very cool if they give, say we go to the chasm, and because what I was thinking was gonna, I think I told you yesterday, what I think is gonna happen with the chasm is Baizo. I think he's gonna introduce us to the chasm and into Samaria. Like he'll be the sort of guide, and that's what I was thinking. He'll probably be the first 5-star Dendro character available. But I might be wrong about that. But it'd be cool if they introduce a new 4-star. To take us into the chasm, and then Baijo to take us into Sumeru. That would be cool. Yeah, if we get a free Dendro character, it'd be nice. Yeah, I mean, it would make sense because the chasm is what would lead us into Sumeru, right? That's how I think it's meant to work. So, yeah, that would make sense. It'd be very nice of them if they do. Let's see what they do with our free 4-star. But yeah, at least that's good because that means that I won't have to worry about Ayato weapon because, like I said, the way they do it is if they're releasing a new 5-star and it's the patch to give a free 4-star character instead of a 4-star weapon, then generally speaking, the new 5-star that they've released will be able to use one of the pre-existing craftable 4-star weapons or pre-existing gacha 4-star weapons without them needing to introduce a new one. The guy who helped us find I don't know who that is. Do you mean like Baijo, the pharmacy guy? The guy, the boss of Chi-Chi's boss? That guy? The snake? Fake Orochimaru. So I like to call him. He looks like Orochimaru from Naruto.
One with nature.
Naruto-chan! Oh. Huge shots, man. They get everywhere.
The wind knows me. Time to go.
Yeah, I don't remember who the dude is. I remember like that bit in the story, but I don't know who the person who helped us was.
Judgment!
I know Scaramouche was around there, wasn't he? But he wasn't helping. Oh, I know the one that you're talking about. Dainsleif. Dainsleif, yeah. Yeah, that's true. But he looked like he was like either Hydra or Electro from his clothes, his element. I'm not sure he'll be Dendro. I could be wrong about that. They can change anything last minute, can't they? Yeah, Dainsleif. Yeah, I totally forgot about him. He's from Conria, wasn't he? He was a survivor of Conria and he got cursed to live forever because he failed to protect them or some shit. Yeah, I would expect him to come back in the story because they need to sell him. Because they need to sell they're gonna need to sell the playable version of him. So they're gonna have to bring him back in. Same with what's her name? Signora. I think in the story where she's gonna get resurrected. And when she gets resurrected, either by Shesnaya or Shesnaya with help from Celestia, and when she gets resurrected, because you know, like when you fight her, she's called the Crimson Witch of Embers, but the artifact set is the Crimson Witch of Flames. So perhaps she'll get resurrected and be even stronger and be the Crimson Witch of Flames when she comes back. That's what I was thinking. And that's when they'll sell her as a playable character. Yeah, but the thing is, they're not gonna look at the amount of work that's gone into Signora. Like 100% that they've decided they've made her to be a playable character, so they're not going to waste that development time and not sell the product. The product's ready, but they can't sell her now because in the storyline she's dead. So the only way they could sell her is if they implement in the storyline that she comes back somehow, or that wasn't the real her, it was a doll or something like that. And then when she comes back round, then they can put her on a banner. Because it doesn't make sense to like make a product and not sell it. It's there, and there's demand for that product. People want to play her. Yeah, something like that. You know, like some sort of storyline where that wasn't the real her, alternative timeline, a twin. You know all that kind of shit that you see on TV series where like they somehow bring the character back after they're dead. Something like that's going to happen, and then when that happens, then she'll be released as a playable character. Because 100% that they, like Mahoya know, they do all these surveys for a reason. Like they ask the players what they want, and they definitely will be having focus groups, not just surveys, like focus groups in China about, you know, what sort of things do you want. And look at us two, right? We both both want the Archons, all the Archons. So most people probably would like to have all the Archons. I'd like to have all the Adepti. Other than Shenhai, I've got them all. And then the other thing would be all of the Harbingers. And I would like to have I wanted to have the Harbingers before I wanted to have the Adepti, but thus far we've only had Child released. And so it would make sense. It's like another like collection within the whole collection of characters. Because remember, like gacha games are like, they're like you know, like when the people that collect models or collect toys or collect anything that's a collectible. In this game, the characters are the collectible; they're the product. So, going back to Signora, to have developed a character that's not only in the storyline but has got all the attributes of a playable character, right? It's a humanoid figure. Now you could like something like Dvalin, yeah. It's the same level of boss, but you know that's not going to be a playable character, right? It's a fuck-off massive dragon. It doesn't fit within the ethos of the characters, the way the game works for us. Whereas Signora is a character like that. And look at the other bosses that are in that kind of sphere, like the weekly bosses, right? Who wouldn't be, right? Dvalin wouldn't be. Ajdaha wouldn't be. Andreas wouldn't be. But who would be? He'd be Child, right? We've got him playable. It'd be Baal. Right, she's just become a boss now, but we've got her playable. So, like the humanoid ones, most of them we've got playable, but but Signora no. And I think that's, like I said, just because in the storyline she's dead, and it will kind of be like this kind of, you know, like in TV series or movies, they like to have a twist, a plot twist. Oh, suddenly Signora's back, and we can actually buy her and play her. You know, like that. It will be like for the community, and I think that's what the writers are aiming for, like that shock thing that, oh, she's going to come back in, and then we can actually play her. Was he? I don't remember. I don't remember the story fight with Signora, the cutscene. So yeah, maybe they were in someone's euthymia. Perhaps. I remember the bit where like Raiden Shogun kills her, like that bit and she's scared and all that crap, and you're in that dojo kind of place. But I don't remember the bit when we fight her. You know, the cutscene after when we fight her. But yeah, I'm pretty certain they're gonna bring Signora back as a playable character. There was just too much similarities with the other humanoid weekly bosses that are playable. I still haven't got to the Baal boss. I haven't done the story quest yet. I haven't even fought that boss yet. My wrist is a bit mashed up. I've got 33 resin. Oops, I think I've got one condensed as well. Maybe do some artifacts. Yeah, let's go. I don't know, maybe I should actually do money with the condensed, and then with the 20 resin I'll do a quick artifact run. Yeah, that makes sense. I've got the other account to do. Oh, I already know that. I read the history. I didn't. I knew that before we got the new Baal boss version of Baal, but isn't that in the storyline already? Like the other half, the other Baal was the one that's dead, and A is the one we've got now. But I guess I don't know. I knew that already, so I don't know. Yeah, I guess we were already told that because I did already know that. What was I doing? Oh yeah, I was going to do this wish. Let's see what my history is. Are we due a 4-star? No. Let's just bang it out anyway. So, yeah, it could make sense that she just like got banished rather than killed by that sword strike, or anything. They can just write in anything, can't they? Writers could be like I said, it could have been she could have a twin. There could be twins. There could have been 2 Signoras. One's the Crimson Witch of Flames, like the artifact set, and this one was the Crimson Witch of Embers. That could work. Like we would, like as viewers or consumers of this content, I don't think anyone would have any problem with any writing quirk that they would use to introduce her back into the game, and at that point for us to be able to play her. I think more people care about the ability, having another character to play rather than how we get there, how the storyline would bring her back. Excuse me. And it's this that they probably won't do in the future, but I was really love the idea of, imagine in the future as the storyline progresses and we learn more about delusions and whatnot, that then you could unlock the delusion form of a character, who has a delusion like Tartaglia or Signora. That would be sick, right? So they have a next level that they could transform into, and the skill set be somewhat different, and they'd be stronger. And the only way they could do that though would be if the storyline got to a point where delusions had become kind of accepted and understood, and they weren't, because like in Inazuma, when the rebels were using delusions, well, they weren't vision bearers in the first place, so it fucked them up. But if you look at like the Harbingers, they can all control the use of their delusion alongside with their vision. It's like, it's like the yin and yang of like the dark side and the light side of the power type thing. And that would be a sick turn in the story, like later on, like some character that came out in the first year, 5-star, that's been power crept or whatever, suddenly can access delusions, and they become one of the the meta characters again, you know, like 8 years down the line or something. It would take years before they got to that point, but I would love that if they could ever do something like that, where, you know, as the traveler travels around, they discover that delusions are a thing, and then discover how to use them, and then the word spreads all across the nations of Teyvat that you've already visited, and then, you know, all the characters get new story quests that then unlock their delusion potential. And they could monetize it quite easily, like say like the delusion form would, the best in slot weapon would no longer be the one they use out of delusion form. That's how you can make money from it, like weapon banner, or any number of things. I mean, I wouldn't like them to make the characters be separate. You know, I wouldn't like a delusion form and a vision form and they'd be separate characters you had to pay for. That would kind of suck, but... Yeah, and that's the reason I think, because when you, and Signora, you know, like when they transform and you're fighting them and you're like these guys have got that potential, but our playable version doesn't. And where's the explanation for that? Unless the explanation is it doesn't yet for us, because as far as we've reached in the story, it's only the Fatu Harbingers that can control the delusions. So, you know, like, that makes sense. But then later on in the story, what if the Traveller gains access to his delusion? I think something like that's going to happen. You know, like how we saw with the cutscenes with Scaramouche recently, where the Traveller just became weakened by the aura that Scaramouche put out. And maybe that's something to do with awakening the delusion that's already there. Maybe everyone who has visions has delusions, but are scared of them because they're delusions, right? And they might fuck you up if you follow them, but your vision takes you where you should go. But imagine you can control your delusion to empower yourself with it, like the Harbingers do, and doesn't fuck them up, you know? How much to watch me take a shit? What?
Hold the line. Whirling snow.
Yeah, you probably haven't got enough money, mate, to be perfectly frank. And with a name like Naughty Boy 69, I don't think you've got enough money, mate. Probably like 12 years old. Probably get like, what, £3 pocket money from your parents on your dad's PC, chatting shit to people who are streaming. Yeah, I mean, you know, there's special websites for that. You're probably a bit too young to access them. You know, it's Scat. It's called Scat, if you're into that kind of thing. Go and look it up on... What's that porn thing called? Pornhub. Go and look at that. Go and look it up there. What were we doing? Alright, we've got some resin to burn. He's a kid, mate. Only kids talk like that. And they think they're smart while they're living at their parents' houses. Ain't done a day's work in their lives. Don't know the value of jack shit. Alright, what was I gonna do with the resin? Money. Right, we need money, don't we? Go and get money. It's because your hormones, bro. Because you're so young. Don't worry, you'll grow out of it. I mean, it's a lesson your father should have taught you, but I'm happy to do it here for you online on my stream.
The wind knows me.
Yeah, well, you know, some of us ball guys actually are interested. If I have people who are interested in us be beautiful women, not sad little men child like yourself. It's amazing, like, how many of you so-called men don't understand the power of game. And when you have game, You don't need hair, mate. But I don't think you understand that.
Allow me. Take flight.
Yeah, ain't gonna happen, bro. Yeah, you're kind of lucky I haven't already banned you from my chat. But I'll give you a bit of time. Because, you know, you might need to grow up a bit. You might need a bit of fatherly advice from someone far more superior than you, hair or not. It sounds like you do. Yeah, I think I know the kind of head you want to rub. Alright, we got the money now. Let's check. I can have banter as well, Robbie. If people want to cuss, they pick the wrong one to come to try it. Alright, let's go here. Ascension. This weapon. No, your mum does that for me with her lips, mate. You mess with the bull, young man, you get the horns, okay? So start behaving. Can I do talents now? I think I can. Yeah, nice. Take this up first. Oh, because I haven't banned him yet. Who are you going to report me to? Your mum? She's the one that sucks me off, bro. Alright. I don't think I need to do a burst. I'll take this up. Well, you can tell everyone anything you want, but I stream to multiple platforms, including YouTube, where all my videos get saved forever, so anyone can go and watch and see what I have said and what I have not said. So fuck you very much. Actually, not fuck you very much. I think you would like that, wouldn't you? Anyway, like I said, Robbie, obviously this guy's a child. Oh, I need these. Because which adult goes up to people and says, I'm gonna tell on you. I'm gonna tell on you. Go and fucking tell whoever the fuck you want, anything you want, and bring it, bro. Otherwise, get the fuck off my stream.
Don't we have a job to do? Judgment!
Wind strategy.
There we go. You're definitely a kid. Because you talk like a kid. This is the sort of thing kids say. You got maybe 12 years old, yeah? Is that how old you are? Daddy bought you a PC. Now you can watch streamers and go in there and think you're being funny, but really you're getting cussed and made to feel like the little shit you are. What happens, mate? You mess with the wrong person in real life. Instead of getting verbally assaulted, you'll get physically assaulted and you'll get knocked the fuck out. So you need to learn some life lessons about respect.
Time to go.
Because you are one, numbnuts. That's why.
One with nature.
Keep trying. Come on. Keep trying. Keep trying. Keep trying. I'm enjoying it, Robbie. Keep trying to get a rise out of me. Come on. Because every time you try, I'm going to fuck you up verbally.
Time to go.
Yeah, sure you know karate. You know, probably know how to drink a mug of tea that your mum's made for you. That's all you know.
You can't run!
Take flight.
He knows karate. I mean, like seriously, again, how old are you, right? If you knew any actual martial art, it probably wouldn't be karate unless you're living in the 1980s. Karate. I know karate. Good on you, mate. Karate. Oh, these kids. You could try, but you would get hurt. Your karate ain't gonna match 7 years of Wing Chun experience that I actually have, bitch. So go suck a dick. Have you been to jail, naughty boy? Did you enjoy it? Did you enjoy getting bummed all day long? Yeah, by people with bald heads who do some shit on you. Sounds like that's where you learned all that stuff, huh? Juvenile halls. It's a shame you didn't have a better upbringing, really, huh? You would be knocked out, mate. 2 hits, me hitting you, you hitting the floor, before you could even get close to me. And then I'd like give you up to the guys that you want to be with, you know, the ones that do that kind of thing. You'd be good currency for me if I was inside, wouldn't you? Could sell you, I'd pimp you out, mate. Get all the cigarettes I need. You would dodge. You would dodge. This isn't Genshin Impact, you know. You can't press like left and and shift in real life and dodge. That's not how it works. I don't mind a bit of cussing, Robbie, to be honest, because like I'm kind of enjoy it, to be honest. Do you want me, I mean, if you want me to ban him, I'll ban him, but I'm not really having a bad time because he's actually losing the cussing battle, so you know, if you come into someone's stream and start chatting shit and then get owned, I think it's more laughable to have them on stream getting owned than banning them. Yeah, sure you are. You're 6'4". Bruv, I'm 8'12". Just chatting shit. You're just a random idiot chatting shit. Almost certainly a child. He still lives with his parents. He's accomplished nothing in this world. Probably got bullied quite a lot at school. Am I right? Am I breaking your psychology down quite well? And your only outlet is here in online games. You know what will work? What actually works for people like you, mate? It's called therapy. Therapy, yeah. It'll get you over all your daddy and mummy issues. You know, they didn't love you and you weren't taken care of the way you wanted. And then you can get on with life and stop being such a dick. You might even get a girlfriend. Oh, imagine that. That'd be great, wouldn't it? Oh, well, that's a relief. At least there'll be one less idiot in the world. Oh well, off you go. Time for Harry Carry. Oh no, what would I do? A 12-year-old is talking shit. And what are you doing? You're coming onto someone else's stream and sitting on your ass and talking shit. So who's the one who needs to rectify their behavior? Me, in the property I own, with my family right here, in my happy life, or you, who's the loser, has to come and chat shit to people? Who needs to rectify their behavior, son? Nothing to say? Nah, didn't think so. You haven't even seen my missus. So you have no fucking idea. Come on, try again. Let's have some more kids cusses. Oh, hi Sif. How you doing? Come on, naughty boy. Let's try some more. Try again. Try to hurt me again with your words. Random child. Come on. What? So you really think I'm going to give you some information after your behavior on my stream about myself? Are you really fucking thick? Or are you just an idiot? Tell me? Tell me? Tell me? Tell me? Tell me, tell me, tell me. Tell me, tell me, tell me. You know what's funny as well? The fact that you think Genshin Impact's a child's game. Do you think children made a $1 million company a $1 billion company with their parents' wallets? No, dickhead. It was adults like me. Yeah, I knew you were a kid. You've got a little sister, you live at home with your parents. Thanks for giving the information away. Some of us are smarter than you. More successful than you. With less hair. Imagine that. Come on, keep it coming. Let's have some more. Are you off to go and play COD? Go and play COD. That's where you belong. COD and FIFA communities. That's where a little kid like you belongs. And I bet your sister's a lot more polite than you are. Because I tell you what, people that play Genshin aren't dicks like you. They're actually quite polite and nice. I mean, it's a wrong assertion anyway, Robbie, because how did Genshin go from how did Mihoyo go from $1 million company to $1 billion company, right? It wasn't kids. It's the adults that play Genshin that made that happen. I'm not mad, bro. Like, you're the one that's crying. You're the one that's come onto my stream to cry about me, and you don't even know me.
Judgment.
Are you just a bit sad? Yeah. Yeah. Well, what have you got that's more than mine, huh?
You can't run.
Come on. Well, we're talking about Genshin. Let's see what characters and weapons you got. Show me your account if you're so badass. If you're a big man and spend money. No? If you're British, come to London. Let's meet up. Man to man, bro. Yeah? Dickhead. I think I'm a bit scared. Because I'll fuck him up. Dickhead. Go and fuck off my stream. Little pussy hole. Their feelings should be hurt, Robbie. That's why I entertain dicks like that. Because you got to cuss them back, right? The thing with people that like to come on and like to try and bully in life, the only way you deal with them is, well, in real life, give them a good beating. And in internet terms, you can't do that, can you? So the only way to deal with them is give them a good verbal thrashing. And I'm very good at cussing. It was definitely a child. I mean, you saw from the way he was talking, my little sister. I mean, who the fuck talks like that?
The wind knows me.
I don't know what I'm doing in Genshin at the minute. Was it doing something? The thing is, like, what cussing like that comes down to is,
You can't run.
it comes down to, like, what are you trying to say? You're trying to say, like, that you're better than someone because of the choice of game that they play. And so then the argument becomes, well, prove it. And how do you prove things in virtual terms? That's why when he said, oh, I'm 6'4", I said, well, I'm 8'7". You can say any fucking bullshit online. You're hiding behind your computer. But, you know, when you're talking face to face to someone, it's very different. just like start chatting lies and stuff. I didn't even want to talk about like the training I've done in my life. Well, I used to do Wing Chun for 7 fucking years. Do you think I'm scared that you do karate? But yeah, have I ever told you that, Robbie? No, because that's not important to, you know, like our conversation. Our conversation's about the video game. And so sometimes you've got to school people in the realities of situations. Have I not done this? No, I haven't done this. Amazing. He's just a teenager. That's all it is. It's just a teenager with some issues. Guaranteed a teenager. Either a teenager or like a 20-something who's a loser. But from the way he was talking, it sounded like he was a teenager. And like the lower end of teens, you know, like hasn't had sex, hasn't worked a day in his life, all that kind of stuff.
In the name of the Prinzessin.
Yeah, because like, you know, like when you play MMOs a lot, which I have in, oh, there's a Tanuki in my life. You come across these sorts of guys who mouth off a lot, and they're always are bloody children. I remember one of the MMOs I used to play, there was a family that used to play, like a dad, mum, and they had kids from middle teen into lower teens into younger than teens, and all three of them would, all the family would play in the evenings, and one by one, like the kids would go, like be sent to bed, you know, like as they got older. And one of the younger kids one day was really rude, to not to people in our guild, but to like other guilds, you know, like having banter and just really cussing. And it got back to their parents, and the parents, like, you heard them on the voice chat, the parents started cussing the kids, like, you can't talk like that to people, man. It was so funny. I was like, that's how you got to be. And obviously that person who came on here, it either doesn't have parenting like that, or doesn't have parents who pay attention to online stuff. And so they get away with that kind of behavior. So the only way to combat it is like to cuss them back. And when you cuss them back, you make them feel like shit. And then they piss off, just like he did. I mean, I don't really see the point in banning that sort of behavior, because he'll just go and do it somewhere else. But if you cuss them and you hurt them, they'll rethink their attitude. Like, I can't go and get their parents, you know, like in the MMO, but I can do just as well, which is the equivalent of parenting them. And you know, like, how else you know that was a child? Well, you know that line of, I'm going to go and tell on you. I'm going to report you for something that you didn't do. I mean, only children talk like that. Adults don't behave like that. Yeah, for me, right, like, because I'm quite candid, I'm quite open, as you know, and like, for that openness to exist, it requires respect, you know, like in communication. Otherwise, and so with pricks like that, you've seen how I just was. I can turn into a real nasty piece of work if I want to. No skin off my nose. You don't know a lot about my past and stuff, you know. And so to think I'm just a computer gaming nerd, sure, you can think that, but that you don't really know who I am. And so with people like that in real life, I don't take shit. People talk to me like that in real life, they get their ass beaten. So why am I going to take that shit in video games? Nah, I'll fight. I will fight back, basically, in every instance. And that's just how I am. But yeah, for me to be open on my stream, it requires people to behave themselves. And if they're not going to behave themselves, I can just ban them. It's easier to ban, right? But that person doesn't learn anything. They just think, oh, I've just been banned, I'll go and do it to someone else. But if you break them down and you make them feel like shit, they're less likely to do it against someone else.
Winter,
Try and make the world a better place, right? Rather than a shittier one.
Time to go.
And yeah, and that goes down to the whole bully thing. Like, you know, they teach you in school, like, bullies will only be stopped by superior strength, power, level, intellect, whatever you want to call it. So yeah, so I don't back down when people start shit with me. I don't start shit with people. So if you start shit with me, then what's that line? I saw it in some movie, like, never start a fight but always finish it. That's how you got it. That's a good way to live.
Into the wind.
Uphill battle. Take flight.
Nice. I need to change from official to Rosaria. I think I've still got resin left.
Make sure to keep up.
But you know, also it helps that, like, in real life I can actually kick ass. So
Wind strategy.
I did a lot of training when I was young. I'm a bit fat now, a bit out of shape, but you know, once you've done a bit of training for a few years, you don't really forget it.
As one with wind and cloud. One with nature.
Especially when we used to do like semi-contact sparring and stuff. So yeah, I can handle myself. I don't have any worries in that regard. Alright. Let's go this way. The pedo thing's quite funny as well. That is synonymous with children. They always accuse people, like adults, of that shit when they're getting cussed out. That's how you can tell as well online if you're talking to a child. If they're cussing you and they start saying, "Oh, you're a pedo," that's all to do with you being a child, basically. Not understanding the gravitas of what your accusation is. I mean, regardless of what people are going through, if we're going to have like a society where strangers can interact with each other, respectfully talking has to be the barrier to entry, right? To a polite society. Otherwise, everyone's just going to be running around. It'll be Law of the Jungle, you know, like back in the day, caveman style. Just go and take what you want, say what you want, do what you want, and then you've got no basis for society. How do you coexist with people you don't know if you can just be a dick to whoever you want? Just doesn't make any sense. And most adults get that, right? In video gaming, anyway. You know, like not in video gaming. You know, like in the, because like, so you got to understand how we are as humans, right? We're tribal. We've evolved through always being in tribes, being in groups that we feel part of, and gaming is another tribe. And so to get along with, so like for example, most of my mates are into soccer, right, into football. And I'm not, and it's two different tribes. But they know I don't like that game, but we can still hang out and they can be playing the video game a bit, having a discussion about it, and I can be respectful and ask some questions about it, but it's still not my cup of tea. And they appreciate that and I appreciate them, and it's a level of respect, right? And so how are you going to get along with people from different tribes, be it a gamer, be it someone who's religious, be it someone who's like this, that, whatever, if you're just going to be a dick all the time? It's not going to work, and then there's going to be clashes and there's going to be problems. So like for just a society to exist where everyone can get along, the barrier to entry has to be polite behavior. That's what I believe. That's why I try with people I don't know. I'm respectful at first, but if you start being a dick to me, then you know I'm the wrong person to do that with, basically. But anyway, like I said, like I picked up straight away the way he was talking. He was young. It wasn't an adult I was talking to. And usually an adult who would be behaving like that, he would have something against either, like, you know, the way I look, like they assume that I'm well, my like ethnicity wise, I am like from Asia and Middle East, but I'm born and bred in London. You know, I'm a Londoner, so it'd either be a racism level where they look at you and have a picture of that everyone who looks like that is one way, or it's gonna be a kid like who's just you know, like just chatting shit, just starting trouble, you know, just being a bit of a I don't know how to describe, you know, like adolescence, where most of the time that kid's probably an alright kid, but then sometimes he might just be a dick online, or it might be the other way around. He might be a dick all the time, and sometimes he might be alright. But once they get a bit older, like generally older people don't talk like that unless they harbour some hatred, and then it wouldn't be in those words. Like I said, those words were all like kid words. I've had a lot of experience with MMOs, with dealing with all this kind of crap, especially where I used to either be a guild leader or a lieutenant or something like that, like an official in a guild, so I'd have to deal with like social interaction problems and language issues and how someone else has talked to someone else and blah blah blah, and you could very easily over the course of years of experience start to understand that how certain age groups talk when they're trying to, you know, be offensive. And yeah, so I was straight away, I clocked that he was a pretty young guy. And having a name like Naughty Boy 69, I mean, what? It's like having like a name to do with 420 or something like that. You were like obviously a child, right? Like those sorts of things. But I mean, in his defense, he wasn't racist, so I guess like there was something good in his life that made him not be racist. He didn't say anything racially offensive. I just like you know, like when he was saying, I'm going to report you for saying the N-word, I was like, but you do realise like my streams, they get saved on YouTube. You can just watch my streams and see if I've said that. And anyway, I think anyone who comes to my streams regularly, like you know that like racism's a huge deal to me. I'm hugely anti-racist. And like, I mean, my three main best friends, one is of Nigerian descent, one is half African, half West Indian descent, the other one is half Ghanaian, which is East Africa, and half like English, like white English. So my closest friends, and none of them are like like white. So to sort of acute, like, you know, go down that path is something that I have been accused of before. When people sort of accuse me of racism, and I find it laughable because my whole life I've been anti-racist. It's been one of the biggest flipping factors that have affected my life is racism, external factors, you know. So, but anyway, at least he didn't go down the racist path with me. Just accused me of racism. Not knowing that my stream gets permanently saved on YouTube forever. Every stream I do. I don't see the need for racism anyway. You can quite easily like cuss someone out and win a cussing battle without resorting to, you know, like the features of someone. Like you know, like how that guy was getting into the fact that I'm bald. I find like those kind of stereotypes, there's the same as racism, because racism is basically like that person looks different to me, to my to the type of people I'm used to, so therefore I'm anti that person and those types of people. And it's the same thing as having like a phobia of baldness, you know. It's like people that say like bald is a bad thing. Well, it's the same thing as saying like black skin is a bad thing. It's exactly the same, because it's not a choice. It's what how your genetics are, you know. That's the way I see it. Anything where, and it's really low level, you don't have to use a lot of intellect to have a cussing battle. Oh, I'm gonna. What's going on? Yes. You don't need to use a lot of intellect, because then you're just like reacting. Oh, you've got this on your face. Oh, you got that. I mean, that's just low level, like, insults. It'll bring something high level that, you know, I can appreciate, not low level. I'm gonna have to go this way. Oh gosh, that's gonna be the death of Rosario. Oh, luckily there's water. Yeah, I quite enjoy like having cussing matches. I guess I think I told you before, on my Facebook, on my personal Facebook, I take great pleasure in just arguing with racists. I just take great pleasure in it. You know, when you just show someone up for how low level their thinking is. I find it really fun.
Falling leaves.
I find it more fun than just saying, oh, you look like this. Yeah, I do. Imagine that. Do you think I don't know how I look? I don't know where to go. I think I've got some resin. Have I? No, I used it. So we should have 20 resin spare. I think I'll do one Crimson Witch. Oh, actually. 3 minutes. If I just burn a bit of time, I can do a condensed run. Yeah. Tell me what the thing is. I don't know what to do. Oh, I haven't seen Tubby today. Let's go and see that fat adepti. Bit rich, me calling him fat when I'm a bit fat these days myself. Do you want to know something as well? I'm glad he said like 35 plus. I'm 45. Oh, I'm 44. He's like 10 years younger than my actual age. That's pretty good. I was quite happy about that. It was like a compliment. But obviously I don't want to tell people, like strangers. I don't mind telling you my age because we're like mates now, but he's like, I'm going to tell strangers how old I am. But yeah, I'm 44. He thought I was like 35 plus. Oh, great. I'll take it. I'll take 35. Oh, that's nice to hear. I mean, that's why I enjoy it. Like I more enjoy like when someone's like quite intelligent and their comeback is kind of even leveled. But I gauged him very quickly from the language he was employing there. He's another one of these shit-talking kids that I've seen so many times in MMOs. I can probably just break him down quite easily, and that probably be better in the long run to prevent this behavior happening further again with other people. Because most streamers would have just muted him straight away, but I'm like, you know what, I'll have a bit of fun with you, mate. If you really want to go to these places and you've tried your full repertoire, mate, you know, I'm bored, I've got an ugly wife, I'm a loser for gaming, I'm an old man, I'm gaming, like that's all you've got basically, and then you're going to accuse me of saying things I didn't say. If that's all you've got, then you're not going to win in a cussing battle against me. And and I also love it, you know, when people start saying, oh, I'm this big, or I do all that stuff. You know what that reminds me of? You know, like when you like, you know, schoolyard stuff when a kid goes, "I'm gonna get my dad," and I go, "Well, I'll get my dad. He's bigger than your dad." It's like that bullshit. It's that same shit. Like it doesn't. It's all just words. It doesn't mean anything. It is. When you said that, that's what I thought. It's like, what? I felt like saying, "Well, I'm going to get my dad then," but I didn't want to disrespect my dead dad. You know what I mean? It was funny. I do karate. Well, I've got a rocket launcher. I've got 10 tanks. Do you know what I mean? Where does it end? Like, it's just schoolyard bullshit. Like, I find it funny. I mean, it obviously, like when you start like insulting my wife, I get a bit annoyed. But I didn't. That's what towards the end I got a bit annoyed because you're insulting my wife now. But you can say what you want about me, but when people say things about people, you know, that pisses me off because that person's not here to defend herself. She wouldn't need me to defend herself. She could cuss him rightly by herself. But when you're cussing people who are important to me and they're not around to defend themselves, I think that's a bit slack, really. So towards the end, I got a bit like, all right, you want to bring your karate? Fine, bring it. We can do some Wing Chun karate and see who wins. But otherwise, I'm not that involved. Hopefully, he'll go away and think about his behaviour. But more than likely, he's probably gone on to some other, you know, unpopular streamer like me, his channel, and is bringing grief to them. Let's get. Oh, we already did that. Yeah, I know that, but I appreciate that, and it's irrelevant what anyone else thinks. To be honest, she's my wife, and as long as I find her beautiful, doesn't really matter what anyone else says. But the fact that she couldn't, you know, like you're insulting someone that's not here to defend themselves, that's what I don't like about it. And normally I'll just, when people hurl insults at like my family or friends, but they're trying to hurt me, I just usually ignore it because
I carry memories of my home.
Because it's not my job to defend the other person, do you know what I mean? They can do that for themselves, but they're not here to do it. So the more you mention it, the more then the other person might realise this might be getting a rise out of them. So, yeah, I mean, I could very easily have said, like, well, Robbie's seen my wife, what do you think of her? You know, do you think she's ugly? But then that would then just further stretch out the talking about the wife thing, and that I didn't want him to talk about her, so I didn't continue talking about her, and he let it go. And that's part of the thing with these people. The more you kind of talk about a thing, you know, like when I kept calling him a kid, then he got fixated on the fact that there's something with kids with me. We'll call him a pedo. You see, that's how they're literally reaching at straws and using anything they can to sort of attack you with. That's why he wanted to know my age as well. And then trying to attack me on the like I'm playing a kids game. Yeah, kids that made this company $1 billion company. Yeah, not the adults that are playing it, it's the kids. Yeah, sure, it's a kids game. Show me, like, most kids actually aren't into Genshin. Most of my friends that have got kids that are between the sort of ages of I don't know, let's say 8 to teens. They're not interested in the Genshin type of games. They're interested in the COD and the Fortnite type of games, like the FPS games.
The wind knows me.
So I'm not really sure. The type of kids that I think would like Genshin would be kids that are into anime. You know, like that type of kid. I think they would like Genshin because, for me, Genshin ticks a lot of boxes. It's not just the game itself, but it replaces my need to enjoy watching anime, because it just looks like I'm playing an anime. It's got this like anime storyline. It's got a lot of filler in the dialogue like an anime. So it ticks those boxes. So I think like kids that would like Genshin would probably be anime fans or RPG fans. And generally speaking, kids aren't really usually into RPGs. They're normally into Twitch-based games, you know, like shooters or something like Dark Souls, that sort of thing. Oh, did it? Really? Maybe he reported me. I don't know why it's not working. Let me just check on my end just to see if it's still running. Oh, yeah, that's weird. The web page actually stopped loading. The Trovo web page. I just refreshed it. So maybe it'll work now. I don't really know. Anyway, you're on YouTube now, so it seems to be working. That might have been why. Next time Trovo stops working, I must remember to come and refresh the Trovo page here. In the actual like the, like my account on Trovo on the web page, because that's probably made it start working again. I guess I don't know. I don't really know how these things work. It's beautiful, so pretty up above the clouds. This is like the place I'd like to live. Look, just away from all the dicks in the world, up above the clouds. Mountain looks like a pyramid.
This scenery is wonderful. Surely enough to convince anyone to become a wanderer.
The YouTube chat is broken. Is it? Here you go. Let's see. I'm just gonna test this. That came through for me instantly on Trovo. You know what? There is a delay on Trovo chat. Let me try YouTube. But it's not a long delay. Maybe YouTube's got a long delay. How do I get to my stream? Here we go. And got it. Test.
Wherever
Yeah, it does. Even your so you see where you said I mean your YouTube chat has delay.
It is the last link I have
That
to the land of my birth.
I typed test before you typed that. So you could, yeah, so you're right. So the YouTube chat is definitely delayed. Definitely delayed. I don't know if what I can do to fix it. I suppose in OBS I can try and I can refresh the chat. It's going to empty all the chat off the screen. I'm going to refresh.
There are leaves around.
The only thing I can do is this, where I refresh the chat through OBS.
If you wish to hear it.
But yeah, it clears down the chat on the stream, unfortunately. But yeah, that's all I can do to try and help it. It's probably better anyway. I didn't want all that crap coming from that other guy on the chat. Tell me what. I'm just waiting for this resin, aren't I? Let's go back to Leeway. Leeway. Lol. But I mean, it is the right game for that to be happening in, so I don't think you should feel like too bad. It's not indicative of skill or anything. It's just that's the exact game that you will get one-shotted by bosses in. Nothing like the same. I can't remember exactly. I'm pretty sure there was a couple of bosses in Dark Souls 2 that were like that. That could one-shot you with like one of their skills or something. That is the price you pay. Unfortunately, that's how it is, and you have to like learn the attack patterns and everything. It's funny, on my YouTube video I've got Like when I was playing Dark Souls, that was the time when I was trying to make YouTube videos because I couldn't stream back then due to not having fast enough internet, and so I've got all the bosses from Dark Souls 2 on my YouTube video, and
Follow the wind.
if you just watch them, you just think, oh, this guy just goes in there and he just fights them once and he beats them. No, what you haven't seen is like the 10 previous attempts or more for each boss where I'm trying to learn the attack patterns and getting my ass handed to me and recording it and then having to delete the footage because I didn't kill the boss that time. It's really funny. But yeah, if you were to just watch it, you'd think, oh, this guy knows his stuff when it comes to Dark Souls 2. No, mate, you didn't see the amount of bare time, so many times I was getting killed. It was just like frustrating. I was like, no, not again. No, I'm sure I dodged. No. And then finally get it down and made a video of it, and that's the one that gets published like I'm some pro at the game. But no, I wasn't pro at all. It's just pretending. I remember with there's another Zhao here, Manager Zhao. I remember that was part of the motivation with it though. The more times I failed, it was like I have to go back and beat this boss now. I have to learn why I'm dying. Oh, is it? Okay, I didn't know that. I don't think that's really saying much though, because like they're all difficult, aren't they? So like being an easy difficult is still difficult. It's just an easy difficult. It's not like a difficult. Alright, what am I doing? I've got one resin. Let's try our luck. The Crimson Witch Domain for a quick rate search for my hotel. Oh, I get to try out my new freeze team as well. Perfect. No shields though. I have to get used to playing without shields. It makes me so lazy, this game, like when you're just used to having shielder on your group. But yeah, I need to get used to dodging more as well, because potentially get more damage output if you don't have to take a shielder. Okay, so they're the same then. But I did play the Dark Souls 2 I played was the one that was released later, like this. It's called Scholar of the First Sin. It had some DLC included and some, I can't remember. They made it a bit better, but it was still in between Dark Souls 2 and 3. And I got 3, but I never played it. I just didn't. That's when I was sort of running out of time to play games, and then just sort of just stopped paying attention to the Souls-like franchise.
Into the wind.
Rest and rebuild. Take flight.
Yeah, I tried one on the PC, but my god, that port was terrible. I'm glad I got a refund on it. It was so bad. Even like in the first opening sort of section, it was just a stuttery, horrible mess with not many graphics options, and yeah, it just wasn't enjoyable. I couldn't even get it running at 60 frames per second. That was my main gripe with it. It was like my system at the time should have been able to do it, but it was just such a bad port. And that's why I wasn't sold on Dark Souls 2 when it first came out, but then it got rave reviews and they released that special version, the Scholar of the First Sin, and yeah, then I jumped into it and actually really enjoyed it.
Let's move out. Rest and rebuild.
Wind strider.
Take flight. Embrace the ice.
Oh, right, okay. Yeah, I don't think I'll ever get to play Elden Ring. I don't have enough. Lost Ark, is that the one you're talking about? The Diablo style one, you know, with the isometric 3D view? That's an MMO, is that the one you're talking about? Or is Lost Ark something different? Lost Ark, my mate's playing it, he's into it. But I heard it's like pay to win. Like, the PvP in it is pay to win. I don't like PvP games that are pay to win. Kind of defeats the purpose of you know, like of it being of a skill based challenge. Yeah, that's exactly what I heard as well. But my mate's really into it, but he used to really like Diablo back in the day. I liked it as well. Diablo 2 was really good, but those were the days when games were 2D, so that having that isometric through like viewpoint worked then. But doing it in 3D, it's like I just want to pan my camera like this, you know. It's this 3D model, so there'll be another side of the 3D environment, you know, like over here. So why can't I just see it at all times? I don't like that locked perspective. And so ever since Diablo 2, I've never played an action combat game with that perspective. I've tried a few, but I just couldn't get into them. But when it's a tactical, or like a turn-based game or something like that, I can get into it, like XCOM, things like that. They've got that perspective because it's a slower paced game. But in a fast-paced game, I like to be able to look at all around me. I think that just comes from playing PvP MMOs so much. Like, you know, you have to be constantly aware of looking around where people might be coming from and stuff. Okay. I mean, it's an Eastern game though, isn't it? It's from Asia. But I think it is. I know Amazon are publishing it, but they didn't develop it, did they? I might be wrong about that, but from the style of, you know, like the armor and the weapons and the glowing stuff and that, it looked very Eastern to me. And if it is Eastern, well, that's pay to win's like an accepted kind of, you know, like in the East, it's an accepted practice in gaming, whereas in the West, we're not really on that. We're more on like, we want skill based. If it's going to be PvP, I want it to be about skill, not about gear. Yeah, I know. I've seen it. It's like on adverts. I've seen it says Amazon Games at the bottom. So, but when I looked at like, you know, like the artwork and the style and stuff, it just looked really Korean to me. Let me have a look. I'm going to do a quick search. I've got a web page open here. Lost Ark. Korean question mark. It is developed by Tripod Studios and it was fully released in South Korea in 2019. Yeah, so it's a Korean game. It came out in there first.
Life in Mondstadt is all about, isn't it?
3 years later, published by Amazon Games. Yeah, in the West. Yeah, so I was right. It is Korean. It just looked like a Korean game, just from the stylization of the armor and the weapons and all that crap. It looks very pretty. The graphics look really nice. It does look like, you know, like it looks well made. But I find it so difficult to play action combat games with that perspective. That locked perspective. Yeah, that's how long I've been playing like MMOs, and I used to play majority of MMOs I used to enjoy were Korean ones back in the day, more so than Western ones. And yeah, they normally had like you know, the styling of the characters and stuff. It's all very similar over there. And that's what gave, like, before I knew about Mahoya or anything, the reason I knew this was an Eastern game was the wings. That's what gave it away to me, was the wings. Like, that's such a big thing in, like, Asian games, like, multiplayer RPG type games, like, having wings. And of course, I mean, like, the anime styling, right? Everything's anime styled, but in terms of, like, cosmetics, It was the wings that. At first, I did think this was Korean, and then I looked into it and it was Chinese. And Chinese games have come on quite a way in the last few years. What's that? There's a open world RPG. I stopped playing it. I think I've got it on Steam. It's called Yuan Dynasty or something like that, and it felt like just like Chinese Witcher, you know, it's set back in the day, in Kung Fu times. But it was really good. I thought, oh, this is really good. And then there was that Bright Memory. I don't know if you played that. I still haven't played the full game of it that got released, but I bought the. There was like a short game, it was all like a tech demo, Bright Memory. That was really good. It reminded me of Shadow Warrior, where it's FPS, but you got powers as well and a katana to chop. Well, isn't that true of all F2P games though? Any free-to-play game, you will end up spending more money in than a subscription-based game. That's why you don't see subscription models much anymore for like MMOs or even like this live service type game. There's no subscription where you get all of the perks without having to spend more. Those days are long gone because they know they can make more money through having cash shop. And I think that sort of killed the MMO market, you know, in the late sort of around the 2015s, around that time, there'd been such a saturation of low effort development wise MMOs, mainly from the East, but have like hugely expensive cash shops, and you know, there's just too many of these kind of cookie cutter style MMOs and just all doing the same thing. And I think that led to what we've got now with games like Genshin and Destiny, where they're like MMO lights. You know, they've got the co-op side of things if you want to do some things in co-op. Destiny a bit more because you have to actually do raids to get the best gear. In Genshin you don't. But they're still all the same, like even Warframe, like well that's changed. I suppose Destiny 2 and Warframe have changed a bit since they've got hub zones now where multiple players can congregate. But in essence they're like stripped down MMOs. Taking all the big features out. And yeah, it's true, in Genshin you don't need to buy stuff, but then do you need to buy stuff in Lost Ark? Or, you know, are you sure it's not just the same? Like, yeah, you could look like a peasant, because Black Desert was like that. Like you couldn't buy gear when I played it, but you'd buy costumes, because all of the armor, no matter if the little thumbnail, when you look at the gear, you know, like this sort of thumbnail, it might have some sick looking gear, but when you equip it, it was just like some peasant's clothing, right? And you couldn't change the appearance of it without buying a skin from the cash shop. Yeah, see, that's the difference, I guess, with, because in Black Desert you still needed gear, right, to win at PvP, obviously, because you're fighting geared people, but all that gear would come from like doing bosses in game and getting lucky with enchanting in game. Like, you couldn't outright go to the cash shop and buy the armor or buy the weapon. You could go to the cash shop and you could buy things that could help you. What was it? There was things that like would make sure the item doesn't, would it break or degrade? I forget. You know, it might have gone down a plus, or it might break. You could get things like that from the cash shop. So there was a slight pay to win element, but not out overtly where you just go and buy the best gear and enhance it, and then you're as strong as that character can be. Yeah, that didn't exist in Black Desert. It was more pay to convenience than pay to win in Black Desert for the PvP side. And that's why I liked it. But because it wasn't all about paying. There was a bit of paying that needs to be done to not fall behind the gear curve, but yeah, none of that going out and just buying the best gear. I hate that crap. It's just like a lazy. It's lazy, isn't it?
You can't run. What a nuisance.
But then it swings and roundabouts though, isn't it? Because imagine you've got a really high paid job, but you have to do extra hours a week. So you're instead of doing a 40-hour week, you're doing 50 hours at work. well, then it would make sense to you that I don't have time to grind the gear, so I'll just buy it. I've got the extra money. So it's hard to kind of like, you know, like judge, like. Okay. Yeah, that sort of thing I don't like.
Come with me.
I don't think there should be
from the rain.
things on the cash shop that directly can just straight away, you know, make PvP easier for you. I think I don't mind things like I was saying, like with Black Desert, there are things that would maybe prevent your item from degrading when you try and enhance it. You know, so it might be +10 and you might try and make it +11, it might go down to +9. I don't mind something like that because that's more just convenience. Because if you've got all day to grind in the game, you could get those things in the game. And yeah, Black Desert was like that. You could get things in the game, or you could even buy them off the marketplace. Like you could sell cash shop items in the marketplace. So that sort of thing I think is convenience based, and I don't mind that. But Black Desert, when I was playing it treaded a really fine line between, you know, like pay to win and pay to convenience, and it was really close to being pay to win, but it wasn't quite. But yeah, they didn't outwardly have any gear. I wouldn't play any game like that had PvP in it where they just had gear in the cash shop. I don't think I could. I don't think I could enjoy that, because for me PvP is about, part of the PvP is about actually getting the gear, isn't it? So you have to be efficient at PvE to then be as good as you can be potentially in PvP, and so all round you have to be good at the game, and that therefore means that the person that you're going to meet who's on the same tier of PvP as you has gone through all the same stuff that you have in the game, so it should be equal skill level, right? So it should be a good fight, because that's the whole thing with PvP. I want to have a good fight with someone, win or lose. If it's an epic battle, that's where I've had some of the best chats afterwards. You start chatting to the guy, go, dude, that was an epic battle, this happened, that happened, you did this, I did that, blah blah blah, and then you become mates afterwards, you know, you start chatting and stuff. But when it's just you've gone through all this hard work, and then I think in Aeon they had that where you could buy gear and stuff, and what would happen is like you'd get like this noob coming and they'd be over geared but under skilled, and you just rinse the floor with them, like, and the gear wasn't good enough, and you're like, don't waste my time, this isn't a good battle for me. Go and learn how to play your class and learn how to defend against my class, and then we can have a good battle. But anyway, yeah, I don't have time for PvP games anymore, because I used to get really into them, you know, like really into like trying to find a really good fight, basically, someone who entertains me in battle. And now I can't be that into a game, got other responsibilities and stuff. And I like Genshin for that reason. It's casual, isn't it? It's a casual game. I'm a casual gamer now. I'm not really hardcore anymore. I don't know what I'm doing. Can I do anything for Kokomi? Oh, I should change account, really. Do the dailies and stuff on the other account. We got anything for this? We have got something. We can get one level. Alright, fine. And attributes, we're stuck at 60 artifacts. Can we at least take one thing to +4? Lol, the one character I don't need crit rate roll on. You know how many flipping pieces I've tried to, like, I take them to +4 to try and get crit rate come on them, and the one character I don't need crit rate to come on, we get crit rate. Alright, fine. No, that's +4. Let's see if we can take anything else. I might change this for a HP goblet. I've got to see if we've got what we've got. HP percentage. I'm not sure. Oh, it's pyro. I set HP percentage, yeah. Oh, this is on set. With EM, this is with energy recharge and flat HP. That might be the one actually. What a shame. I can go to Yanfei actually. Elemental Mastery, energy recharge, no flat HP. Let me take this to 4. Look at this, I'm trying to get flat HP as my role now. Can you imagine that? The one thing we normally don't want. Or that and defense. I'm actually trying to get defense. Alright, let's try the other one. That's one I just made, isn't it? That one. Oh, that's geo damage. Where? There they are. That one is the one we just made. This has already got 4 stats on it, but no HP. That's got flat HP and ER. Alright, we'll try and take this up. Hopefully we'll get elemental mastery on it. Hit rate again. Are you kidding me? Oh my god, I bet this set is cursed, like, to not get to give you crit rate. Because you know you're only going to be leveling this set for Kokomi. Right, what are my choices now then? We have this, this, and this. I think this. Yeah, we'll have that. Let's take this to 4. Oh, we can't. No. Alright. I suppose I need to change account really. I will be right back. Are you playing Call of Duty? I assume you're playing Call of Duty from that comment. All right. Oh, that's pretty bad. 1 to 36. So on this account, it is Sunday. I don't think I need talent books for anyone. Excuse me. Let's have a look at. Yeah, and I got the 3 gateways quest done on this, so I got like 500 primo gems from that event, I think. Something like that. We don't have any condensed resin. Okay. Pretty sure we don't need talent books for anyone. Let's just have a look. 699, 612, 9, 12, 12, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 699, 612, 12. I suppose I could take her skill up to 12, but no need. 699. No, I should take Grover up to 9, but she's a flex character on this account. And this one, I think I ascended her yesterday, yeah. So she's 70-70, that's good. Yeah, we didn't get him that early on this account. I think we already had Raiden Shogun at the time, because she started playing during the Kazuha banner, and that first few weeks I wasn't sure if she was going to stick it out, so I didn't want to spend any real money on this account. Excuse me. So we tried to get Kazuha with the wishes that she had, but excuse me, there just wasn't enough to get a pull. But then she started playing a lot, and so when the Raiden Shogun banner came, I thought, oh, you know what, I'll spend money, because she wanted to have all the Archons as well, you know, the same thing. But obviously when we would co-op, I would take Venti for, you know, like for mobile, for utility to get around the world, and for DPS I'd bring my D-Look, and yeah, she started liking D-Look and obviously Venti, so she decided she wants all the Archons. So I thought, okay, next banner's Raiden Shogun, we'll both get Raiden Shogun. And then just after Raiden Shogun we got like D-Look, and it was just about the time when she started to stop playing. So she hadn't actually played her D-Look, even though she really wanted him for a long time. And now her D-Look is really amped. I mean, and there's not god level stats, but it's pretty damn nice. 7,876. And just randomly he's got like 232 EM. I think I might have put an EM like sounds on it. Oh no, I didn't. He's still got the crap attack one. The Dodeko Tails, that one. I got it on this account as well, but I didn't level it all the way. I think Yanfei's got it. Yes, we got it to level 50. Because at the time, like, she really didn't like the islands as well. You know, the verticality of the, what were they called? The summer event? I forget what the archipelago, that was what it was called, the archipelago. She didn't like exploring the archipelago, so when she wasn't playing, I did that event on this account for her because she didn't like it. But then we didn't have Yanfei at the time, so there was no one to use this, so I stopped leveling it due to lack of resources. So how did you not get the Dodeko Tails? Did you just not like take it, you know, like take the loot from the event page? I can't remember, because it was like, you know, it was like how the event is now, the 3 great gateways, wasn't there? There was like a shop or like a window like this where it showed you all the things you could claim. Oh, okay, so you went and did the area, but you didn't know it was related to an event. Okay. I get you now.
Guess we can rest a bit.
So basically, that means you missed all of the rewards from the event. They were probably just sitting there waiting for you to collect them. Because wasn't the event tied into the storyline with Klee? I thought it was, but my memory's so sketchy. I can't be trusted with saying that was how it really was. Okay, let's make some condensed resin then and go and do Crimson Boring Witch of Flames domain. Actually, seeing as it's Sunday, I'll do one more. We've got some free primos from the event. As long as I stay above 14k for Kazuha, I'm good. Lol, that's funny. I mean, it's pretty good, Dodiko Tales, but then you're like, where you're like, look, we're similar. Like, we don't like really catalyst characters, so it really is. I think Yan Fei, Ning Wong, Klee. That's about it, isn't it? The ones that use charge attack, normals and charge attacks. It's those three. So as long as you're not playing any of those characters, I don't think it's too much of a loss. But you don't have Festering Desire, do you? Or do you? Do you have Festering Desire? Or did you get that and then stop playing and then come back to the game after? I want Festering Desire. That's the only weapon I don't have from the free ones. And it's probably the best one as well, to be honest, because it's energy recharge and it's crit, isn't it? Festering Desire, so it's a good weapon. Okay. Crimson Witch. Let's go. Let's go. Please get me the attack sounds today. Then at least on one of the accounts I can stop doing this domain. just want it to stop. I want it to end. It's too much. No, it's not really too much. It's just what has to be done.
Stay close and you will live.
Come on now.
Let's go.
Let's put on the NRE just in case.
I'm here.
There is no escape. Let me scry. Whirling snow.
Shake it and stir. Can't handle your drink. Huh.
Illusion shattered. My apologies.
Oh, really? That's like some bad misinformation there.
Take flight.
Delves into death.
Whirling snow.
There's a lot of guys are like that, especially guys in their 20s. No offense to you, I mean, you're not like that, but a lot of guys in their 20s are like that, where they're not happy to say I just don't know, and so they'll just say something that's incorrect, so they don't look like they don't know. There's nothing wrong with not knowing something.
Shadows of fate.
Look at you, Boozel.
Inazuma shines eternal.
But I think like the first week is like probably the easiest time to quit, you know? If you like the game, that is. If you don't like the game, then it doesn't matter when you quit. But if you like the game, then that first week before you're really into it, it's, I think, easier to walk away from than once you're invested, not only like monetarily, but like time-wise as well, you know? I've spent almost a year playing this game, and almost exclusively this game, so now I'm invested into it, so it's harder to walk away from than, and obviously the same for you as well, like, you know, you invested monetarily, time-wise, etc. Yeah, I'm the same, bro. If I don't know, I'm just like, dude, I don't know. I'll try and find out. If I can't find out, then, you know, It's just something I don't know and I can't find out about. But yeah, a lot of guys are not like that. A lot of guys are the ego guys, where they're like,
Shine down.
got to know something about everything, you know. And no one knows something about everything. Most people know something about very few things.
There is no escape.
Especially like the way like human history is like, well, like our technology sort of advancements are based on the knowledge of the previous generation, and then the current generation takes that and then uses that and makes it better, and then the next generation does the same, and so on and so forth. But there's so much bloody stuff to know. You can't know everything that humans know in one lifetime, because our knowledge is based on multiple lifetimes of experience.
My apologies.
So there's no shame in saying you don't know about something, rather than just saying bullshit. Because if you say bullshit, then you've got no credibility in the future. Like, who's going to listen to your opinion in the future if you just chat rubbish now?
Shadows of illusion shattered. Look at you, boo down. Take flight.
I don't want to waste my burst. Do you? And I don't have to. Sorry, my mouse cable loose. There we go. Use condensed resin. Oh, wait. When Genshin first came out, I think I was playing Red Dead 2. I'd been like since we had my son, I stopped playing Black Desert because it was obviously really taking a lot of my life away from me because it's a PvP game. And I was just playing single player games, and that's when I started streaming. That year Genshin came out, but you know, like, I didn't have the webcam on, didn't have all the things set up. I didn't understand how to do it properly like how I do now. And yeah, at that time I was definitely playing Red Dead 2. And yeah, the most of that year that Genshin came out, the first year, I was playing single player games, trying desperately to stay away from like multiplayer competitive games. And I think that's probably why once I started Genshin, I just didn't really bother with the multiplayer side of it, because for over a year at that point I'd just been playing single player games, and they got kind of into, you know, not really needing to do anything with other players.
Take flight.
But I did actually sort of fall out of love with multiplayer games a while before that. Oh, I need shields. Okay. Yeah, a while before that, but I would still play them, but didn't feel them as much. And then by the time I was heavily invested into Black Desert, I'd really fallen out of love with FPS games, because Battlefield was just releasing Battlefield 1 and Battlefield 5, and they were like, you know, like set back in the day. And I've been playing that franchise since the first one, and that was set back in World War II. I didn't want to go back in time again after playing Battlefield 4. So I was out of the franchise. The main FPS franchise that I played wasn't giving me content that I wanted. I wasn't playing that. Yeah, I think the last FPS that I enjoyed was Star Wars Battlefront 2, even though it's a bit of a casual game, it's not so serious. Yeah, it was the last one I enjoyed. And then, yeah, by the time I got to playing Black Desert seriously, I was just not invested in any shooting game whatsoever, or multiplayer shooter anyway. And then just timing, I suppose, like whenever my son came along. I mean, that's the reason I play Genshin. It's like, you know, that dude was saying you're playing like this kid's game. Well, that's the reason I chose Genshin, because of how it looks. so that, you know, like the action and stuff, when my kid sees it, this doesn't look like with Black Desert, blood flies out and everything when you're chopping, and you know, like it's really full on action and very like realistic style. Not realistic, but more realistic looking than this. This just looks like a cartoon. Oh really? That's nice to hear, Robbie. Thank you very much. Okay. Come on, game, give me an attack sans with crit rate on it. I'll take one with crit rate and crit damage. But really, I need a bit more crit rate for my dealer.
There is no escape. Illusion shattered. Shadows of fate. My apologies.
Yeah, I suspect some sort of scam like that goes on. It doesn't give you it. I mean, in the time that I've been trying to sort of get the pieces for my characters on both accounts. It's been about 3 weeks. A bit more on this account. It's about a month on this account trying to get the attack sounds. And on the other account, I need the crit rate circlet. So in that amount of time, I've got 3 crit rate circlets for Crimson Witch on this account, but none on the other account. And on the other account, I've got like 2 or 3 attack sands, not very good ones, I might add, but still I've got, you know, I've got them, 5-star ones. So it's like it knows which account I need what on, and it's just not giving me the right piece, it's just trolling me. Yeah, that's pretty tough, a week and a half. On my main account, I've just had slight upgrades. Actually, that's not true. This week, I think yesterday, I got rejigging the people's gear. I managed to get a 20% crit damage piece, which I gave to Bennett, so he got more crit damage. And earlier in the week, I made another piece with 20% crit damage. I think I went to Hu Tao. So yeah, I had a couple of decent upgrades in the week, but most of the week I've just been moving pieces around, you know, from one character to the other, and just fine-tuning the sets, min-maxing that way, and have got upgrades like that way rather than outwardly just getting one piece that's got great stats. And what I've noticed as well is, so I forget which piece it was, but the one that I gave to Bennett that eventually got 20% crit damage on it. Before that, I had 3 of the same piece with the same main stat, and each one of those 3 had crit rate and crit damage on it. And the first 3, basically, none of them got rolls into crit rate or crit damage, and then I would fodder the one I'd made onto the next one and so on. And it was the last one, it was number 4, where the majority of rolls went into crit damage, and finally I got an upgrade. So it was like, it was even more gutting, because, you know, like the three pieces were really high potential, just got no rolls into any crit, and I was just like, what the hell? Yeah, that sucks. Not having a single pyro goblet is pretty sucky. Yeah, I'm very careful with my elemental goblets. Even if they got shit subs, I don't get rid of them. Unless I've got like a replacement one with crap sub, you know, slightly better crap subs. I wonder how long it'll take you to get a Dendro one if you haven't got a Pyro one yet. When Dendro comes out, that'll be a sight to see. Yeah, same here. I mean, I do the same as that, but usually I'll keep it like an extra one. You know, like with goblets and sands, I'll keep an extra one if I've got an extra one spare, rather than foddering it. Oh crap, I'm gonna get both of these guys at the same time.
perish.
Oh shit.
Take flight.
Can I get to him in time is the question. Yes. Oh no.
Delve into destiny.
Yeah, that's the problem. So you got him using an EM goblet then, I guess. As a placeholder until you get the EM circlet. Damn, no sands today. That's not bad. Okay. Oh, attack goblet, okay. For ages I didn't have EM circlet, I was using an attack circlet. Because I didn't have a crit rate or a crit damage on either, so the attack one had crit rate and crit damage on it. But that was ages ago, that got foddered a while ago. But I remember like, it was so long I had that attack. Yes, attack circlet. It's just an annoyance, that domain, because it's like this one, the Crimson Witch one, where only one set is viable. And Maiden's Beloved's a bit worse as well, because it's at least with like what's it called? Let's have a look. Is it Thunder? Not Thunder. Lava Walker. Lava Walker. Yeah, that's what it's called. At least with Lava Walker, you can. No, you can't even go 2-piece. I thought it would give just resistance. No, they're both shit. They're both shit. Yeah, you have been having bad luck recently. You weren't having bad luck, too bad of luck last year, but last few months you've had pretty bad luck with the gacha and with the artifacts.
Think you can bully me? There is no escape. Let me scry. Diana special. Delve into destiny. Illusion shattered. So rude.
Yeah, it'll change.
Shines eternal.
It'll definitely change. It's just like over a period of time. Like I remember last year where I think I won just 2 of my 50/50s all year until
Think you can bully me?
like this period here where I've won 3 in a row. I won 1 with Kazaha and I won 1 with Child when I was trying to build Pity. And that was it. Literally that was it until oh shit, I've just died. Until like the last 3, the last 3 banners. Sorry, the last 3 characters I got.
There is no escape. Shadows of fate. Whirling snow.
So yeah, sometimes it's just how it is, isn't it? But it does change. The luck will change. It'll go good for a bit, then it'll go bad for a bit, then it'll go good and bad. And sometimes it'll be good, bad, good, bad, good, bad one day today. Like it's just how it goes. The RNG. The main thing is you just have to keep trying at it. That's the thing. If you don't do it, you don't have the chance of getting the item. If you just quit and walk away. But as long as you keep doing it and just recognize that eventually it will happen, you'll get there as long as you stick to it. Oh man, with me, I think it was low. It was like 20 or 30 when I was on Child. I'd got him. It was his first rerun, and I didn't want C1 Child. I've got C1 Child now, my main account, and it just won the 50/50. I didn't even expect for it to happen at the time, and Yeah, it was a bit gutting. And yeah, and then the second one was Kazuha when again I was trying to build Pity, but it was in the first 10 pulls, and that's what inspired me to then open the wallet and get C2 of him, and then I had leftover primos, and then that's why I got the Freedom Sworn. So that was worth it, but with Child it felt like a waste. But with Child as well, I didn't actually spend any money. I was still using, you know, like in-game resources, primos that I'd earned from just grinding and exploring and stuff.
Look at you, Boomtown.
Shine down. Delve into destiny. Take flight.
What are you stuck on? She's stuck on something. Jesus Christ.
There is no escape.
Let me scry. My apologies.
Do you pull like for characters you don't really want? No.
Whirling snow.
Because I don't really pull for characters I don't want. Unless it's something like what happened with Ito and Albedo, where I made a mistake, or in this case where with Kokomi where I've got the weapon and kind of wanted the character. I've said for ages, you know, my the characters I want in order would have been Yoimiya first, then Kokomi, then Shenhut from the ones that I don't have. But so it's not really a loss that I've got Kokomi, but because I would have got her eventually anyway. Oh, did you? Okay, yeah, I didn't used to pull on all characters, but most I did. Like, I mean, I've got most characters. There's only five stars that I don't have, and yeah, most characters I did pull from, but that's mainly because I wanted to have those characters. And the 4 stars just end up coming along anyway, don't they? When you're pulling for 5 stars, you end up just getting naturally 4 stars. Didn't get a single Sans. That's nice, isn't it? That. That's not bad either. But not O Sans. Alright, let's see if I can do anything with any of the drops we got today. We can do anything for anyone. Indeed, look. Artifacts, please. Oh, yeah, so then you've got... Oh, you mean you've... from the standard banner, there's only 2 you don't have. The only one I don't have from the standard banner is Chi-Chi. That's the only one. And I expected to get her this pull. I expected to get her a couple of pulls ago, you know, like... But just luckily been winning my 50-50s. God, look at all these Crimson Witch feathers. So 13, 12, 21, 3. That's not good. Yeah, well, I think you've honestly done it the better way round of having a smaller roster to start with, focus on them, and then increase the number of characters. Because doing it my way, most of my characters on my main account are pretty mediocre for someone that's, you know, I started playing a year ago now. Oh, I haven't played every day, but almost. Like, well, this is day 330 something of playtime, so basically in the last year I've only not played Genshin for about a month. So say I've played 11 months of constant Genshin, and my stats to show for it aren't very good on the majority of my characters on my main account. Yeah, I want her too, mate. I do want her too, but if they rerun her on the next banner, there's no way I can get her. Because I'll be going for Ayato. And I'm pretty sure they're going to do Ayaka as well. Oh, that's EM. Another EM, defense, energy recharge, HP. God, that's nice as well. Defense, HP, energy recharge, defense. What about these? That's attack, but bad subs. I only need to get more than 4.4 crit rate. Even if I got gold one with 3.9 crit rate, it would be better than, well, it wouldn't be better, but I'll take it. I don't mind losing 9.3% crit damage, sorry. We got any pyro ones of these? Let's have a look. I don't think so. Oh, this one. Crit rate. It's got crit rate. I should probably raise this actually. Oh no, the defense stats are pretty sucky. Crit damage. Really crit rate. Crit rate was 4-star. Yep, stuck with that. And here we've got crit damage but bad subs. We had a new crit damage one of these. Oh yeah, you wanted Venti as well. I don't know what they're doing with Venti. It's been so long. It was around this time last year. His last run. Because it was when I just started playing. He was, I think it went Hu Tao, then Venti, then Child. Or it went Hu Tao, Child, then Venti. It was something like that. Because Child and Venti were my first two 5-stars. And I'm the first two event banner 5-stars. I think it was Venti first. I think I got Venti first. Yeah, he might. Well, he will. I reckon he will, but it might not be soon. That's what the thing is. It might not be soon. Crit damage, HP, crit damage, crit rate, crit damage, crit rate, crit damage. Damage, HP. Screw it, I'll just do it like this. Right? Crit damage, where's crit damage? I think it's just this one here. We'll take it to 4. Give me crit rate, come on. Then I'll have something to raise. No, flat attack. Flat attack's not bad. Let me see what he's got on his current one. Just compare. So we've both got attack percent. We lose HP percent for ER. He doesn't need ER. It's not worth raising it. And lose EM. Yeah, maybe then we'll get a rerun. But again, like I was saying before, we don't know what they're going to do with events. Because say there's an event where Venti turns up, and shouldn't it be the Windbloom event fairly soon, or is that gone? No, we haven't had Windbloom yet, have we? Yeah, because Windbloom last year was after Lantern Rite, because I started when Lantern Rite was going on, but I didn't participate because I couldn't get to Leeway at the time. And then Windbloom came after. So Windbloom is probably going to come in the next patch, maybe. So maybe it'll be Venti. Whenever Windbloom happens, I think we'll get Venti. Because it goes hand in hand, you know? Alright, so it might not be Kazahar next patch, and it might be Venti as the... It might be Venti and Kazahar, but I don't think they'd do that, because everyone will go for Kazahar. It might be Venti next. And... Like, I'm guessing Ayaka with Ayato. Yeah, I doubt they'll put Kazahar and Venti together. Yeah, I don't think that's likely at all, is it? Yeah, so I forgot about Windbloom. Yeah, so there we go. Because we've seen that pattern, haven't we, with the releasing of their characters. Either they have to have something to do with, if it's a new character, it'll have a new story quest, right? But Venti's not a new character, but if it's a rerun character, they are either entwined in the story quest that's going on, or they're entwined in the event story that goes on, you know, because events have mini stories as well. Yeah, I suppose with Casimir. But then, yeah, I don't know. I don't know, but I would, you know, like thinking about it, if they are going to release rerun Venti, and it has been a year, then it makes sense it would be during Windbloom, unless they've got some storyline in 2.7 for him to come in, you know, like in an event. Then maybe, but hard to say. But yeah, I forgot about Windbloom. Alright, let's go and get dailies done on this account. I don't think they'll make a lot of money, but I think like there's probably like a ton of new players that have started in the last year that are very casual, and so would just want all the Archons for the sake of having all the Archons, like how we do. But you know, like rather than spending money on getting OP characters, they would just stick to getting what they want, which would be like, say, just having all the Archons, that sort of thing. He's not. You're right, but like I was saying, with him, he's an Archon, isn't he? So I think that will drive sales anyway, because initially, like when his first release, he was the highest grossing character, and then I think it was the Klee banner next that outsold him, and then the next biggest was Shogun, her first release. So it kind of would suggest that there are a lot of players who want the Archons just because they're the Archons, and then, you know, like I was saying, a lot of players that have started in the last year have not had him on a banner. So perhaps for just the reason of just having him, just for the sake of having him. I mean, that factor that he's an Archon, I think, would net him more sales than, say, a rerun of a not so popular 5-star like Klee or someone like that. Because Venti, like gameplay wise, yeah, he's not very popular now because other people do things just as well or better than he does. So the argument for getting him for gameplay, yeah, isn't really there. But I think there is an argument for getting him for like how we are, where we want the Archons. Yeah, I think she did before I was playing. I think her banner was before I was playing. Let me have a look. I can just quickly search it. I'm pretty sure she did have a banner. I heard about it. Kaching banner was in February, 7th of February last year. So yeah, I wasn't playing at that time, so it must have been the banner just before I started playing. Yeah, but Venti's had 2 runs though. Like when I got him was his rerun, and his first run was when the first game first came out. It was either him or Diluc. They were the first banners. Let me just have a look. Genshin first banner. Yeah, the first banner was Venti. Yeah, Venti, Zhangling, Fischl, and Barbara. So yeah, so yeah, Klee did. Same as Klee. Yeah, like Klee did come out after Venti, because I remember it was in the first year when I wasn't playing, and I think Klee was in December of that year. I think. And Venti was like, obviously the game came out in September, so it would have been then. Yeah, and then Kaching was in February. What am I doing? I'm changing you for sucrose.
I can
Let's
do it.
go. Let's get these dailies out of the way.
Rain! I hate rain.
But remember, like, Klee has had a rerun after the Venti rerun banner, so she should theoretically be after they rerun Venti. If that makes sense. So, but you never know, because like I was saying before, a lot of it now in the last year and the last half of last year and this year, we've seen that now the way they're doing reruns is when they're tied into either the main like story quest or a character story quest, the new character that's released story quest, or the event that's going on. So I think that's how we've got to take it from now on, how they're going to be doing the reruns. So we probably won't see Klee again until the summer when we get the archipelago back again, because they said they're going to bring it back.
I'm flying!
Yeah, and Charles. But yeah, I think Klee will get her. And then I think what they're going to do is those characters who are not so popular now, like Klee, like Venti, I think they'll just rerun them once a year during those specific event times, like the summertime for the archipelago, bring Klee, Windbloom time, which should be, you know, around now. Next few weeks, I guess we're going to get it. Bring Venti then, and that way, it would help the players as well, wouldn't it? Because the players that would want those characters aren't going to be the majority; they're going to be the minority. So you could then plan a year ahead, you know, of time that at this time I know this character is going to be rerun because of this event, and that way they don't need to continually keep putting these characters on banners that will bring them low sales. It can just be like defined event times.
Come on, let's go back
I
to
heard
the
that as well.
sun.
Yeah, I heard they're gonna make it be a permanent edition, which is good. I don't know how they got around fixing the issue, because the issue was that they were trying to save space on people's phones for the mobile players. So I'm not sure how they've got around that. I don't know if they zipped up the archipelago or something. You know, like, I don't really know how they fixed that problem, but it'll be nice to have it there. And maybe with it being there, we can actually then take the Wave Rider all the way to Inazuma. You know, like it would be like a stopgap that you could stop at the archipelago and then go down to Inazuma. But I think it sucks a bit that you can't drive the boat all the way from Inazuma to the mainland. Or at least if they'd, you know, like if they'd done the idea that we talked about ages ago about releasing different tiers of ship, and eventually you could build like an ocean going one like Beidou's, and then you could just swim, like drive your boat to Inazuma. Yeah, that's what I heard as well. So but it would make sense then that they would allow you to drive your boat, wouldn't they, from Liyue to the archipelago onto. But then like I was saying, like they could gate that by making you have to like upgrade the boat and make it a bigger boat, and you know, a new player wouldn't have access to those upgrades, you know, until later in the game, or some shit like that. They could do it like that. That would be interesting, man. I'd like that. Have a different fleet of boats until finally you've got one that's on like the level of Beidou's boat. Well, maybe not so big as hers, but you know, that similar thing. Because I did like that in Black Desert. Once they introduced the sailing thing, I didn't think I ever would, but I did quite enjoy having my boat and upgrading my boat and putting weapons on it and armor and all that other good stuff. Can I not? Alright, screw it. So I'm just gonna go. Oh crap! I need to go up there. Yeah, I'm not gonna make it. Right, let's just abandon this and try again. The thing is though, if they didn't structure the quests the way they have, it wouldn't be a problem having new players going anywhere in the game world. Because of how they've structured things, that you have to do this quest, then leads onto this quest, then leads onto this, that unlocks this. They've done it to themselves, if you see what I mean. They've ended up creating more work for themselves to keep lower levels away from areas. But yeah, I'm not really sure about like the project management side of Genshin, like how far they plan ahead. Because so many things feel rushed in Genshin, or there's been obvious things that have been changed. You know, like Kazuha's bloody sword. Look at Freedom Sworn. Look at that. Are you telling me that was designed for him, a samurai? No, of course it wasn't. They ran out of development time. Probably had that model existing for someone like Jean, and just slapped on like stats for Kazuha onto it. Things like that, where there's just obvious things where they haven't had enough development time, and then the idea of what we should have got isn't actually what we should have got. If that makes sense.
Written in the stars.
These guys might kill me, but I want to kill them.
Take flight.
But yeah, there's a lot of like, I can't think off the top of my head, but there's a lot of those little things that I noticed where there are things that feel like they've been changed at the last minute. Going back to the old one that I was going about D-Look looking like a pirate, you know, that's quite a big one.
I'm here.
Why does he look like that? It hasn't been explained, and I think he was probably the original pirate ship captain. He was probably parked in Mondstadt, and then they had a change of heart and they looked at the ship and thought, oh, it's got a dragon on it, we better make the pirate be a Chinese character, and or just shit like that, you know, like slight changes that then affect the whole thing of Ito's arms. I don't think they even really cared about Ito's arms. They probably didn't even think it would be a controversy. Like, seriously. I couldn't believe it was a controversy. I was like, I don't really care that much. But when I did actually analyse his body, obviously, like, yeah, alright, fine, his arms are a bit... They don't... Either his arms need to be bigger or his chest shouldn't be as defined, but it wasn't really an issue for me. But there are things that I noticed that I can't, yeah, off the top of my head, I can't really think of anything other than Kazuha's sword. And also, like, if you look at Kazuha's sword, where is he? Where's my boy Kaz? Have I got him in this? Oh, I don't have him on this account. But if you look at like Kazuha's sword, and it's the same family of weapons as Eula's weapon, right? The Song of Pines, whatever it's called. Now, like Kazuha's one is called Freedom Sworn, and Eula's got one that's from the same family. Eula comes from Mondstadt. The name Freedom Sworn would imply Mondstadt, right? So what I think happened was that they didn't have a samurai sword ready, a katana model, but Kazuha was ready and they were releasing him, so they just fucking bunged on that Freedom Sworn skin and kept the name, just adjusted the stats to make it an EM weapon for his kit, and there you go. That's what I think. Yeah, when they put the swords away, and Ayato does that as well, doesn't he? He gets that kind of circular thing go over the hilt of the sword when they close it into the scabbard. You see that kind of circle, gold circle go around it. It looks a bit like the yin yang symbol. Yeah, but that makes sense, right? Because they're samurai, they're warriors from that region, so maybe that's how they all put, you know, like samurais put their swords away like that. But what else was there? There was something else I noticed as well, where it just... But the main one was Freedom Sworn, because I had such a big problem with it. You know, when I got that weapon, I was like, how the fuck are you saying that this is a signature weapon for a samurai who's from Inazuma? Even this weapon looks more like it belongs on Kazuha than the Freedom Sworn. and this isn't even the same color scheme for Kazuha, but they could have just changed the color of the hilt, you know, to be like orange, like his pants, and this scabbard here, this tassel, that would suit him. But they gave him a bloody weapon that's got a Mondstadt name, Freedom Sworn, and it's the same look as one of the Knights of Favonius Eula's signature weapon. So, you know, like, my mind can't understand it. That family of weapons should be for Mondstadt, not for Inazuma, and they've split them apart. And that's just a sign of rushed development for me. They came up with a solution to a problem that they had only because they didn't have enough time to develop the weapon for Kazuha. Okay, but I mean, she would have been taught the same. Do you know what I mean? Like, they would have all learned from the same sort. You know, like, it's like if you go and learn Wing Chun in this country or across the other side of the world, you learn the same bows, the same respect things, the same order of stuff. So, like, putting the sword away is kind of like one of those levels of thing. That's the way I kind of see it. To heal these guys.
Absorption test. Odious fate.
Yeah, there was some other stuff as well, little things like that I noticed, but I can't remember off the top of my head. There was these little things where I thought that just doesn't gel right. And this, I think it's to do with the artifact sets. I don't think I've got any on this account, but if you look at, you know, the shield set, the retracing bowline, is this part of it? No, I don't think I've got any on this account. But if you look at the thumbnails, you know, like these little pictures of it, and if you read, oh damn, it's annoying I don't have any on this account. And if you read the blurb about the artifact set, it basically suggests that artifact set is made for Yoimiya. Like, and if you look at the design of it as well, it all matches her outfit. Right, because you see, like, you know, like the way, if you look at Emblem, look at that. That's definitely designed with Raiden Shogun's aesthetics in mind, the color scheme and everything. You look at this is definitely for cryo characters, right? Look at that, it's definitely pyro characters. So, not all of them, but I mean that looks like a freedom kind of based, you know, characters. Like, so. There's design aesthetics that, and the blurb as well. The blurb says this stuff about fireworks. When you read about retracing blowlight, it says about fireworks. It says about some other stuff where it links to like Yoimiya, but it's not actually her set the way Emblem is Raiden Shogun's set. It's like they had it ready and then they either had to make changes in Yoimiya's kit that made that set not good for her, or they had the set ready already and released it. I don't know, but there was some fuck up where I think that was meant to be her set, and the changes that were made somehow. Is it? I haven't actually seen it. I think I've watched it, but I can't remember it. Because I read that they were making a lot of changes with Ayato over the last couple of weeks, so I've stopped kind of looking at leaks, because it's probably these kits getting changed. And that's what I mean about, they make these last minute changes that perhaps then make a character not be able to use the artifact set that they released ahead of time for that character, if that makes sense. And that again is due to not enough time to develop, because if you had enough time to develop, you'd do all the testing and stuff ahead of time to make sure that the specific artifact set for the character does work, regardless of any nerfs or buffs that you've given the character post the fact, you know? That's what I think is going on. I think they're just rushing too much. And even if you look at Inazuma, I think everyone who plays this game agrees that the Inazuma story was rushed. We know the actual the islands were rushed because they staggered them. They didn't release all of the areas at once, did they? No, they released like one island and the next one and so on, because they were still working on the next ones. And so to buy time, they staggered that. Very, very short compared to like Mondstadt was fairly short, but it felt more fleshed out because it was giving you introduction to the game. But Leeway was like a long ass storyline, you know, like, and there was so much going on. And Inazuma just felt like very, very rushed, and lots of filler dialogue as usual. But you don't. I didn't really feel that with the Archon quests in Leeway and Mondstadt, but the Inazuma Archon quest felt like there was a lot of filler. There's a lot of stuff there just for exposition, just to explain what was happening. But if you'd actually told the story correctly, you wouldn't need to tell people what the story is, because they would already automatically know by being part of the story, if that makes sense. As part of writing is about how do you exposite? How did you tell people what's going on? Do you show them by involving them in the story, which always makes the audience more be into the story, or do you actually have to have someone standing there and telling you the story, which is basically what Paimon's job is. Paimon is there to tell us what's going on, and that's sort of lazy writing or whatever. You don't need to do so much work.
Animal test 6308. Take flight.
Pretty much. I mean, I haven't. Do you mean the Archon quest in Leeway, or do you mean the Raiden Shogun story quest? I haven't done the Raiden Shogun story quest. I don't remember the specific acts of the Archon quest. I just remember it as a whole, and generally it just felt very quick to me and very rushed, very sloppy. And yeah, I don't remember the specifics of it. And remember, like I was saying, the reason I don't like Inazuma so much is because every island has its own kind of separate feeling. It doesn't feel like a unified like continent. And I think part of that comes from the fact that they staggered the release. By staggering the release, you notice the difference more when you're going from one island to the next, because you've been stuck with only one or two for so long, and the new one doesn't feel the same. You know, the differences stand out more. Whereas if it had all been released together, I probably would appreciate the differences. Now I don't mind it as much, but I used to, like months ago. It was bug me that the islands were had such a different feeling to them. Yeah, okay, yeah, you do just talk, don't you, for ages when you meet Kokomi. Yeah, I do remember that. Alright, this is a challenge. Get this done. What's the time? God, I've been streaming for 5 hours and 20 minutes. Admittedly, for about 20 minutes I was eating breakfast.
It's not over yet. Think you can bully me? Delve into death. Whirling snow.
Oh, don't die. Oh, she's not gonna die. Oh, she's gonna die. These bloody turrets, they look like the Yomiko turrets. Well, sort of. And you can only lay 3 of them like Yomiko. Interesting. You back up there. We're done. We are done. These two guys are arguing about their novel. Oh.
stretch feels good.
Gone the wrong way.
Let's go, let's go.
And apparently, right, they kind of fixed it. You know, when they released Ayaka, they reworked Mona's dash as well to how it is now, and they both still get stuck on things. So it must have been a lot worse before, because people used to moan about it a lot before. But I didn't have Mona. I got Mona after Ayaka, so I never experienced what it was like before they reworked it with Ayaka's release. It must have been really bad. She must have been, they both, well, so Mona must have been getting stuck on just everything. And it's funny when it's this tiny little pebble about this big and she gets stuck on it and you're like, what the Oh well, I really like Lumine's design. It's a shame in all the artwork that I see that she never looks how she does in the 3D model. I always make her look a bit suggestive, like a bit sexually suggestive, and it's a bit like, well, you know, not really like why I appreciate Lumine's design. She looks kind of serene in her face. I like the way her eyes look kind of like a bit, I don't know. Observe Dushin with Junichiki. Let's go. Where are they? I do like this town, like this city. It's funny as well, isn't it? In Teyvat, like the capital cities are just called the same as like the nation. But Liyue is Liyue Harbour, but Mondstadt city is just Mondstadt. And Inazuma, this city is just Inazuma. It's like, I think that is this big selling point, isn't it, for this? The fact that they stylized it anime wise, and obviously like it is quite high end, the graphics, you know. Obviously when you go up to textures like really close up, they're quite low res because they need to fit on phone, but there's quite there's high production value in the visuals and the music, the audio and the visuals. Even like a lot of the majority of the English voice acting I like. So there's high production value in Genshin, and you need that to get like a 3D character model looking proper anime. You know, takes you need quite a lot of polygons to that animation of the tail moving, so you don't see the bits where it's actually straight. You know, that's an extra amount of polygons that make it rounded. So there is quite a lot of detail. Does it? But you've got iPhone, haven't you? And on iOS, they've got 120 frames per second unlocked. So it might be the frame rate that makes it look better. I don't get that as well. How can you unlock 120 frames per second on iOS devices but not on PC? What? I don't get it. I can understand like why they've been slack with introducing controller support on Android, because it's not like iOS where it's just one operating system and you know, one Bluetooth set of drivers. Yeah, iPhone might have different Bluetooth mode, like transmitters in them or receivers, but there would be one driver. Do you know what I mean? So it's easier to develop for. But not unlocking 120 frames per second on PC, but doing it on iOS. That doesn't make sense to me. Yeah, I remember you told me you got the new iPhone, so. Well, they are, aren't they? If you get a high-end phone like yours, they are basically PCs. If you got like an old junk phone like mine, I mean it's still like a PC, but yeah, it's. I don't really mind having a crappy phone because I just use my phone for phone stuff like phoning, SMS, WhatsApp, a bit of Facebook. The only game I've got installed is Genshin, but it runs so badly. I mean, it must be running about 20 frames per second or something. It's definitely not 30. I can feel it, and it's just not worth playing on my phone. But it was handy for doing the fishing to get the catch. That was what I used it when I was sitting with my son. I was just on my phone doing the fishing. Yeah, I'm gonna get a new phone, but I'm just gonna get another budget phone. But I think like the new budget phones can run Genshin as well. They're not. Don't need because I don't get contract. Like I've got SIM only contract because I was tired of getting ripped off by them basically. Because you know, like when you get a contract phone, sure it's good, right? You get the top of the range phone in your hand there and then, but you end up paying like 200-300 on top of the actual value of the device if you buy it outright. So I stopped getting contract a few years ago and just decided to go for mid-range phones that I can actually just buy with my own money straight away. And that way I spend a lot less on my contract per month. And over the course of the contract, the 2-year period, I'm not getting ripped off by the phone company. And 200 or 300 more than the actual value of the device, just because they've given it to me early. I don't like that. I like, you know, like I'm a bit old fashioned like that. I like to save up to get a thing rather than like live on credit or like because it feels like I'm constantly owing someone that way for something, if that makes sense. That's why like we're very lucky here. We're mortgage free. This house is mine outright, and so once you like you get to that kind of stage where you've got less debt, and I'm actually debt free now. Other than my bills and that, of all my friends, I'm the only one who doesn't have debt. I'm debt free, and so getting a phone, it feels like I'm getting in debt. You know, if I get on contract. I don't like that. It took me a long time to get debt free because when I was younger I made mistakes with credit cards and that screwed up my credit score for a long time. It screwed me up quite badly financially because I didn't understand about how credit cards work, about how credit scores work, any of this shit. And you hit 18 and you're working and you just get flooded with offers for cards, store cards, credit cards, you kind of name it. And yeah, and it screwed me up for a while. So after that experience, I kind of like I want to be debt free, that kind of route. Well, at least on iOS you've got controller support. And have you got like an Xbox controller or something like that you can just connect to your phone? Oh, we're paid up, mate. I dealt with all of that already. So that's why we're in the position we're in, where I can be at home looking after the kid. My wife can go out and work on one salary. We get by. In like London, it's a pretty expensive place to live. We don't have extravagant lifestyles anyway. We don't have a car. We don't really go out to expensive places. So we get away with it. But yeah, that took a long time. Big part of my life is to get debt free. Like get rid of everything basically. And so now the only sort of debt that I have is like, you know, like just living expenses, like when a bill comes, gas, electric, or a council bill, or, you know, like just bills. And it allows a certain level of freedom. Now then you like a lot of people would like, it depends on your outlook as well, doesn't it? Because a lot of people are brainwashed by society into thinking getting more things leads to happiness. And a lot of people in my situation would keep going. You know what most parents do is two of you would work and your wages would pay for childcare, so you'd have more money in the long run. But that's not a quality of life to me. And as I've told you, me and my wife, we already went over. We don't want anyone who doesn't love our child looking after them. So that means no nannies, no nothing. But other than school, when he has to start school, but he has to go to school. You know, it's the law. No. Everyone's got one here. All my mates have got one. One of my mates, he's trying to get into having a property portfolio. So he's got like, I think 2 or 3 mortgages now because he's got like more than one property, you know, like it's his business. So no, they are a thing here, 100%. Like I think everywhere in the world they are, to be honest. I think, but that's the trap of society, of capitalism, right? You get a 20-year mortgage it takes you 20 years, or you can get a longer one for 30 years, but who wants to fucking have a mortgage for 30 years, right? Fuck that. So you take out a 20-year mortgage, and during that 20 years, like, you know that you're a slave to the debt, because that's why I don't like having debt, because you feel like a slave. I owe someone something, so therefore I have to go to work to pay that person for the thing. But then once you've paid for the thing, right, then you can question, oh cool, because I've got this permanent electricity around me, I can get Sakuras, this electric bug. But like, so then the trap is so you realize when you get your mortgage you're a slave, right, to the mortgage. Now, to make that feel better to most people, what they'll then do, what's the way society is engineered, like capitalist society, is they give you retail therapy, you know. So that's why you're constantly getting bombarded by advertising. Get this new thing, it's better than the last one, just by a little bit, but it'll cost you a lot more, but it's new. And we all have that. I have that. Everyone has that feeling. When you get something new, it's nice, isn't it? That's why retail therapy works temporarily as therapy, because you get this new thing, you're like, oh, I got the new thing, I wanted the new thing, I've finally got the new thing. But then when you've had the new thing a while, it's no longer the new thing and you're bored of it and you want the next new thing, and then the advertising gets you, and that trap keeps people subdued while they're paying off their slavery debt, which is your mortgage. And then once you've got a mortgage, right, then every other little bit of debt you accrue becomes easier. So then getting your phone contract becomes easier, getting a car, purchasing a car on a hire purchase or leasing it out becomes easier. Any of these things where you're getting the product but you're not actually paying for it, like in total until later, is part of that same thing as a mortgage. And in much the same way, you end up paying more than if you could outright go and buy your house. Well, you know, if you had savings to buy your house, then you would save a shit ton of money on think about all the fees, the estate agent fees, solicitor fees, things like depending on your credit score, can you get a fixed term contract on your mortgage, or is it going to be a variable interest? Because interest is still a thing, and interest is the same thing as getting the new phone on a contract. So you, over the course of 2 years, you pay £200 or £300 more for a device. It's the same thing that they do with a mortgage. That's what the interest is. And interest to me is just usury. It's like you're making money off someone else's need to borrow, because who the hell is going to just have like a few £100,000 sitting around to buy a house? No one, right? So how do you do it? You have to get a mortgage. So then if you have to go to a mortgage, you're going to go to the big institutions, the money institutions. And how do they make money? Well, off saps like you and me, where they know that you only need 250, but to get the 250 you've got to pay back 350. And yeah, it's a trap, man. And so a lot of people are all right with it. A lot of people are all right with the system. They enjoy it, right? They get a little something, and they don't mind working through it. But we're all a bit different. And me personally, like, where I didn't enjoy my profession a lot either, as soon as I could get out of the rat race, you know, like, what, because if you're in a race, you've got to know where the finish is. And why is it called a rat race? Because the rats keep racing, because they haven't established where their finish line is. You've got to establish where your own finish line is for your own self and who you are. And then that will take, or it will either you're going to be alright with how the system works and you can deal with all the headache of monthly finances, or you can just sort of take my route and just once you've got to a certain level, as long as you can maintain that level and it doesn't go down and you've got enough saved in the bank for a rainy day, you know, like who knows, like maybe the roof gets blown off the house or something and the insurance hasn't been paid, some shit like that. As long as you've got something to fall back on, then you can just live a bit more of a humble life, you know, and not need all the latest advertised things to flex about. Yeah, 20 years. That's how much mine was, how long mine was. But you can get longer ones, but then who the fuck wants to work for longer, right? No one. No one. Unless you like enjoy your job, right? Unless say I was a famous streamer and I was making money out of playing games, right? That's different, isn't it? Because that's your players become your fun, and that's different. So your players become your work, and that's different from when work is a chore. If your work ends up being the same thing you enjoy as play, and you make money from it, that's a whole different kettle of fish from actually doing a grind of a day's work that you hate. And yeah, that's how I used to be in IT, like especially the last just before I stopped working, I was really despondent with the whole profession. I was really lost my interest in it, and I was just you wanted to give up on it all, do you know what I mean? But then I had to sort of, the year before my wife got here, I had to like get everything in order for her to sort of come over here and stuff. And then when she got here, I was just like, I just don't want to continue doing this. And luckily we're in a position where, yeah, the house is paid up, so we can take our time and, you know, live a bit more humbly, but a lot more stress-free. But yeah, you know, everyone's different. Like, to some people, juggling the finances with how capitalism is set up is not a stressful thing. For me, I found it hugely stressful, the idea of owing money, especially to like this faceless kind of corporate entity that could just come and reclaim my home if payments weren't made. I mean, you know, like, that's some bullshit right there. So anyway.
Stand clear. Absorption test. Whirling snow.
Yeah, I mean, it's another option. There's another way to live, but it's not something that's advertised. You know, you don't see that on TV. On TV, you just see they get the new thing. To get the new thing, that means I've got to keep working. It's like my PC. Like one of my mates was, you know, like, he was a bit shocked I was still using a i7 4790K, like from 8 years ago, because I don't need better. You know, I would like better. I'm going to build a new PC at the end of this year, but I was just waiting for DDR5 to come out, and it has come out now. And by the end of the year, the prices should have dropped on it a bit. GPU prices are dropping as well now, so I'm going to wait a bit longer, and then I will eventually build a new PC. But it's kind of like that. What is your actual needs? What is your use case for the things you're purchasing? And most people are purchasing things that they don't actually need and ending up paying more for it, which in my case, I don't know about other people, but paying more for something that I don't need, especially if it's on a contract basis, it feels like feels like I'm in debt again. Like I said, where I grew up, I made a lot of mistakes financially when I was younger, with debt and credit score and all this shit, credit cards, store cards, all that stuff. I don't want to feel like that again, feel trapped that I have to work to pay someone else for things that I've already had. Do you know what I mean? That's just how I see it. But that's just come through experience, right? I'm like in my 40s now, so I didn't have this understanding of things when I was your age. It's just like I've gone through life and I've seen how things are set up, and yeah, there's other ways to live, just that they're not shown to us in mainstream media. It's all about, I think life's just all about whatever makes you happy and stress-free. And yeah, like with some of my mates, they can juggle all these finances and stuff. Like I told you, one of my mates is a property guy. He's got 3 mortgages, got a house here, a house there, renting this, doing that, blah, blah. That's just too much stress for me. I'm like, no. I'm sure he's got the nice car, he's got all the flash things, you know, expensive car, expensive clothes, all this stuff, but that doesn't really do it for me anymore. When I was in my 20s, yeah, I wanted to have designer labels and all the branded stuff, you know, but now, well, I don't care. I'm a dad, for God's sake. Now I've got a dad bod. Do you know what I mean? Not that he hasn't a dad, actually. That mate of mine, he's got 4 kids, so maybe that's his motivation, is that he actually needs more income than I do, because he's got like 3 times more children than I do. It all depends on where you are, like I said, in life, and how you see things and all that stuff. For most people, I think most people just accept the fact that they're gonna be in debt for the rest of their life, not realizing that actually you can get debt free. You have to scrimp and save a bit, you have to maybe not have the latest stuff, but once it's done, and then you can, like, especially now, like for example with me, like where my wife is working now, say we did need a second wage, well, because the house is paid up, I could very easily just go and work in a supermarket, work stacking shelves, you know, do some menial crappy job. Doesn't require any experience, but we don't need that as much. We don't need the higher level of income to pay the mortgage or the rent, because basically every month 1/3 or more of your wages will go out of your pocket to rent or mortgage, and so therefore, like, you need to be of a certain income, right? So for me, it was the thing I was interested in when I was young, was computers, so naturally there were computer games, and it's funny how many gamers are in IT, because, you know, start from computer games and you get to computers, and so that was my avenue to be able to make more than just doing what I did when I was in my teens, which was working in shoe shop. I used to work in a sports shop, you know, selling trainers when I was 17, when I wasn't at college, to make a bit of extra money. And so, but I could go back to doing that now. And those sorts of jobs are no stress at all. You just go there, you could do the work, and you're done. My last role, if I made a mistake, I might have potentially 100,000 people trying to enter a stadium for a sporting event or a music event, and they can't get in because their tickets won't scan or some shit, and I'm the guy on support that night, and I've got to deal with it. That's a high level of fucking stress, I'll tell you that right now. If I did this full time, I could live. Yeah, if this took off like mildly, like just a few thousand sort of subs on YouTube, I guess I would get I don't know, like a few £100 a month from having a few thousand. I don't know how it works. I don't, you know, I haven't really looked into monetization of this, and it would be nice, but luckily I'm in that position now where I don't actually need that to happen for us to be. My wife's taken on the heavy lifting now, because she's younger than me, she's got ambition, she wants to study, so she needs to work to pay for her uni, all of that stuff. I don't have the ambition anymore, you know, like I'm in my 40s, I'm tired of the rat race, I've seen it all, I'm tired of the people as well in offices, just dicks, you know, and you've got to put up with their shit just to make some money to pay the fucking mortgage, and that's just all bullshit to me now. Thankfully she's in that place where she is willing to do that and is doing it, so she's the main breadwinner. I don't have any income now. admittedly I have like the resources, I have savings and stuff, but I don't have income. So it depends like where you are, I guess. But you always do need an income. I've found in my life, perhaps it was the profession I chose, but perhaps I shouldn't have chosen IT. But the higher up I got, the more responsibilities I got, the more money I got. But the money wasn't enough to outweigh the level of stress that I felt. So
Take flight.
I'm lucky that I've got my wife, right? Because she's taking on the heavy lifting now
Stand clear.
of earning the wage to pay the bills, to put the food on the table, all of that stuff. Because I don't know, like I was just so sick of work at that point that
Can't handle your dream.
I mean, I suppose like if I had to still work, we're lucky we're in that position now. The house is paid up. I could go and do a shitty menial job in a shop or stacking shelves or something like that, and it would be enough. It would be enough. But that again is because of luck of getting things sorted out ahead of time. You know, like having a plan ahead of time. Yeah, I would like to. I mean, I would like to do more. I mean, I would like to stream a lot more than I do. I do enjoy it. I tell you what, I don't like. Recently, I think I told you like because you're the main person I chat to. So if you're not here, I might chat to a few people here and there for like an hour or two, or maybe less, depending if I'm doing a short stream. But more often than not, there'll be no one to talk to, and I find it boring. Now it's funny because when I first started streaming, I was a bit like apprehensive about talking to people, right, and being on the camera. And now I've got used to it. It's like I want more people to chat to have have banter with, rather than just, you know, just sitting here on my Jack Jones on my own, talking to no one, playing the game. Like the game is actually now secondary to my streaming. I more enjoy just having a chat, especially like, you know, on the weekdays when I have my son. The streaming might be the only time I get some adult interaction in the whole day. If we don't go out, I don't speak to any other adults. I'm with a 2-year-old all day, so it kind of like frees me a bit, you know. I can be myself a bit more than when I'm not talking. I'm just sitting there, just clicking buttons and looking at a screen. I get bored with myself when I'm not talking to anyone else. I get bored of the game. I get bored of the stream. I just wrap up the game as quickly as possible and log off. Yeah, thank you very much, Robert. I know for you it's time, isn't it? It sucks that we've got such a big time difference, and the time of day that I'm normally on is not conducive to views. But I mean, I enjoy this, and it was my wife that actually said, "Oh, I shouldn't have done that. I've lost the electric." Oh no, she's got the electric. Yeah, it was my wife that said to me that why don't you do the streaming? One of my mates told me ages ago to do it when I used to live on my own in that apartment where I couldn't get high-speed internet. So that's when I bought this webcam. This is like a Logitech one. It's got good quality. This one's cheap. I bought recently. It's really bad quality. The lighting is so bad and color tones are off. But this is a really good webcam. But I bought it ages ago when I was in that flat. And this boom arm for the mic, all of this stuff I bought a long time ago because I wanted to stream. But because I couldn't, I started making those YouTube videos like the Dark Souls and stuff. But that ended up taking more time because, you know, at least when I stream, right, once I stop playing and I stop streaming, I don't have to do any more work. With the video, I'd have to like take the footage, then edit the footage, then make an intro to the video and make some titles and stuff. And this stuff just took more of my time, and I didn't have time. You know, I was just like, all right, I'm not going to make videos. It takes too long. Because I remember I was working full time at that time as well, so it was difficult to do. Oh, thank you very much, dude. I try to have a laugh. I try to also give my opinions on things, because I think like some of the best streams we've had has been where they're discussing other things other than the game, and you know, I suppose the majority of people that watch streams are younger than I am, so maybe I've got some experience that I can share that can give some insight without sort of trying to be like one of those self-help guru dick type people, you know, go and do yoga. You must meditate. None of that shit. Just like what I've gone through in my life. Yeah, I do love games. I love gaming as well. I'm an all-round gamer. Even if I don't play a lot of other games these days, I still pay attention to gaming media. You know, a new title comes out, I'll read about it, watch some reviews about it, all that kind of stuff. I'm 100% still a gamer. I'm just at that. In this year, I'm stuck for time until my boy starts school. Then I'll have a bit more time in the mornings, and then I can maybe play more, well, another title alongside Genshin. Hopefully I'll have finished Final Fantasy by then. I'm not sure the way it's going. Am I? But are you sure it's not that
Stand clear.
my chat's not really that busy? You know, at most we have like 5 people maximum talking at the same time, so it's easy for me to catch up on the chat. But a lot of streamers, I guess that well, when I watch like Tectone, I don't watch streams. I don't have what time to watch streams, but I'll watch some of his YouTube videos, and sometimes he'll have his streaming footage in, and his chat is just going, bah, 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 you know, like 100 miles an hour. I don't even know how you would respond to that. Like, and there's just so much spam going on in the chat as well, you know, with those Twitch emojis. Okay. But Anna talks to her crowd as well. I've seen her. I've only watched one of her past streams. I didn't even watch it all, to be honest. But that's when I saw, oh, damn, you got like 10k followers. Give me some advice. But she chats back to her audience. But yeah, no, I haven't really watched anyone else on Trovo. She talks to her friends. Okay. She jumps on whenever she can. She's semi-regular. She's nice to chat to, Anna. I think all the people that are like regular or semi-regular are pretty nice on my stream. I wouldn't allow anyone not nice anyway. I would step in. Like, say if we got like that guy that was a dick earlier coming on and starting shit with you or any of my other audience, then I would step in and moderate. But if it's with me, I'm happy to play the game of cussing. Yeah, unfortunately, I actually don't have the time to watch other people's streams. Any time that I could have for watching other people's streams is time that I could also be streaming myself, if you see what I mean. I have such little free time other than the time I stream that. Oh God, what was the last thing me and the wife watched? We know it's been a long time since we watched anything together. It's probably the last movie we watched. Oh God, I can't remember. I think it was June. Maybe it was June. Maybe there's something after that. But yeah, like, so I don't even have time to watch like you know like mainstream movies and TV shows that I want to watch, because whenever I've got free time, this is what I do. I'll come and stream and play something. Why couldn't you do it? Was there technical? If it's a technical issue, I can help you with sort of setting up the stream and stuff. Or was it just like you were too engrossed in the game and couldn't talk to your potential audience or your audience?
6308, absorption test. Delves into depth. Whirling snow.
One of my mates wants to start sort of a Joe Rogan style show, like, but you know, like with him hosting it from here in London. And I said to him, you know, dude, I can come and show you how to stream. I stream every day. It's not that difficult once you know how, but at first it took me a few months to get it all down, do it all. It just won't start or show the game. Okay, you're using OBS, is that right? Broadcast. It depends what, or were you using Shadowplay, or depends what app you're using. OBS, yeah. So with OBS, Can I put screen capture? I don't think I can screen capture my OBS because it'll just be a picture inside a picture inside a picture inside a picture, and it'll be looping forever. Basically, you know, like when you add in OBS on the bottom left side, you have scenes, and you select a scene. You only really need one scene.
What else do I need?
And so I've got two there. I've got mainstream and be right back. So when I hit be right back, that screen comes up, which is just a graphic, yeah, and then I can click back. So they're the two scenes I've got, mainstream and be right back. And then in sources, which is the window next to scenes at the bottom of OBS, you have the plus and minus button, and from the plus button you'll add game capture. Oh, you know what it might be actually, because you've probably done all this, you probably followed a guide. Were you playing in full screen window mode? Because Genshin Impact, when I tried to stream it in full screen, it was a no-go. And it was the same with Red Dead Redemption 2. I had to play that in full screen window mode, and then it would pick it up. Yeah, just try it in full screen window mode, because to get Genshin running in full screen window mode, I had to add a bit of text on the end of, you know, like when you create a shortcut to the exe, to the actual program, and then you add an additional parameter at the end of the command line in the shortcut settings. The command line just tells it to start in windowed mode, full screen windowed mode. And as soon as I did that, the OBS picked it up, but before it was not showing the game capture window at all. So it might be that. It might be that. Try that first, because I'm pretty sure you'll have set it up according to what you saw on YouTube, right? And that's what I did. And you're not an idiot, so you've probably done that right. But it might just be that the game was running in normal exclusive full screen instead of windowed full screen. And that fixed the problem for me with Red Dead and with Genshin. So do you mean that you set it up, you followed a guide video on YouTube? I can like send you some links. I mean, I can talk you through it, but I'm trying to think how I can put OBS on the screen, a graphic of it, and show you how to do it. Yeah, if you follow the guide video, then your OBS settings are more than likely correct, because OBS isn't really very difficult. The one thing that you also might want to make sure of is, you know, the sources window where you've got your sources, so you've got your game capture in there, you'll have your webcam in there, you'll have anything else that you've put as a source. So for example, I've got the chat in there as a source as well. One thing to remember with that window is that in that list, you know, like it's top down, right, and it lists each thing. The higher the thing is on that list, the most, how do I say this? It's that thing at the top of the list is the most forward facing on the stream. So for example, imagine the stream, like this stream that you're watching of mine is a composite, right? It's many things. So it's got this webcam, it's got this webcam, it's got the game window running, it's got my voice coming through a microphone. These are all sources. But if I I'll do it right now. If I move the game capture window, right, so it's fourth down on my list, yeah? Number one on my list is the chat, the text chat. Number two is this webcam over here. Number three is this webcam here. And then number four is my game capture. Now, if I move the game capture up in that list, let me just show you what happens. I'm going to move it up to number one in the list.
I just happened to be resting.
Right, did you see what just happened there? So, well, it's not number one, it's number two now. I can't take it above chat. So chat's still showing, right? So the chat is still showing. You can see the chat on the screen. But my webcams have been cut off. Because the way it works is, let me just move this back so you can see me. So the way it works is, it's a bit like layers. Have you ever used Photoshop or any image editing software where you've got different layers and one thing is in front of the other and one thing is behind the other. So what, if you've ever used anything like that, where, or even video editing software where you've got layers on top of, yeah, all right, great, you know Photoshop, perfect, because it helps me explain. So this, think of it like Photoshop layers. So the sources list, the one at the top is your most prominent layer, the layer that's at the front. So it could just be that your game capture window was like behind, like in the wrong place in the list, so it was behind something else in the source, so it didn't appear. It could be that, or check that the game is running in full screen window mode, not in exclusive full screen. Oh, that's great, because I actually studied design at college when I was in my teens, and that's what, now I'm in my 40s, I think that's the career I should have followed, because that was my passion. I used to love drawing, that's why I love anime, all of that stuff. I used to love to draw, I used to love using Photoshop. Can you imagine, like, I learned Photoshop, check how old I am, right? Back in the day when it was Photoshop 3.1 and you could fit it on one floppy disk, a floppy disk that was like 1.4 megabytes of storage space. The whole program could fit on one disk, and that was the first Photoshop where they introduced layers. And that was the time I was at college, like studying like graphic design, and yeah, I fell in love with Photoshop. You probably, if you've done 3 years of it, you probably like know a shit ton more than me, because I've forgotten it all except layers. Basically, I know how to use layers, so I can fire up any version of Photoshop and be able to use layers. But all the new stuff, I don't know any of it. My one of my mates is, again, he was studying like design at college at the same time I was. We weren't at the same place, but he still does a lot of it on the sideline. He still uses Photoshop. He kind of tells me about the new this, the new that, the Adobe suite and all this other stuff. And I'm like, dude, I mean, if I need to make graphics for this stream, I can definitely do it. But everything I'm using at the minute for graphics is, I haven't made any of it. It's all, I've just ripped stuff off the internet and using it. Yeah, it could be that. It could just be that your game capture window is in the wrong place in the sources list. Yeah, just remember that the sources list is just like layers in Photoshop, and the topmost source is your primary layer, your front-facing layer. As soon, because I didn't know that as well. I watched a lot of videos and that was never explained to me until one day I was moving things around in the source list and it clicked in my mind, oh, this is just like layers in Photoshop. And as soon as I understood that, it became a lot easier to have multiple webcams and all different sources and different backgrounds for different games when I play them, all of that kind of stuff. Well, I'm glad it's helped, mate. I'm down for sharing knowledge. I like knowledge sharing. I'm not doing this now. Alright, let me just think, what am I actually doing? I'm just running around doing nothing. Let's have a look here. I've got one commission to do. Yeah, I'm not going to hand these in until tomorrow. Alright. So, do you work in design then? You did 3 years of Photoshop. Oops.
I wasn't waiting for you.
Dude, like I said, I had no idea that sources work like that. And I'd been streaming for about, I don't know, just under a year at the point when I started. Because I messed it up, like I hadn't locked the sources. And I was alt-tabbing or something and I didn't see what I was doing and I accidentally moved something into the wrong place. Oh no, that was it. You know what it was? I hadn't locked the sources. I had OBS open and I was cleaning my keyboard and not seeing what was actually happening to OBS, and it ended up deleting all my sources. So I had to re-add them, and then upon re-adding them, I didn't have them in the same list order going down, and I had the same problem as you. Like I couldn't see the game capture window. I was like, what the hell? It's there. It says it's there. It's it should be there. It's not, but it's not appearing in the stream. Okay, cool. Yeah, I think it's a good skill to have, to be able to use, because if you can use Photoshop, right, you can pretty much use any image editing software,
Shadows
and
of fate. Take flight.
that sort of stuff is, you know, always going to be useful. Even like with me, like I said, you know, it's been years, but I can still fire up a version of Photoshop and just, I know where layers is, I know how to work them. Might not know all the new stuff, but I can still do what I probably want to do with image manipulation. So it's a useful skill to have, I think.
I'm here.
Oh crap, not around here. When I was at college, unfortunately, like, I had to stop studying design due to yeah, family issues. Basically, my old man kicked me out of our family house because we used to have we used to like fight a lot. So at 17 I had to like move out, moved in with a couple of my mates, and so I had to start working full time when I was working in a shoe shop, sports shop, sorry, and to pay bills and stuff. So I couldn't continue studying. I tried for a little bit to work part time and study as well, but it was just too knackered every day, so I had to give up that. And then obviously over the years, just as because I was into computers, you know, I started getting like freelance work for computers, like just from a mate, like might have a business, or can you come and do our IT, can you come and set up our network, and then because of that I ended up getting recommendations and letters saying I can do a good job. And then finally landed my first proper IT job at Fujitsu in early 2000s, I forget the year. And then, yeah, they just trained me up. I was there for a little while. And just, yeah, ever since then stayed in the industry. So it was more just because other people were telling me I was good at doing computers. And the reason I was good at doing computers was because at 18, I got my first PC, my own PC, not one of my mates, and using their stuff. And so at that age as well, I didn't have money to sort of take it in when I messed it up, because those were the days you could go into Windows and delete whatever you wanted in the Windows folder. So you could delete System 32, right? And then your PC's not starting, and you had to like learn how to fix those things yourself. So through just like that, I got good at home computers, which then led to small office networks, which then led to a job in corporate, and then since then I was just in that industry. Why have I come to this boss for no reason? Let's go and hand dailies in. Yeah, that's how I feel with Photoshop. You're definitely going to be more fluent in it than I am, because not only was it a long time ago I studied it, but I think the last time I used Photoshop when it was version 16, and I don't know how long ago that was, maybe a decade ago or something like that. So a long time. I've come to the wrong place. But yeah, for what I would want to do with Photoshop, I can definitely do it. That's why the other day when that guy came in trying to sell his services as an illustrator, I was kind of like, I can do, if I wanted to do better graphics and logos and layer overlays for my stream, I could do them, but I don't see the point, because the stream doesn't pay me and those things take my time. It's like working, you know. Yeah, some people are just naturally so gifted at it, like my mate who I told you, he still dabbles in it, even though his work isn't focused on that. He works in God, I forget the field. It's digital, but I forget the exact field. But because he has a passion for it, you know, that stayed in him since we were young, he still will do some stuff. And then I've got one mate who's never really studied design or anything, but always used to love drawing back in the day. And now he still does it, but now he draws on an iPad Pro with some app, I forget what it's called, Procreate or something like that. And he does like, you know, like all the sort of stuff that he used to draw when we were younger, you know, like the comic book characters he likes, or the anime characters he likes, and it's just like the same stuff we used to do when we were younger, except instead of pen and paper, now it's all digital. And he shares it on Facebook, and I love it because it reminds me of those days, and it's his style. Everyone has their own style when they comes to drawing, and it's his style. It's the same style as back in the day, but now it's digital now, without having to digitize it. Back in those days, I'd have to I'd do a sketch on a piece of paper, I'd scan it in, and then I would touch it up, then I'd digitize it. So I'd either in Illustrator either make it a vector graphic depending on what I wanted to do with it, or if it was more an anime style something, I'd keep it a bitmap and edit it in Photoshop, and then sort of digitize it, put the outlines and stuff on. But now you can just draw directly on directly into the program. Back in those days, you'd had to like the drawing, like the thing with the pen, the graphics tablet that you draw on. They were so expensive back then, and they were so crap as well, like really bad. I remember my college had one, and it was terrible. But nowadays you can get them pretty cheap, and you can even do like my friend. He does it on iPad now. You can just do it on tablets now. So the technology's just made it a lot easier. It's such a shame I fell out of love with doing it all, and just became despondent with like work-based stuff because of the career I chose. Just sapped the life out of me. Yeah, you should. I used to like photography a lot as well. I think naturally, like if you're into sort of drawing, taking pictures or videos or any of that kind of stuff, I think they all overlap, and it's all like visual information based. I think most people that like drawing like taking photos, making videos, making stuff, creating stuff. My friend group was always that when we were younger. The majority of them were musicians. Like the majority of them were rappers or producers or DJs. Some were like live music as well, like acoustic, like guitar and stuff. Rock bands, all sorts of music. Like loads of. All my friends were creative types, either arty types or musicians. When I was younger, but then as I got older, only the core few remained from those days. And going through like a corporate work structure and stuff, you don't meet so many of those creative types. You just meet the people that are driven for more money, basically, and that's not my character type. So that was the other thing that used to grate on me about working in IT, is that the mindsets of the people that were surrounding me were totally different from my own. But yeah, if you enjoy it, you should do it. What am I doing? Have I handed stuff in? Yeah. Hello, dogs. What are you guys doing? Look at a husky and a Shiba Inu. But that doesn't really look like a Shiba. The colours look like a Shiba. And the curled tail. They look so cute. Yeah, that's, I guess, like similar to what I was saying about what's happened with me over like the course of a long time, like where I got into working in IT, and because I had bills to pay, like I was basically living off my own due to family issues. Yeah. And also when I was younger, I didn't understand what I wanted from life. When you're younger, you're going through it now. In my 20s, I thought it was all about having a nice car, having nice clothes, having the latest gadgets, all of that shit that the society promotes is the good things to how to be and how to live. And that actually wasn't who I am inside me. So there was this conflict of chasing money to have newer and better stuff, when my actual personality is about, I just would like to just be able to get enough money I need to just survive, like pay bills and eat food and occasionally buy new clothes when I need them, that sort of thing. And yeah, that freedom only came to me later in life, which only really after I got married. And it's funny, when I got married, I didn't think it was going to be the case. I thought, now I'm going to have to work even more. Right? And luckily, I guess it's because I got the right person. She understood me and where I am, and I understood her and where she is, and luckily what she wants like, you know, to chase a career and education and stuff is also can pay for our bills and stuff. But 100%, I wouldn't, if I didn't have the kid right now, I would be doing something to make money, like, you know, like even if it was just some mediocre job, I would do it. I'll go back into IT though, because like I said, because our house is paid up, it doesn't make sense to me to go into a profession that stresses me. Yeah, basically, yeah, our relationship worked very well like that. And like I said, I initially didn't think it would be like that. I thought, oh, I'm just definitely gonna have to work for until I'm in my 60s now, you know. Get the fact the house is paid up, I've got a wife now, there's gonna be kids, I'm gonna have to work till I'm in my 60s. And well, luckily it hasn't gone that way. And as annoying as it is sometimes always being with a 2-year-old, it actually gives me the freedom to do this every day, streaming, which is what I've actually, you know, at this point in my life is what I enjoy doing. So yeah, perhaps these early steps, you know, these early months and years of streaming here will eventually lead to something that I can get paid from. And if not, then it doesn't bother me to go, and once my kid's in full-time school, is a bit older, yeah, I'll go back to work. Maybe not like no, definitely not an IT job, or if it is an IT job, it'll be a entry-level one rather than like where I'm actually at skill set wise, because I don't want that responsibility. That was what was stressing me as well, as this responsibility, huge responsibilities, and yeah, responsibility for money. It's like stress for money. It's not enough money. Yeah, you should. I mean, I need to download a copy actually. Actually, I shouldn't say that online, should I? On a stream, but yeah, I don't have a copy of Photoshop installed anymore. I don't even know if I've still got Sony Vegas installed. I used to use that to edit videos because I couldn't afford a copy of, well, I could afford it, but I didn't want to pay for a copy of Adobe Premiere because it was too much money. Yeah, you know, come on, we know that the prices for these things are extortionate. But my mate was saying now with Adobe Cloud, you can pay like a subscription service, you know, like Netflix, you can pay monthly. So that might be something to do. Back in my day, it was you just bought the whole package, like the Creative Suite became known as the Adobe Creative Suite, and it was like thousands of pounds. I'm just like, okay, I'm not a commercial entity, you know. A commercial entity, sure, I can understand the licensing fees because they're going to make loads of money from using your tools, but me, I'm just trying to like scan in my anime pictures and colorize them, you know. Oh, BP. Oh, no. Mate, I could actually... No, I can't. I can't get... Yeah, I can. I need 100. What can I do to get 100? 10 furnishings. Let's go and do that. I must be able to do that. I just got to use the toilet, Robbie. I'll be right back. Where am I? Yeah, I don't think I would use it as well. I think you're right, Robbie. I think I would waste it at the moment. But yeah, in the future, if this channel takes off, like if my streaming takes off, I will do better graphics and overlays and all this other stuff. But right now, it's a hobby, and while it's a hobby, I don't want to make my hobby work unless it's paying, and then it becomes work, right? But work that is play is the ultimate goal, I think. But life should be.
I'm here.
Yeah, it is. That's the problem. But in the future, that will change, and it will start to change towards the end of this year. As my son gets older, you know, things will change. But yeah, because with like, oh yeah, I was gonna go and make some furniture. With kind of like, because I thought about this. Right, so what's the point in working? Like, say you hate your job, right, and you're doing your job to pay to survive more, to keep doing something you hate doing. Do you get me? It's like there's this like perpetual circle of, so your existence is miserable, but then the thing that's making you miserable is the thing that's keeping you existing. And it's just, that don't make no sense to me. It's like, that's just, you're just going to be miserable forever. But retail therapy might sort of fool you into thinking you're not always miserable, and that's the system, and right down to a T, I think. I don't need these. I just want to make something. Yeah, unfortunately, with the time I stream, it's the only time I can stream these days. But that will change. I'm hoping as well in the future to convert our spare room. If this starts going well, I'll convert our spare room and take all the computers upstairs, so that then I'll have a bit more sort of a cut-off between family and you know, family area and work area, if it does become work. But at the moment, yeah, there's no point in me doing any of that stuff. Yeah, because what if it doesn't take off and it just stays a hobby forever? Then no point in putting extra effort into it. Right, create furnishing. Let's find. Is there anything I haven't made? Yeah, I would make things I haven't made. Oh, I don't have any of these potions to speed stuff up. I can't make 10. Crap. I can only get 5 of those potions today. Right. And what's the other option? To get 100 BP points. Let's have a look. Weekly. 10 bosses. Create 10 furnishings, 20 ley lines, 2 items. Have I got anyone on friends list? No one. Alright, fine. Oh, thank you very much, Robbie. I do really appreciate. You're my number one fan. But I appreciate it. Like I was saying, I get bored. If there's no one to talk to, it means I basically end the stream as soon as possible, as soon as I've done all the stuff. Whereas like now, I've done all the kind of stuff that I need to do, but I'm still happy to just hang out and do a bit of chit chat. Let's claim all this. I will. I'll visit yours, but I can't do it like now while I'm streaming. Oh, you mean your world? Are you online? I don't really care that much, Robbie. Sorry, I'll get that tomorrow. It's not a, don't bother. You're doing something else on your computer. Don't log into Genshin just that. I'm gonna actually change account anyway. I want to go back on my main account and mess around with new character, new weapon, all that stuff. Yeah, I kind of need it, but I was just looking for something to do on that account. It's not really, you know, like I really need it. Oh, have you logged on? Oh crap! All right, let me log back onto her account, and I will take you up on the offer. I mean, if I really wanted, I could just like turn her computer on, and it's just behind me, and log into my account on that computer. Do you know what I mean? And do it that way. But I don't mind that much. But I'm coming back. I'm coming back. Oh, what are you telling me? Password error. Oh. You know what, email? I've typed the wrong email address. That's what the error is. Because she uses a different account for a game. I'm coming now, I'm just doing the capture of Zhongli and Aishdaha in the background. I love the artwork, you know, for the capture puzzle. It's really nice. I wonder where I can find a bigger version of those. I'm just coming on now. Right, let me just go to my teapot and get the what's it called, the realm currency, because I don't think I've got any on me. I didn't collect it when I was in here earlier because I was gonna let it stack up for transient for Monday, but I don't really care about getting the transient on Monday or Tuesday. It doesn't really make a difference. Trust rank, give me that. Alright, now let me try and join your world.
If you ever...
Oh, there you are. Request to join. Oh, is it because I'm here? Let me come out of the teapot. I don't think I can join while I'm in the teapot. Maybe? I don't know. This game is so weird with its co-op. The limitations on it. Right, now, I'll try when I get out. Um... that? Why is it not letting me enter? Who's this Daiki person? They're on my wife's friends list. I probably added them. There we go, I'm coming. It says it's loading now, it should be okay. Yeah, here we go. Yay! I can get a BP level. There you go. Hello. Do you reckon it's because... How do I request to enter your teapot? Isn't it something different? How do we get into... We're in cop now. How do I get to your teapot? I don't know how you do this stuff. Yeah, I can't use my teapot. Can you put your teapot down?
If you ever want to trade tactics, I'm always ready.
Check on your profile. Okay, let's have a look. Oh, there we go. That's what I need to do. Thank you. Yeah, I'm in total noob at anything co-op, dude. I don't know how to do it. Let's go here. Oh, this is the wrong place. I need to go to salesman. Where's the salesman? It's over there. Okay. Yeah, I'm total noob at all co-op related stuff in this game. I have no idea. Two things. What? these spin crystals? What are this? It's no idea what these are. I'll buy these. The other stuff I've seen before. Oh, that dog is a Shiba. Called Shiba. But they've just taken the German Shepherd skin and just put Shiba colouring on it. I thought we wouldn't notice. Alright, thanks Robbie. I am heading back to my world now. I just want the things I haven't seen before. I don't know what they are. I'll have those. I think I've got those dogs. Oh, here we go. Yay! We've got the level, and now we're capped. So, and it's money. We'll just have a look at everyone's artifacts, see what's what. Your stats are not very good, Diana. We got anything I can give to you to help you? What's this? My teapot's just a mess. I just have things like plastered everywhere. I made it like a pathway with those dragon statues to remind me of like Enter the Dragon. I don't know, the Bruce Lee movie. I don't know if you've seen it. But they've got those martial arts tournament and there's a setup like that where it's got like a row of dragons. There's like a pathway you walk down. Like those statues. I was like, yeah, I'm definitely making that. And then the rest of the place I've just thrown everything everywhere just to get enough adeptal energy to fill it out, you know, max out the refresh every day. Alright, let's see. Millilith. This has got bad stats on it. I'm definitely going to use that as fodder. This is better. But this crit is a bit low. 5% crit. So 3.9 crit rate. What is her crit rate? 55 and 85. Her crit rate's alright. We need crit damage. Crit rate, nothing good. Crit rate, crit rate, crit damage, crit damage. This is going to have to be this one. I think I'm going to get 20% defense now. Unlock this, enhance this. See what we get. %. I've got rolls into everything. Well, it's better. Not much better, but better. Nice, 19%. This one is, yeah, well, this is my wife's account. I haven't done, like, anything. I think the things I've done on are just inside, you know, like those pine screens. I've got like a room full of those, like a Bitcoin farm, where they're just farming the energy. Yeah, I haven't, because initially, like, she wanted to do her teapot when she was playing, but we hadn't unlocked it, and it only unlocked shortly after she stopped playing, so she didn't actually have time to do it. And obviously for me it's just about resources, so I've just put in as many of those screens as I could make, and yeah, they're just all sitting there. So this is not very good. 2.7, 3.9 HP and EM. It's got energy recharge on it, like. It's got energy recharge. What's this? 3.9. Could take some of these up to 4. Elemental mastery, energy recharge, HP %. That's bad subs. So that's probably going to be this one. Take up first. So you're welcome to it, mate. Take whatever you need. Oh yeah, crit damage 7.8. Let's go. Now we're not going to get any rolls into it. It's so rare that I get the full stat to be the crit I want. It makes me extra happy. I better keep that. That's on set, even though the subs are bad. 91 elemental mastery. Can you believe that? Good Lord, what a waste on a Geo goblet. Attack percent sands. Yeah, I can actually get rid of this. I'll keep that because it's got EM on it, and I'm not sure. You know, like Kazaha's coming and stuff. I'm not sure if I've got better. I know it's not a lot of EM, but it'll be a good stopgap. This I can get rid of. I don't need this. Yeah. Let's go. Alright, 14%. Let's give me one more roll into crit damage. And I'll be a happy bunny. Actually, it's alright as it is, even with 14%. 22% defense. That's bad. But I mean, 14% crit damage, that helps. So on to the next piece, we have energy recharge sands with 5.8% crit rate. So this has got crit damage. We've not got any other ER sands. Does Diana even need ER sands? Why have I got her in it? I have no idea. Yeah, not the worst at all. Especially considering, like, her previous piece didn't have crit damage on it. So it's like, you know, like anything is an upgrade. Defense percent. There's a high roll as well. Let's see, where's this? Which that and enhance. Where are you? There it is. I know I'm keeping that, aren't I? It's that I'm getting rid of. Yeah, okay. Good damage, come on. Defense. That's all one roll in defense. Okay, this is going to be a fodder piece, I think. Come on. Come on. Come on, get to 20. Get to EM. I don't think I can fodder it though, because we don't have another ER. We don't have another ER sands. So she's stuck with that for now. Yeah, well, that unfortunately is gone now. What are we looking for here? Cryo damage with crit rate. Okay, what's she got? Oh. And that's got a good ER on it. Ooh. Geo Hydra. I think that's the only cryo one. Yeah, it's the only cryo one. Geo one, oh, that's the one that's on set. I've got another Geo one here. It's on set. Oh, this one's got better subs. Yeah, that was very lucky, the 22% defense one. Even though it was only 14% crit damage. You know how this goes normally. You don't normally get the rolls in the stat you want. Let's enhance this. Now the options are this feather, 40% crit damage. This is trash, but I mean, I might need that 40%. Oh, that's the one she was wearing. That's a definite keep. So, regardless of what happens now, potentially can go. That. This is the worst one, so let's take this off. Take this off. That one on. And let's go. No, 25% defense. Let's go. Defense Archon. I need to take this up to 20 just to for it to be useful fodder. Lol. Okay, now it's got 13% crit damage on it. This Diona's going to get a lot of defense on her, man. Jeez. So I need to check this. Oh, it's got more crit damage. Just no crit rate. And that's quite a lot of energy recharge that's on here as well. That's going to be hard to replace. That's got a lot of defense as well. She's going to be amped for defense. But I can go off piece with the circlet now. Offset, sorry, with the circlet. That's not better. That's not better. That's definitely not better. I guess that's it for crit rate. Oh no, this is crit rate as well. That's not good. Crit damage. Alright. Oh, let's see what her stats are now. It's better. It is better. I'm happy with that. Yeah, 25% is more than 22. A lot of bloody defense. Wait, let's go back. Where is she? 1k defense. Lol. Yeah, she's gonna be the proper tank. I'm gonna go through. I don't think I've got any option here with her. I checked yesterday. With her, I don't think I did check. What are your stats, Mona? The thing is, I'm waiting to trade in lockboxes until Dendro's released, because it might be a shortcut to get a Dendro goblet by just doing my Noblesse lockboxes then. Yeah, it mitigates attack. I don't know what the percentage is. Let me check. Genshin. Which mitigates. Alright, I've got something up. It's going to describe, it's going to explain defense. Alright, defense is calculated as the defense of the character times 1+% defense bonus plus defense flat bonus. Alright, let me keep reading. So it says defense, it reduces incoming damage. So it actually mitigates damage, all damage, DMG. But its effectiveness depends on the attacker's level. Wait a second. It's got the formulas for them. Okay, so in general, this means that damage received is 50% of the attack power. So damage due to differences in levels. The attack. Well, that's for mobs though. That doesn't explain character defense. Let me just have a little look at a different site. Okay, Reddit will probably be a better place to check. Yeah, I don't know the exact scaling. They've got the formula for it, but it doesn't. There's no actual definitive answer, but yeah, it mitigates damage basically.
What else do I need?
I think you need something like 3k defense or something to. Wait, where is Ito? What's he at? Oh, this is the wrong account. Dawn. Yeah, but let me change to my other account. I wanted to anyway. I just wanted to see how much defense he had, because the guy on Reddit was talking about having Noel with 3k defense basically means that, you know, like the Fatui mages, they hit you for like less than 100 a time. You've got 3k defense, but I don't know, like, it's dependent on a lot of things, isn't it? The character's level, the opponent's level, so it matters about his AR level. There's a lot of factors. I don't think defense is useless. I think it's overlooked by most players in how valuable it is. What the hell? I've got the wrong password. Because it basically works like Jing Cho's rain swords. They're the ones that go around him. They take a certain number off. So if you're getting hit for 1,000, you only get hit for 750. That's just, I'm just randomly pulling out numbers. I don't know the formula for the multiplier, but that's basically how it works. So the higher defense you have, the less damage you take. I thought it was just based on attack, because normally in games defense only applies for attack. It only mitigates attack, but it actually mitigates all damage, like DMG in this game. So yeah, I was wrong about that. Thanks. Best stream on which, like, we've been playing the game for like a year and we're still working out how bloody defense works. I don't think that's the best stream. I think that's just like the players that don't know what they're doing stream. They're just randomly going through. Oh, I was doing artifacts on the other account, wasn't I? Anyway, I'm back here now. Excuse me. We've got this to do. Drink recipe. What's new here? Nothing. Oh, this mint. Oh. Fine, we've got one extra ingredient. Is there more of these? No. So once they're done, they're done. I don't feel like doing that. I feel like doing some combat. I want to try out my new toys. Let's take. We'll take Shogun instead of you.
The campaign begins.
That's about right. Yeah. I mean, it's not such a difficult game that you need to, like, you know, like, understand how all the stats work. All you got to understand is how to hit harder. And as long as you keep making your characters hit harder, you'll progress through the content okay. It's only really an issue. I don't think I finished exploring Economia. No, I didn't. Cool. Yeah, it's only really an issue when you're playing those games and it's really close. You know, like you might die if you can't tank the hits properly. So a bit more defense would actually be beneficial. Whereas in this game, well, doesn't really matter that much about tanking hits.
Judgment. Illusion shattered.
Hold the line.
Yeah, like Elden Ring, something like that. But understanding the intricacies of the stats will help there. And getting your min-maxing your build really helps there. But this game, I mean, you can bloody clear all the Spiral Abyss with the national team, so like free-to-play team, so you don't need anything really that you know, like other than attack, crit rate, crit damage. That's about it. I mean, maybe for like characters who've got 80 or 90 burst costs, you need something for them, some ER build to have burst off cooldown, but that's about the height of how intricate, you know, like Genshin stats are. Not like really you don't really have to get in depth with all the stats. Can't you? But I mean, you're probably gonna have like more than just those if you're free to play anyway, just from the fact of all, you know, you'll be pulling on banners with all the free primos. Oh, that hit her.
Allow me.
Shine down. You can't run.
And that killed her.
No more work.
Oh, I didn't have... I don't
Illusion
know.
shattered.
What's his name? Kazuhaya.
Take flight.
Not Swirl. This is a good little place to remember. We need Ruin Hunters.
Shine down.
Three of them here. Where
A
is
brash
this?
maneuver.
So here, okay. There's a guy who's 36 star the Abyss with only level 70 characters. Yeah, I don't think that's that difficult. I don't think the benefits that you get from leveling up characters is that great in this game. And the scalings are pretty bad from leveling
There
up.
are a few interesting trinkets here.
As long as you got good weapons and artifacts, and you know, talent levels about 8 or up, I don't think you need much more. Because at 70 you'll unlock that last talent, don't you? The last passive. So, but apart from that, would you get, like, let's have a check. So if we level up, say we level this up. So you get a bit of HP per level, not a lot. A bit of attack per level, like it's 3 attacks, not a lot. A handful of defense. And obviously, like, different characters scale differently, but you don't really get a lot. Oh, can you only get them to 6 at 70? Okay, well that adds a level of difficulty, I will admit. Having only level 6 talents. Yeah. So you just got to have good artifacts to make up for it then, I'd guess. Let's do this. Collect the electro particles, yeah? Hey. What a shocker. I mean, Abyss is just a gear check, isn't it, really? There's no, like, intricate mechanics. The mechanics are all pretty easy. you can pretty much, you know, like if there's a new mob in, or boss in there that you haven't fought before, you might like
suppose it wasn't
fail
too much
once,
trouble.
but after that you'll probably have learnt the mechanics. It's not, like you said, it's easy, it's not difficult. Level 7. Yeah, it's funny how they've done it like that in this game. Whereas, you know, like in most games I played, like that have level based systems, like gaining a level actually feels quite impactful. But in this game, it doesn't really feel that impactful. It more feels, for me, it more feels like, you know, like something, another thing I've got to do. It's on the checklist. All right, I've got to get this character to this level, or max out this character's level. Then that's one less thing I've got to worry about doing for this character. There's one of those sigils down there. I'll go down that later. Well, we cleared down there. Let's work our way around. So, oh, the sigil is down there. Alright, we'll go around there, around there, around there, and then down. Makes sense. Well, to date, this is my longest stream. I'm in 7 hours in now.
Lights out. Covenant of the Deep.
I think a lot of players would be unhappy if that was the case, if they did that. I'm pretty sure they're going to raise the level cap to like 100, but I just don't know when they're going to do it. It seems like something kind of obvious, you know. I'm not sure if they raise a level cap, would they sort of raise talent levels as well? You know, like would they add another 2 levels onto talents? You'd have to unlock, I don't know, something like that. Yeah, they can. Indeed they can. No, I'm trying to get behind that pillar, but she got stuck.
Yeah. Rest and rebuild.
There is no escape.
Well,
Judgment. Punishment. Now you shall perish.
yeah, I think I have as well. I'm pretty sure I remember seeing like a level 100 something somewhere, not just in Spiral Abyss.
Allow me.
My apologies. Illusion shattered.
Billowing surge.
DPS coming. Plus 0 artifacts.
You can't run. Shine down.
Oh no.
Hold the weapon.
Yeah. Shiver.
Kamisato. Sometsu.
Torn to oblivion.
I remember having a like tough time with those bounties when I was like low level, like that AR-45 or something like that. I can't remember exactly AR. But yeah, some of them, because I didn't have the characters, you know, like, and so like the ones that would be immune to the elements that I had,
No need.
it'd take me a long time because it's just using physical attacks. But yeah, I can't remember exactly how it was, but I remember having problems with the bounties that not like problems, but they just took a long time to do because my characters weren't the right element, or I didn't have enough gear. And obviously back in those early levels, I mean, the bounty reward, the money is nice. I mean, I still do it just for the money. I think like it's 30k a pop, isn't it? It's 90k a week you can get. But at this point in the game, very little work. But then back then it did take me a lot longer. But again, I needed the money. Yeah, and the other reason, not just you're right, we've seen level 100 enemies, but it just seems like an arbitrary number, 90. Why would they keep our character levels at 90? It doesn't seem like an end number, you know, like 100 would be more like feel like it's an end number. But yeah, I don't know what their rollout plan is. We have to wait and see what they do. It feels weird exploring this place again, but the actual version of this place and not the Free Realms version. I need to upgrade this. Yeah, that's true. I didn't think about that. But then maybe they would like make, you know, like 11. Let's say they introduce talent level 11. That might be 2 crowns. Talent level 12, 3 crowns, so on. Obviously, if they did it that way, they would start giving us more crowns. But yeah, they'd do it very slowly at first. In the interim, it would feel like you're still getting the same amount of crowns. And then slowly they would up it. Oh, this place. Okay. So now I'm down here. I can get. Oh, this was just a switch. I thought it was a collectible. Let's stick to the path. Explode. Oh, I'm gonna have to go up. Does it? So, oh, there's a city here. Okay, I didn't realize. I know. Where's that city going, man? I've got to go over that. All right. Let me get this thing first. Where is it? Because when because when my Bennett, where was he? Because before, like, he was C6, he was C3 or 4.
Wow.
And
Where did that come from?
when I got, like, was it this constellation? Fantastic Voyage, yeah, that's his burst, isn't it? Yeah. So this was already crowned, and then when I got to that constellation, it just automatically went to 13, which... Yeah, I get that, but this is what I'm saying, like, so this was already crowned. So it's not actually 13, is it? Do you see what I mean? Because I didn't have to level it up to 13. It didn't unlock the ability to then level it to 13. So that means that 13 is actually the first crowning when you've got a fully constellated character. I'll read it because they're trying to show me something, aren't you? Your maximum upgrade level is 15, yeah. So that... Yeah, I get that, but yeah, and what I'm saying is just kind of like, it agrees with what you're saying. I'm just explaining that these 3 Where is it? For God's sake. These 3 extra levels aren't really actual extra levels, are they? Because I haven't had to put any resources into getting them. It's just you get them automatically. So that means, like, for an actual crowning would be level 13, right? But you've got to have the constellation for the character. So that means that if you read what you showed me there, where it can take it to 15, that means they would add another 2 levels on, right? And the only way they would do that would be have to be levels that you actually level up, as opposed to like these 3 levels where I got them for free because they're part of the constellation. That makes sense, doesn't it? Because these 3, like I said, these 3, when you get the constellation, you're not actually doing the levels. You just get the levels for free, right? Because like I said, that was 10 because I'd crowned it and then got the constellation yesterday and it went up to 13. But then for the remaining 2 that it can potentially reach, how do you get them? Well, it's not through constellations, because I've got C6 now, haven't I? Well, I've got C5, but C6 doesn't give me more levels on the talents. So therefore it would have to be an external source. And the only other source we've got of getting levels for talents is the old-fashioned way of leveling them. So I would assume that for those further 2 fifth levels, one of 2 things was going to happen, I think. Either one, there might be a character who comes up who can amp your talent level as a passive. You know, like the way C1 Child, like where is he? With C1 Child, when you've got him in the group, he amps your attack. What is it? Where the fuck is he? I can't remember what it is. He adds 1 stat to everyone in the party, and it's... no, it's not that. I think it might be his passive that does it then. Is it his passive? Yeah, that's it. But it gives you 1 what? What is the 1? One normal attack level. So there might be a character who comes out who might have a passive like this and gives you 1 extra, like, constellation level. Yeah, it's normal. I just forgot what the stat was because I haven't used him for so long. But I knew there was 1 extra that it gave you. And that's a passive of his. It's not even a constellation. So there could potentially be a character who's going to come out that can give you like 1 to 2 extra. You know, he might do the elemental skill, and then for 5 seconds, the next person you change to has, I don't know, 1 or 2 extra talent levels. They could well be introducing that, because otherwise, like you said, well, why would the tooltip say maximum upgrade level is 15 when, as far as we've been told, I've got the maximum upgrade level right now. It's crowned and I've got the constellations, but it's still only 13. So either they're going to raise the levels by 2, or there's an unreleased character yet that will amp that level by either 1 or 2. There might be 2 characters that can do it. They haven't released yet, and you can use them in synergy to take it up to 15. I'm not sure. I can't really think of any other. Yeah, they could add more constellations, but I don't think they will. I think they would do it mainly from the talent level. Because we'll add 1 more constellation and it'd just be the same as C5, but, you know, like 2 more levels. I don't know, it seems a bit like I don't know, like they wouldn't do it that way. I think like it's easier for them to just be done with the constellations and just focus on the actual talents themselves. Or like I said, like a character that can give a passive like Child's that can, or even a skill that the character's got that can amp that up. Yeah, so that means that the design of the, because remember, like the way I see Genshin, right, is it's not a finished game. So, and it's still ongoing. So they've, you know, like depending where they are with their plan, you know, the plan might always have been 15, and the character level might be 100, but they've staggered it for us to stop us getting too powerful before the content they want us to be powerful for is ready. That makes sense, doesn't it? That's normally why, like, game devs in these games, they stagger content, or don't allow you to get to the max level that is reported. It's because they're trying to stop you from getting too powerful too quickly, and then you know, like getting bored of the game basically.
Illusion shattered. Allow me. Whirling snow.
I think after these mobs, probably I'm probably going to end the stream. I'm absolutely shattered. I'm not shattered, but you know when, I don't know if you ever get that, you know that tension around your brow here? You know when you've been looking at a computer screen too long? I can feel that kind of tension as like pushing my eyes together. I need to take a little break. If I take a break now, I'm definitely not going to be coming back for more streaming later, because it's the evening time after my break, and evening time is family time. The 55 to 60 is ridiculous. What are we talking about, 55 to 60?
Today is a lucky day.
Oh, you mean the AR level? Yeah. Definitely. Definitely. It would make sense, right? Because we've seen with the AR level. Or do you mean like the leveling of the character? I didn't ever notice 55 to 60 being a difficult character, but in terms of AR level, yeah, if you think about how high and how long that takes, it'd make more sense if all the characters that you have are meant to be going up to 100, because that gives you more. It gives you more AR, right, when you level characters up. I think. No, I don't know what I'm talking about now. I'm a bit tired. But yeah, it does make sense why like it's so long to get there, because one, they're trying to stagger things, but also maybe because we're meant to actually have characters with a level cap of higher than 100. Maybe their original design is 120. Do you know what I mean? But they can't release that yet, so because the content's not in place yet. So they've kept us here at 90, but haven't adjusted the AR, or even stopped AR at 58 or something like that. But the thing is, if they stopped AR at 58, it'd be so obvious they're going to up it to 60. And if they stop it at 55, it's too soon, because 55 is the first level. It becomes a grind. So yeah, I don't think they're going to add to AR levels either, because the rewards have got like get worse. From 55 up, they get worse. So as the higher you go up, so what are they going to do? Make it go even higher and get even worse rewards? That don't make no sense. Yeah, exactly, right? So what would 61 be? Just Mora. and then the next one, what? Just the XP, and then the next one, nothing. Just the bragging rights that you've got the AR63 account. So I don't see that they're going to add to AR level. It's already hard enough to get to maximum AR. But character levels, yeah, definitely. I can see them adding that. Talent levels, yeah, now you've pointed out that tooltip that I never noticed before. 100% that's going to be a thing. Or, like I said, they're going to release a character or characters that can buff those stats in battle for a short period of time. But yeah. Oh, you were very entertaining. Thank you for the company, man. It's been very good. 7 hours, 17 minutes. It's the longest stream I've ever done. So if I wasn't enjoying it, I wouldn't have done it for so long. So thank you for the company. Yeah, I think I'm going to go now and go and see what the fam are doing upstairs. And yeah, I'll be back tomorrow, usual time, with the boss rush. And I think I'll see you next time, Robbie. Take care of yourself, mate. Get some sleep. It must be like early morning for you now. Well, I'm glad we only had him in a small dose, right? I can't take too much of those guys because I end up wanting to knock him out in real life. So it's good he was here for a small amount of time. But dude, anyway, have fun. Thanks for joining.